What's up, Travis? Gonna check in on these guys, make sure they don't need anything before we get started today. Board manager, let's get rid of all these bodies. Back to work, bro. And it looks like stuff is fine here. So much classwork done last night with your stream plan. Good to hear, man. Keeping yourself productive. I'm a very tiny bro. I'm average sized. Camera isn't even small. All right, we're gonna get started here today. I did a little bit of research yesterday, guys. So I was looking at potential locations for burlap long johns in the world, and they do have a chance to spawn on scarecrows, right? And I remember seeing one down at the pig farm, but I've not checked it yet. So if I get scripted luck, I can have some long johns that I can research there, and then I can make some of my own. Make sure I am leaving with everything that I need. I think my weight it's all right. You know, we can go out for the start of today and then come back up and gain some weight. Wear some burlap long john. I mean, like, I don't know how different it's going to be than the shirt and pants I already got on, but you know, they do make me uncomfortable. All burlap clothes have some uncomfortability modifier to them. I look like a Dune character. It's just the head wrap more than anything, I think, but I kind of like the aesthetic of the cloth, the burlap, hand wrap kind of stuff. I'm also I'm surprised. So there's like a Korean map in PZ, but there isn't there's like no desert map that I know of, at least. At least not, it's not well known. Okay, let's go ahead and get these. I did get to level 7 on the axe last stream, so these weapons do have a range bonus now. I can hit Zeds from very far away. It's a very short range weapon. Alright, it's not looking like I'm getting long johns from this, honestly. Well, wouldn't that be amazing if I had the need for some Western shoes, but unfortunately for me, it looks like I'm gonna have to keep looking for more scarecrows to find that. I don't think I saw any other ones. I mean, I'll look at all the other farms here and see if there's one that I can research. Mod to play as a zombie hunting humans. Not that I know of. I mean, you can sort of play as a zombie if you die and just look at your character walking around. You just aren't able to control it. I don't think there's any farms over here, especially ones that would have a scarecrow. Got a number of guys here. The botter. Bolt cutters. I did not know that weapon could be impaled. It's also kind of a mid weapon, to be honest. It weighs a lot. Not bad early game, but it's worse than the crowbar for sure. Dude is watching PC streamer from New Zealand with 200 plus years, but no chatters. I wonder if it was bots there. There are some bot speculations, I think. Now I'm not going to name names or anything, but some of the numbers are a little bit inflated. I don't think mine. Where am I at? I'm at 17, bro. Yeah. I usually don't keep an eye on the viewers. But you know, I've seen some people have, you know, 200, 400, well, you know, 1,000, whatever, and it's like, I mean, some of that might be real, but not all of it. Yeah, I don't even have like the viewers open or whatever. Like I'll have the chat open, but that number I don't really care too much about. Lighter, padded. Wait. Tell me this is something good. It could be anything. All right, fine. We're not going to research it. What do you got in here? T-shirt sports. Can't research that. All right, I can learn something from this. So maybe that's like a winter coat I can make, some type of something. That is metal. I can get... All right, we're going to chill out, research. Sheepskin vest. See, that's another... I think I can already get the coat, right? Sheepskin. So the pants, I wanted to do that. And then the coat. Or maybe it's the jacket. Yeah, jacket at level 5. So I'm not going to immediately jump in and try to get this furred hide jacket. But like this is probably going to be my later heavier insulation. Because we are getting to negative sub-freezing, sub-zero temperatures. I don't exactly have, you know, a ton of insulation on my torso. I'm just nowhere close to him. I gotta telepathically kill these oids. I think I got most of the stuff in here, or you know, most everything that is in here is stuff that I'm, you know, not technically allowed to use, but I'm just challenging myself. I can bend the rules if I so desire. Oh, let's take this outside. I left these in the pile out there because eventually I'm gonna need to melt down a bunch of steel for an anvil. If I want to make that advanced forge. This is that pile. 13. I've got plenty of steel back at the base too. I don't think I went upstairs though. Oh, wait. We have yarn. But I don't think I could knit anything else. I can sit here and knit right now, actually. I already made the socks. But maybe if I do this, I can research it. Maybe it's different than the one that I like found. Let's see, yarn, knit, beanie. No, I can't. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I was hoping there would be some more, you know, going down the line kind of type of recipes similar to this jacket that I made, because I did this jacket and then I learned how to make the sheepskin jacket or sheepskin coat. I do hear some zomboids upstairs. Hoodie, baseball cap, sheet, whistle. I mean, I suppose I can find Long Johns in one of these houses, right? That would be another source of that recipe and being able to make it. Poncho, can't learn anything from that. Oh wait, there was stuff in that first aid. Nothing there though. Bunch of paint. All right, I believe you're in this closed bedroom. They have an entire TV in their drawer. Right now, you are not gonna do a second TV in your closet. What are you doing? Oh, they have made books far more plentiful, man. They just, there's even a reloading book here. Wow. Somebody must have heard the complaints of people saying, "Oh, there's too many books." Of course, not me making those complaints, but seems like books are far more common now. This isn't even a bookshelf. This is just someone's drawer. I'm gonna grab the thread from this. Yeah, that seems like a spot that, you know, aiming and reloading would be, though. I guess, you know, this is like a farming style house. They would know at least a little bit about shooting or all that. But that I didn't even look at all the books there. There was 6 or, you know, around that many of them. Had to pause myself from saying the next number. Alright, no Long Johns, no recipe to research. I did get that sheepskin coat, but that is level 6 tailoring, so it's going to be a while before I get that. I had to stop myself there, but then you went and said it. I must have been doing some push-ups or something last stream. Getting a little bit of strain built up. That comic book. No recipe. I don't think I'm gonna just brute force my way through combat when I have red strain on my arms. It's just no bueno time for me. Even if I'm maxed out character, I'm gonna be doing, you know, 4-hit kills. Yeah, no matter who you are, what level you are, red strain, moderate exertion, try to avoid fighting with those. What happened to my feet? I had no, shoes when I started off, and they got scratched. And then the shoes that I had were foot wraps. They don't have a very high condition, and they broke while I was out and about. I scratched my feet again. But now I'm rocking twine shoes, which I probably should have upgraded to as soon as I, got to level 1, but I didn't. And just in case, yeah, let me learn how to play real quick. Just in case I do break my shoes again, I am carrying a spare thing of shoes, as well as 2 rags to, possibly bandage myself, because I don't want to run into that again. You can get scratches of varying degrees of severity, and sometimes you can't even run when you have them on your feet. But if you bandage it, you can move a lot quicker. Yeah, I mean, if you're not me, you can carry some boots or actual shoes. But I guess I'm just different and only allowing myself to do the crafted stuff. I feel like there's just no incentive to do like half of the crafted clothes, provided your character spawns in with them. And even if you don't, it's like they're just clothes all over the Zomboids. Like I could probably put an outfit together from all the guys I just killed that is full condition. So we've got socks on that guy. We've got, okay, socks again. But most of these clothes only have, 1 or 2 holes in them. Fresh sneakers. So just on that guy alone, I have, well, it seems like the socks are the only ones. I am using a weapon that damages clothes. That's probably what's going on here, but, yeah, I'm kind of putting holes in the clothes that I'm trying to showcase. You can get pretty reliably without damaging them. I guess if I use the baseball bat, it's, not going to bust things up. I kill this one. Okay, still holes, but I got a crop top. Wear that. Or some other shoes, undamaged. And keep in mind, we are pretty deep into the apocalypse. So some of these guys are going to start just, just by looking at them, they're a little bit more dirty and their clothes have a lot more holes in them. Like early on, it's not super difficult to just find some Zeds that have completely pristine outfits, with no holes anywhere. There's a t-shirt. How long can I survive in a crop top and a t-shirt? Probably, I mean, these temperatures, it wouldn't be the worst, but they migrated from Riverside. Yeah, you can tell these guys are Riverside residents by how covered in poop they are. And I've lost? Are you kidding me, bro? How dare the game call me a loser? What the heck? Why would IndieStone call me a loser? Why? Okay, maybe these plots down here have a scarecrow that has long johns that I can look at, right? That'd be awesome. Or they have a runaway cow that I can lead home, and the cow is also just an amazing stress-free cow that doesn't get stressed by anything and doesn't want to obliterate my fences. What's up, Gunfire? You're here early. Or I guess maybe, I don't know, you usually get here like 10 hours later. I am looking around in the fields for some long johns so I can stare at them and learn about them. Okay, this is the path to long johns, I can tell. Okay, well the path is getting smaller. No, never mind, it's picking up again. I mean, doing this, I do have a chance to find, well, something like that. That is a clump. That is a bigger clump. Don't think you need the recipe for Long Johns? I do. So, I mean, if you're Taylor, you might, if you spawned in as level 1, you probably have it. But I do not. Once I get the bottoms, though, I can make them, and then I can research these to know the recipe for this. So, like, in theory, I could just go and over-level myself to 6, so I auto-learn this one, and then I can do it. But until then, I'm a bit stuck. Long John Silver, Long John Burlap. He isn't a fish restaurant, he's just a scratchy pajama pants. Yeah, you would think some more of these zomboids would have Long Johns on them. Or, you know, I guess it is July, so not a lot of them would have it on underneath. But some of these guys would maybe go to bed with some Long Johns or something at night. Okay. Full Q, not to be confused with a katana. I don't feel like brute forcing my way into this place is super valuable to me right now, but there are a number of oids here. 1 million oids at this random fruit farm. They do not want me to get their rotten lettuce. That would be the worst thing ever for these oids. But I don't think there are going to be Long Johns here. Yeah, Taylor, I think, especially if you're doing illiterate, especially if you're doing a craft everything. Sorry, not Taylor, Sower. Like the 4-point trait is well worth your money. If you're not illiterate and you can read books, I don't think you need it. And if you're not crafting all your stuff, you definitely don't need it, because you can just spawn in with clothes. But I probably should have dropped resilient and just done neutral, not prone to illness, just like neutral in that department, and done sower. Or what else I could have done is I could have done hardy appetite, or I could have done smoker and something else. But I think hardy appetite is an okay perk. It is a bit annoying. Like, you essentially have to give yourself twice as much food. But let's see how hard it is to get food. Oh, I found the bread, and that is sort of food, but why does this sound like it's right next to me? That is a big house. Here's a grapefruit. Yeah, I've already found myself some, what, 12 hunger, and we can see the calories on this and how miserable they are, but it's 9 calories. Now, looking at the carbs, proteins, and fats, does that add up to 9 calories? No. Let's multiply the carbs by 4, the proteins by 4, and the fat by 8. Then that number is definitely not 9. It's a lot higher than 9 calories. Grapefruit's pretty good, yeah. McDonald's says a $5 meals if you need some food. Me, like in real life? No, I ate a frozen pizza, bro. But I have had their big breakfast or whatever a couple times. Now this is maybe they should look at some of the foraged food calories. There could be long johns here, maybe in the upstairs, but I would have to kill 150 oids to get there. Why is my face cam so mini? Bro, what do you mean? My face cam is average sized. Stop saying that. How dare you? Okay. That is a million oids. I'm not getting in there anytime soon. Now, I haven't been down here yet. I'm kind of a ways away. I might try to go up north and see if this road connects to that. If that road connects to that, then I can get home easy peasy from here. They nerfed the McDonald's points. I haven't had an food like related app on my phone for a while. I did have the Chipotle app for a bit, but that was like at one point I was, you know, working. The job I had was down the road. Holy cannoli, bro. Okay. Hi, bro. When are we gonna get the generator? When are we gonna get the generator, bro? Because I want to see you turn a generator on. Well, first off, to get a generator, you need gasoline. So I would need to kill 1 million oids at the gas station. Then I kill 1 million oids at the gas station and find a generator. Then I put the generator down at the gas station. I get 1,000 watches from all the oids and disassemble them so I can become electrical with level 3. Then I turn the generator on and then I can have gas in a generator. Yeah, I've been playing a lot. So we're not gonna have gasoline anytime soon, it seems, and see if I can even get by these guys. I'm not trying to die today. That would be very bad. But if I go north, it connects with the road. Works fine. These guys like kind of spawn in as like a huge clump and then spread out. But yeah, it's a lot. If I had to quantify how many that is, it's probably, you know, 1,000, 2,000 in that range. Okay, there's another, like, is this a convenience store or something? That's might be what that is. Ooh, I might be going into town. I don't like what I'm seeing here because these are several buildings. Worst comes to worst, I just go full up and then full right, even if it's through the woods. Traveling through the woods now isn't as bad as it used to be. Where the military store is, yeah. I think I'm just gonna keep going north and try to like dodge some of these guys. Oh man, yeah. My frame rate. I'm sure this stream is stuttering a little bit because I'm getting 25 FPS here. Oh yeah. Oh yes, so we are seeing the advent of these little black stick figures showing up. That means that there are a substantial amount of oids here. This is way more than I can handle in this, you know, 4 p.m. day that I've allocated myself. We're gonna get on out of here. Yeah, that was the military store right there, guys. We saw like the little rope ladder. Okay, I'm getting some stutters, but I'm okay. I think I'm back to 120 FPS because might need to restart my game because it is not liking this. Yeah, we are still stuttering a ton. Now, I don't want to go left here, but that is the way. Okay, we might need to just cut through the woods. Otherwise, I think I'm going on a mystical adventure into the woods again. So, yeah, but I might restart my game if it keeps stuttering. That is stutter number 1, since I said I was going to do that. We'll give it 3 strikes, and once we hit 3, we are calling it 2 strikes. Three strikes. All right, 3 strikes. We are restarting our game. Get rid of the stutter. Yeah, sometimes the game will stutter if you, well, not sometimes. Every time you make a crawler, the game kind of does that. But also if you load a lot of oids like I just did, there can be some residual stuttering that will stick around unless you close out of your game and then reopen it. 25 kill streak so I can tactical nuke. Yeah, I'll get myself a pipe bomb real quick and blow them all up. All right, so but that military store, pretty good location for guns. I do want to at least attempt to use some firearms this run. Now remember, I am level 0. I don't have a bonus. I can't read books. I can't do all these things. So will guns ever be a staple in my 16x? Probably not, especially considering they take ammo and there are 1 million oids. But, you know, I might sew myself up a holster and try them out. What's up, Bulldog? After looting some place, it used to be really bad for stuttering. Yeah, driving in general is really bad for stuttering because you're just loading cells back to back to back. Driving, especially in cities like Louisville. Okay, I'm getting a stutter, but my game did just start. Yeah, I really like these new forests because, like, I don't even have to do the walk to, and I could just run through them, and I'm not constantly running through, you know, a tree. And this is primary, or it's actually organic forest. You know, my sight lines are so much better. World's smallest webcam? Okay, bro. It's not small, it's average sized. Okay, I think the stutter is gone. I just restarted my game and we're all good. But the driving in towns, I would have to go and test myself to see if the LV driving was good. Seen it bigger, but it's cute. That's guys. The webcam is average size. It's not small. It's not tiny. What's up, Stevie? "70-inch TV and 1-inch." No, guy, it's not a micro. I don't have a micro camera. It's an average size camera. Yeah, I think still doing the walk through the forest is probably what you want to do, just so you don't scratch yourself on a bush, as I so frequently have done. All right, I am going exactly the right direction. Up, Max. All right, I am what? Deep forest? Every tree is a Christmas tree here. This is like a terrible biome to be in if you're PvPing, because these... Well, okay. Interesting now that these evergreen trees, they don't extend all the way to the base below. Or some of them, I guess, do, but... Used to be a thing in PvP. Like this one, you could just hide behind somewhat. I guess you can mouse over them now and see... Yeah, we just loaded the military store for those of you guys getting in, and there were a lot of oids there, and now I am kind of walking back from that because the roads do not connect. We're in the birch forest. This is my hometown. All right, we are where I want to be. We're maybe loading in our pigs. All right, so no long johns, but I did learn the sheepskin coat, but that's a level 6 coat. Level 6 tailoring. Put you down. I can probably melt bolt cutters. That is the first time I've found bolt cutters impaled on a Zed. Seems like it is not the most common weapon. Also, you have to probably be very angry at the voids to impale them with the blunt weapon that is bolt cutters. That up. Go here. If you find any sheep nearby, I have sheep in my pen. I have 5 of them. I have 1 ram. I have 4 ewes, and one of those ewes is like a I don't know, whatever a baby sheep is called, a lamb. Alright, so no long johns on any of the things that I thought would have them potentially. I guess it's more of a matter of me either getting to a level 6 tailoring with illiterate and no bonus, or B, finding it in somebody's bedroom and then I can research the long johns and get the recipe that way. Yeah, to an extent, the sheep are good for me doing tailoring, but from what I have seen so far, the tailoring grind is basically either I make these gunny sacks and I get 2.92 experience every time I do it, but I can't use twine, or I do the sack, this one, so sack, and I can use twine, and this gives me like 2.6. So I get, you know, an additional 0.32 experience if I pick thread, which is agonizing to do. Or, you know, like you've mentioned, you use the spinning wheel to get thread, which isn't bad. But I think that thread would be better spent getting other stuff. Dress meta obsolete. Dress meta has been nuked off the face of the earth because the cotton wheel, which the cotton reel or whatever it is, that used to take 100 units of thread, now takes 400 units of thread. 400, get that. It's so you were just able to barely break even by sewing the dress, this so long dress. You could use the cotton reel and barely break even and pick thread and get it back, but now you effectively takes 4 times as much. But yeah, the sack is the way to go, because sack you can do a twine, and the sack, you know, getting lots of twine isn't the worst thing ever. It's actually quite easy to get twine. Be even easier to get twine if I had hemp or flax, but I don't know what I did in my original craft everything across the river kind of run that I found the flax on, but I did not find flax this time around. I think this stream I will more than likely get to level 7, what is it, fitness? That will happen. And where am I at in tailoring? I'll do 1 round of sat grinding. I said the word. Every day. I don't want to sit here and just do this back to back to back. But I think if I get, you know, 30 XP a day, we can get there. Actually, it's more than I get 60. So I'm just Matt's farming dogbane for the levels. Yeah, that is effectively your best way of doing tailoring, no matter what level you are, because it's, you know, the most resource neutral one. And I am actually all out of twine, so as much as I said this wasn't going to be a tailoring thing, we're going to have to go and look for wild plants and find some more. Why do I need tailoring? So I can have warmer clothes. I can pretty much break even with my insulation and all that right now, but if it gets any colder than this, like just slightly sub-zero temperatures, like if we're in a blizzard or anything like that, I think I will get hypothermic. And in this build of the game, being hypothermic will kill you very quickly. What even... Oh, this picture here, the millipede and the twigs combined, I thought was like some special item. It's just 2 things. Sounds like a you problem. Hey, as so long as I just stay indoors and just, you know, I can just stay inside for 4 months and wait for the, you know, sun to come back up, because that would be great content, right? Like me just sitting indoors doing squats for 4 months. Although that is optimal. That is. We're all about optimal gamer. Substanzata. We have someone in the CBT machine. Show me these squats. Hey, you're trying to see if I hit depth. I am a level 6 fitness enthusiast. I have proper form. How bad is fishing in the winter? It depends entirely on your sandbox settings. I, for one, have made fishing very easy for myself. But if you are playing with like some super grief settings in the winter, like for example, I can just go over there and fish. You will have to make chum. But I don't exactly have a super easy sand source right now. Certain parts of the map do just have sand on the ground, but there's no renewable way for me to just get sand and make chum. You need to find a raccoon and make the raccoon hat. True. I at some point, I've been shown the inside of Fallas Lake. There are traps there that I can get. There's, you know, wire traps. Again, this is something that I'm gonna kill, you know, 10,000 oids before I can really get to. But I can probably get to trapping one, you know, and then get raccoons and stuff that way. Because once I'm trapping one, I can do it. What things do I eat there to keep weight stable? You fish. I've shown on stream multiple times that fish are the way to gaining weight in the wilderness. Fish, you can farm rabbits. Those are kind of your 2 wilderness options for gaining weight. On standard settings, is it bad? Standard settings, I'm sure winter fishing, probably a lot more difficult. But if you do chum on any settings, you will get bubbles. I myself have I've elected to not play on default settings. I'm not playing, you know, with the hardest of the hardest settings. The only, I guess, you know, one that you could quantify is the hardest setting is the 16x. But at the end of the day, I'm just here to have fun. And I like 16x. Yeah, if you fish next to a campfire, you don't have the same issues as you would. But I think this spawning of bubbles is less in the winter. So yeah, if you build a campfire and you sit next to it, the game thinks that you're in the summer. There's no issues. 16x all sprinters, yeah, the cock and ball torture. Classic win sprinters, bro. Yeah, I enjoy sprinters to an extent, but you just have to play so differently with them. You're tethered to whatever the last fence / window is that you saw. Like, and for me, being a wilderness guy, I am so far away from the fences right now. I am so far away from them. There's a lot of sand in Riverside. You just want me to go over there, don't you? I just did 16x with standard settings. Yeah, I mean, you probably need to make chum, but... I came up for a name for the castle. It's Castle Cock. CC. Credit card. Yes, did I just... Okay, I was gonna say, did I scratch myself? I'm overloaded. Yeah, I think the 6% value, especially if you do 6% into 16x, you know, the same extinction value, you would be dealing with a lot of sprinters. But the reason that that number works for extinction is the population is a bit lower. I think if you're playing 16x, like the most sprinters you're really going to want to mix in, if you are playing mixed, is probably the 1% value. You want them to be just like a variation. Yeah, 6% and 16x, you would just be, you know, essentially playing, because what is 6% of 16? That's probably 1. So you basically just have an apocalypse level of sprinters and then also a regular 16x that you have to deal with at the same time. You fast forward while combat stance, you cannot. So there's not a way to, if you're asking about like doing walk 2 and then I'm, oh wait, you what? This is new. Hold up, is the new nimble grinding method here? This is, you used to not be able to do this. Thank you for asking. I did not know this, but yeah, if you do walk 2 and fast forward when you're walking, bro, new nimble grinding method unlocked. Although you kind of have to like zoom all the way out and then right click and then do it. Am I getting experience or yeah, okay, you do get experience. So this is technically the fastest way to grind nimble, unless they, you know, didn't patch out my. I don't think this is a bug. This is just, you know, we're fast forwarding. But before, no matter what, if you held right click, you couldn't fast forward. Well, okay, if you were in the nimble stance, you couldn't fast forward, but now you can. All right, so we can grind out nimble this way if we really want. Sprinters mean you can't play lazy. You just can't ever really let your guard down with sprinters. You are, like I said, always tethered to where a fence is. As well as like the certain moodles like overloaded, you have to be able to like drop this immediately, or if you're exhausted, if I'm exhausted, you're essentially dead if you're playing versus sprinters. It can be quite tough. But I mean, exhausted isn't a great moodle to have versus shamblers either, for that matter. But 10 nimble this stream. I mean, for as fast as having a 2x multi for nimble is, it still is a rather slow skill to grind. So, but that is a method for getting, you know, high nimble. You know, you just walk to. I still think, you know, the best way to get high nimble is just going to be fighting Zeds and getting it passively, because then you get combat experience at the same time. But this is, if you're playing like a complete 0-0 character, maybe you don't want to do that entire first level of nimble, and you'd rather just be a little bit safer and sit around in the stance. Yeah, it's still quite a grind, but this is a method. This is also something you can do, you know, if you're completely exhausted at the end of the day, and you're in agony and you're waiting to be ridiculously tired to go to bed if you don't have alcohol. You could do this in the dark when you can't craft. Get nimble experience. Pretty good use of your time. I show the zone on the map. If you spawn in on Fallas Lake and you just go to the left, that is where I am. You really don't need to do the spins. I don't know why I am. I'm just swinging my arm around for no reason. Why is he doing this? You don't need to do. I'm gaining nimble experience. So in the past, you've always been able to do walk to like I did this. So you right click walk to, and then you go somewhere. Then you press 2x fast forward on your keyboard, aka my F4 keybind. I have default keybinds. But you get nimble experience. How fast you walk when you're, you know, right clicking or in your aim stance. That's how you get nimble experience. But now they have added in the ability to fast forward while doing this. So this is, you know, in terms of IRL time, your fastest way of leveling up nimble. You do it with max speed, you cannot. The fastest speed you can do walk to or run to or any of these, you know, things that I'm doing right now is a 2x speed. So if you are trying to grind nimble, which, you know, if your goal is to max out nimble or just have a usable nimble stat, I highly recommend you have some type of bonus, aka you play as police officer, you play as gymnast, or you you play as police officer, burglar, or take the gymnast trait, which I have taken the gymnast trait. You just have to sit in your nimble stance or your combat stance to get XP. Alt F4 for the easy nimble gains, of course. Yeah, definitely listen to Al. He knows what he's saying. Can you do it at, oh wait, I've read that one. Yeah, but you can't. You can only do 2 times speed. So I guess if I'm like super grinding, oh, you know, this isn't bad for foraging either. I guess foraging though, if you fast forward, there's some weird stuff going on, and you can't really find stuff. I think yeah, maybe don't forage when you're doing this. Yeah, you can't just do consecutive tile presses while you're doing this, because you will let go of right click and that resumes the normal speed. You kind of have to do like, you know, back to back things like I'm doing right now. I feel like I'm playing Kenshi and I'm leveling up strength and just like loading up my character's backpack and telling them to walk back and forth. Could have sworn I saw this one streamer. So you've always been able to, you know, use max speed to move around, or maybe you're, you know, just talking about the 2x speed. I mean, you've definitely seen me running around with 2x speed. So like if I just right click and run all over the place, but it's just 2x. Also, I think if you did 4x speed walking around, it's a lot harder to react. I think 2x speed is like the fastest that you can, you know, realistically expect you know, someone that isn't like an F1 driver to react to walking through fields of Zeds. You'd probably end up just walking into a zombie you didn't see if you were playing at 4x speed. But who knows, maybe there are superhuman Zomboid players out there. We're getting to level 4 with our new strategy. How many fish in the river to the north? There's definitely, they're having a party. A midnight party. They're lining up in the stadiums so I can, you know, get my nimble 4. But I probably should go to bed because it's getting kind of dark. I was waiting for myself to get drowsy, but that is just not happening. Alright, and never go to bed with a full stamina bar, guys. That is free fitness XP that you can have as you regain both fatigue and endurance while you sleep. Alright, I might have gotten a little too much food. Alright, now I'm drowsy. Going to stop that close to leveling, just mainly because if I stay up any later, my sleep schedule is going to get worse. Like I'm already waking up at 7:30. But we'll get to level 4. Psych, we're actually 99% in. It's been a nice stream, guys. I'll see you later. I'll see you. We can get it. Oh, 1 hour into the stream. All right, we just need 2 more XP drops. Awesome. And so that is definitely the best, you know, exclusive nimble grind method. I think for like super early game, maybe if you don't want to, you know, do combat in the, you know, 0 to 3 nimble levels, that's probably a useful thing, especially if you're, as I mentioned, you know, in agony, you can't really do anything else. That is a grind method that you could do. But do I think that I'm going to go all the way to 10 doing that? No, that would take forever. And then I can also just passively get nimble while I'm, you know, grinding all my other weapon skills. You can also grind nimble like that while foraging. You could, but so like foraging, when you are in 2x, you find less stuff. I find the best method of foraging when you're walking around is to kind of like stutter your steps like this. Because you can imagine, like, if I have basically a radius around me that I'm seeing all the things, and I essentially want to fast forward until that radius now, like, previously covered this area and now is covering this area. And then I'm just kind of resuming. Because, like, I'm finding a whole bunch of stuff at 1x speed, but if I walk around at 2x, I feel like it's way less. Like, I saw that hemp, right? Has there really been nothing that I've seen since that hemp? Probably not. Yeah, see, like, now I'm doing the 1x speed, kind of stutter stops, and I'm finding stuff again. Like, I already walked through this area, and I didn't see these mushrooms, but the fact that I walked through that area, and I did it at 2x speed, meant that I didn't see it. Like, I almost didn't even see that hemp that I already knew was there. However, if you're playing multiplayer, you can't fast forward. So, like, if I were to just, you know, do right-click walk to, I could do this. But also, if you're playing multiplayer, what's stopping you from just doing WASD and foraging this way? There's no reason not to. But single player, you know, say you're in agony or whatever, and you just want to level up nimble for because you can't exercise, or you already have everything you need from foraging. Say you have, for example, like my inventory right now, inventory full of food, and you don't really need anything else. But I mean, much like a lot of things in Zomboid, it's kind of depends on your circumstances. All right, but I need to fish. My weight is going down. It's probably at 80. It is. Oh, no, you don't need to ever do the 360ing that I was doing. I was just, I guess, you know, maybe a little ADD and spinning my arms around for zero reason. The reason I do the spins when I'm, like, resting is just so that I can see if a Zomboid is going to sneak up on me, but there's a very low chance that a Zomboid will sneak up on me when I'm doing that over here. I was just kind of doing it to spaz out. I could try making some tea. I would have to fire one of my teacups, though, and I have not done that yet. That's some stuff that, like, Dyson had been talking about. Okay, so Dyson had been talking about the tea, and putting ginseng as well as, what was it, black sage in there for, like, double effects. But, so that's what I was going to say about that. But what I was going to say about the fish, somebody had asked about calories. So I just caught, you know, 5 fish. So early game, when your fishing level is low, you'll probably catch a lot of these little small catfish. They're like 200 calories. They're barely anything at all. But, you know, late game, I am level, you know, 8. You'll honestly, around level 6 is where you'll start catching these things. But, you know, 5,000 calories in a fish, 1,000 calories, 1,000 calories, 3,500 calories. There's, you know, this is how you gain weight. And so long as you keep some of the large fish that you catch, you will always have bait. Just slice up a fillet and chuck it out there. And don't eat everything you have. Well, the fish are zombified. I think we're good there. But the thing that does concern me sometimes is I am using the rotten fillet to catch the fish, right? So there's a rotten fillet, a small percentage of it, you know, in the fish that I am eating. That I'm also eating these fish entirely whole. Largemouth bass, eat all. Calories didn't flip around. I can't eat anything else. Tapeworms, maybe I should just cook the fish way harder than I have. I'll just really burn them. Yeah, there's all sorts of, river parasites that I'm just kind of glossing over having. All right, we have our salad ingredients. I really want to give Virgil some variety in his diet. Wow, I have so much twine I can make. Now, realistically, I could be doing, squats in between all this grinding because I am just standing here. But I kind of want to just fast forward through all that. But I will do some squats now that it is too dark to see, and I got my level, 4 nimble. Oh, and I'll do the squats outside so that way I don't get sweaty. Build. Those are our perks, and I started with 0 fitness and strength, and I was overweight. Overweight for me is basically a good perk because I don't have to worry about weight for an entire month. Overweight's a good thing. I mean, I am technically overweight. I'm one of those, like, niche things because, I'm just so awesome. But, I don't know, occasionally you'll see people online or whatever saying, like, oh, the BMI scale it doesn't work because, Ronnie Coleman, who is 350 pounds and I don't even know how tall he's, like 5'11", says that he's obese. But I mean, in reality, he's like on trend and, just massive. I think most people that are 5'11" and 350 pounds are not that. Yeah, I am what, 26.5 on my BMI. Not crazy, I haven't been to my doctor in a while, I'm not gonna lie, but the last time I went, he didn't like pull any alarm bells. But I do live in America though, so I think that a 26 or whatever, 27 BMI is not necessarily like nobody looks at me when I walk outside. All right, we're gonna do 1 round of sacks, then I'm gonna run out. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get the traps going. Also, what's up, Dave? I will say I did quite a bit of exploring. I did not see any cows before you start asking. So I went like all the way down here. We looked at so many different farms. I did not see any. This whole thing, I mean, I can go down there today after I rip the sacks up. I'll go down south and go to the right, because we're trying to find the animals before. I mean, we're 4 months in. I'm gonna, try to be a believer and think they're alive, but they might be dead. I mean, we saved, you know, we saved the sheep. There's milk to be had from the sheep. Blacksmith through silver and gold. I actually did blacksmith through fishing. So if you fish with no bait on your rod, you can get broken fishing nets, and if you with a high enough fishing level, you can break those down to wire and make nails. But I mean, initially, getting to that level 1 so you can learn to do the nail recipe, you kind of just need to make whatever you can. And initially, like, I had found a bunch of metal stuff through foraging, as well as, you know, stuck into Zeds, and I melted that down so I could make things out of it. RIP pigs. I mean, the pigs, I actually did get all the pigs, but some of the pigs were, you know, misbehaving, and now I'm wearing a pigskin jacket. Because they just don't know how to, you know, I give them nice things like a house to live in. They smash it. But now we have well-behaved pigs here. And everyone's happy. Including you. And you look like you're dead. I don't think you are, but... Okay, yeah, you're alive. Eventually, though, I will probably kill, you know, 2 of these sheep. I've talked about it, so I can have sheepskin pants and a sheepskin coat. And honestly, so as soon as one of the lambs, one of the ewes has a kid, if that kid happens to be a male, I'm gonna kill the ram, because the ram was a major pain. That guy was awful to me. Scratched my trash bag parka up, scratched my pants, scratched my hand, actually lacerated my hand. Scratch my ego, definitely. What's left of it. You're kidnapping rabbits and putting them in your basement and performing weird experiments on them? Why would you say such a thing? This guy waited for PETA to collapse in 1993 just so he could kidnap rabbits and, like, put lipstick on them or whatever they do. I'm adding extra stuff. No, that's what you said, bro. I'm reading your message word for word. This is something new to, or not, you know, brand new to Build 42, but these new fence sprites with snow on them. They look kind of nice. You know, the windows have snow on their windowsill. Wait, I didn't see this. You have long johns? No. I just got to keep checking all the farms and see if one of these scarecrows has long johns. Yeah, the new map is great. I like the changes so far. I mean, granted, I've really only looked at the trees, but just running through the forests now, like before you used to have to, you know, through a lot of sections do the walk too, just to even get around, but now it's like you can kind of just WASD or, you know, walk as is, and it's not as much of a problem getting through the trees. And get this, the trees drop like way more wood. So if you're trying to build a bunch of stuff like I am, you don't have to cut down like an entire cell to, you know, build 4 walls and a roof. Guys, changed my fitness and strength multiplier. All of my XP multipliers are 1. They're all 1 times. Every time I do a squat, I get 4. Every time I do a push-up, I get either 4.2 or 9, depending on my strength multi. Every time I hit a Z, I get 1. I'll turn all my stuff on. You can see a bunch of 1s mixed in with the numbers. 1, 1, 1.4. Now, if you aren't some streamer, you're playing this game for enjoyment, you know, you're going to your humiliation ritual 8-hour required job, come back home. I think 2.5 times multi for those skills is a pretty fair and balanced thing. This is the Flint Saw. Flint Saw, Stone Scythe, easily the best weapons in the game right now. By a long shot. They weigh 1. They have a lot of range. They have a lot of power. They are easy to craft. You can craft them at level 2. You don't need an advanced forge. You don't need anything to have access to the best weapon in the game. It's build 41 spear all over again, 2.0. Yeah, I personally think that the bat should be a bit better in this. I do think this weapon is a bit unbalanced. But that's just me. Okay, my game is really not liking something down here. Maybe, are there animals down south? Okay, yep, something is bad here. Oh god. Am I gonna crash? Alright, oh god. That's, oh man. Yeah, lumberjack plus the, alright. Oh shit. Maybe I, pressing escape, by the way. This isn't 16x pop. This is like animal causing lots of, like I'm frozen in the menu. Yeah, like I ran through the military store side of the map a little bit, and there were, you know, enough oids to be there to get the little black stick figures to kind of show up. But that, what I just experienced there is, so the animals, when they get stressed, they make squealing noises, they make whatever, you know, loud. Essentially, it's like a player shouting. And every time they do that, the Zeds like try to pathfind to them. But then like the Zeds will see or hear the player from all, and they'll switch, you know, targets over and over again, going between, bouncing between like the player and, you know, the animal. And usually it causes some of those that's at least, you know, where I've experienced that before. Chicken Apocalypse, yeah, I think there are animals down there. If my game isn't playable when I get back here, I might have to have a little bit of a debug intervention just to see what is going on. They were fine so far, but it's also 18 at night. If there are animals down here, I'm gonna have to delete them more than likely. Could just be a lot of Zeds too, but I think it's animals probably. I might go in the sandbox settings and make it so that the animals don't attract zombies too. That would probably be something I need to do. Yeah, it's probably animals. Alright, we're gonna cheat a little bit here. I'm gonna, yeah, as Dyson just mentioned, also I'm gonna do two things. One, I'm gonna make the rats the maximum rat population higher. Two, I'm gonna make it so that the Zeds are not attracted to animals. And that is mainly just because the stuttering we saw back there, that will crash my game. And, you know, if my game crashes while I'm getting surrounded by all these guys, I can perish while the game is frozen, unfortunately. So I'm gonna change those two settings to just, you know, have a bit more of a stable experience. What skills do I make to make the saw? You have to be level 3 napping. What's going on, bro? What happened with the lag? So as I have described in the last 5 minutes, the Zeds are attracted to animals. When the Zeds pathfind to the animals, they all pathfind to the animals. Then they pathfind to the player, then they pathfind to the animals, then they pathfind to the player, then they pathfind to the animals. Back and back and back, and the game does not like that, especially when there are 16 times the Zeds. There are a lot of them. They're all doing that loop back to back. So I'm going to go to livestock. Animals attract zombies. Turn that off. And then there's a rat thing too that I'm gonna bump down. It might be nature. Rat index, rat. Oh no, I already have that on and I set it to 5. Yeah, so that one's already good. Laggy already, yeah. So the lag I'm experiencing is as I've described it. Yeah, so basically if you have this animals attract to zombies thing on and you're playing high population, it pings, the zombies keep pinging between targets of animal or player over and over again. So that this is a kind of laggy setting to have on, I think. So I'm gonna do that, and just for my own, enjoyment, I'm gonna make this a little quicker just so I can get animals faster. As much as, this run is gonna be a long run, but I kind of want the animals to be a little quicker than they are, because I'm not gonna have offspring until, another 8 months in. So we're gonna do that. But namely, the setting that I'm changing for performance is this animals attract zombies. That should speed things up. And hold up, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Oh no, I had God mode on when I loaded, so that means my bandages went away. It's whatever. Not a big deal. I wasn't like injured or anything. I'm gonna come down and just make sure that that was actually what's happening. I'm pretty sure there has to be animals here. Or maybe they're all dead. I don't know. Chickens, maybe? So my game didn't like something here. I don't know, we'll play with that setting on, and if worst comes to worst, it's not that, but it definitely was that when we had the pigs initially. I crashed one time with the pigs, and that there was way less zombies when I did that. All right, we'll set ourselves off in a not super dangerous spot. Put to desktop, turn debug mode off. We're stopping cheating. No more cheating. I'm such a cheater. I like to cheat. Spawn 20 chickens? Yeah, bro. I mean, I don't know if it wasn't the animals doing that. Maybe they died as soon as they loaded in and their corpse is there. I don't know. But I was getting, you know, as you saw, less than 1 frame per second kind of unplayable dips there. I think it has to do the animal pathfinding. Or I guess the Zed's pathfinding to the animals. See that I can... Well, I already tried running around this area. It seems fine. I hear rabbits. Maybe the rabbits were causing it? Fast forwarding, I was just walking around like this. I wasn't doing anything crazy. Right, let's not scratch ourselves doing something stupid. It's late at night, so I'm gonna head on home. Yeah, it could be. I think it was just like I'm describing the animals, because I had the exact same kind of performance dip before when it was the pigs, but we'll see if that animals attracting Zed settings did fix it. It's also just not a terribly balanced setting to have on, I think, in general, because if the Zeds don't attack the animals, they just kind of sit around them like they're a generator, you know? Or if you have like a noisy generator and you leave it on and they just pile up. So we have one of, if not the darkest moon cycles for tonight. And I cannot look at my map to find my way home, but I kind of know where I am. Kind of. The pig farm. Should be the pig farm. It is the pig farm. Yeah, I guess you could, you know, well, from how it feels, I think the rabbits make less noise than the pigs, but the pigs are very noisy and have attracted the Zeds from very far away in my experience. Like that pig farm basically has no Zeds by it because they all got attracted to where the pigs were and I killed them. So I mean if you wanted to have like a self-fueling generator, aka a pig, just give him a trough and like enough space to not escape. He'll break the fences when he gets stressed by the Zed though. That's the thing. Yeah, they are, you know, I'm getting these Zeds just piling up because they see the pig, and then the pig squeals and pulls more in, and it's just a spiral. There's a whole thing yesterday about that, so. Rabbits don't break things, but they're, like I said, they're quiet compared to some of the other ones. It's just, I don't know, I'd have to experiment with it a little bit. I mean, technically the best, you know, noisemaker is if you get a watch bag. So you get a bag full of watches and they're all set to alarm at 10-minute increments and they're always beeping. Because that doesn't use power, that doesn't need food, that doesn't need water. And you just leave that somewhere. Doing our new nimble grinding strats. I mean, I guess you could play with the zombies can attack animals thing on, but then there would, in a 16x world, there would just be no animals. They would all be gone. So you had to be in combat for nimble? No. Even before, you can just, you know, nimble is one of the most, you know, confused as well as misinformation skills online. People say you have to like be spinning and all that. You just simply have to be moving at all in the combat stance to get it. It's not based on Zed proximity. It's not based on, you know, spinning around. Forging while nimble, pretty good. Yeah, if you're doing 1x like multiplayer, that's not bad. But, you know, we talked about this earlier. If you fast forward and you're doing foraging, you find way less stuff. Whereas, you know, also foraging in the dark, not great, but... And unfortunately, since I loaded my save into God mode, I am going to be, my sleep schedule's all messed up because I set my fatigue to 1 at like 18. Yeah, name 100 chickens. Oh yeah, you're a chicken fan? Name all 100 chickens. Oh yeah, you like chicken sandwiches? Name all of them. Hi bro, how to get nimble 10 like you in my game? My game, nimble, I am only 0. Why is yours so high? Alright, maybe I can sort of fix my sleep schedule here. Go to bed. Nice. Wait, let's do squats before we do that. Jackie Chan Chew. Jackie Chan's a chicken? Not a chicken, he's Chinese. How dare you? Alright. 1 day of sack. Wait, stop. Don't do that one. Why would we use this? This is very special thread. This is unobtainium thread. This one, super. We're going to put it over here. Don't ever do that again, Virgil. Back. Bro, we got 84 things of twine. Why are you using the more exclusive one? This guy. He's got like 2 things of shampoo, but he's cracking open a new one despite the other one being like half full. Yeah, he really wanted to use the special thread. Save myself the grief of being outside in the rain when I no longer am wearing a parka and my insulation is bad. Two days until JFK's 30th assassination anniversary. You just got that knowledge at the top of your head. Or wait, the 11/20. I don't actually know when it happened. I'll be honest, man. I very often forget, like, even the super special like Christmas and New Year's events. I've you know recognized when it happens occasionally, but more often than not, I look at the time and it's like December 27th or something like that. And I'm like, oh shit, I missed Christmas. And then it's like, okay, well, at least I can remember New Year's. And then I'll look at the time and it's January 2nd. I just forget. Sometimes we celebrate though. I remember my first New Year's, I just got like ass blasted on a whole bunch of beer or something. Pretty good. Yeah, I do have a bottle of whiskey we can crack open. Get a little bit of that. Some wine as well. I did forage. So this one I did just find in a house, but this one I did forage. It has a condition modifier. As well as this one did, I think. As well. Yeah, you can find alcohol. It's just rather infrequent. It is one of the more rare things to get. JFK would have loved Zomboid, of course. What would JFK's occupation have been? You know, what, you don't remember Thanksgiving dinner? But we did that like IRL Thanksgiving. I don't think it was in-game on Thanksgiving Day. Alright, maybe I have fixed the sleep schedule. I have. Alright, cool. Put this on. Go to bed. Pretty good. I'm going to go out to the right today. I'm going to go down that way. These tiles look a little weird. I think it's the puddle. I need to bring an axe down this way too. There's some bushes growing in. Can't melt screwdriver down. What, you think I won't? How do I level up my electricity? Same as always, take apart watches. Gotta chill out. You're not allowed to get the screwdriver. I could grab it for the recipe or anything like that, but I've been allowing myself to get Z loot, just not the clothes. Like, otherwise I wouldn't have a watch. I wouldn't have, you know, the fire axe or stuff like that. Or really any, metal, for that matter. Yep. Not a crazy, strict challenge at the end of the day. It's more so just to see some more of these, you know, crafted things that you otherwise don't really need. Because you never really need to make shoes when you can just find them on Zomboids. Or spawn in with them. Think I could play well without the watch? Yeah, I don't think the watch is... It's just nice for, like, editing or, you know, telling people how long you've been alive for, you know, stuff like that. But you can tell, like, reasonably what time it is by just, like, looking at the foraging menu. The sun's right here, you know. Obviously, it's at the top at noon. The foraging menu shows you where the sun is. Of course, it's cloudy right now, so it's, like, behind that. But, you know, it'll go up. You can see in the bottom. You can see what moon, where the moon's at. You can also see what moon cycle it is. There is a moon cycle in the game, and it does influence like how light or dark it is at night. Yeah, like the sun is now coming up behind the clouds. Chilly. But until you have a digital watch, you don't know how long you've been alive for. Yeah, this strain is really something, isn't it? Just fast forward in the day away. There we go. I think there was a meta that pulled most of these guys. Yeah, they're all just walking down that way, except for the deaf ones. I play with random. I have it on random. I also have the random whatever, you know, pinpoint versus def hearing, and random sight, but not like it's eagle-eyed to poor. And then random speed, but no sprinters. So there are, you know, slow shamblers slash fast shamblers. I think it just adds a little bit more variety. And then Z armor is also just default, so those guys that have like leather jackets and stuff are a bit more tanky. Or, you know, sometimes you'll like hit a guy on the ground and he has a hard hat construction worker thing. They're, you know, a little bit beefier. Sorry, let me see. They aren't too clumped up yet. Is it more like this in the towns? This is actually, you know, so I'm getting pretty close to the town, but they'll migrate out essentially. They spawn in like a sheet, just like a square of Zeds, and they kind of spread out and make their own little rally groups of, you know, circles of 20 to 30 Zeds. Which place has the best chance to encounter Survivor Zeds or Militia Zeds? Their Survivor Zeds are just event based. So if you find like a car crash or a house that's boarded up, they're going to be there, but there's no like set place for them. I guess, you know, there are certain areas like the abandoned boarding school that always have a Survivor Zed in them, but you know, that again, that's still like somewhat event. But if you're playing like a high pop 16x, you know, you're gonna probably want to go to like the boarding school if you know, do want to see Survivor Zeds. They're just so diluted in 16x, you don't really ever see them. But as for like militia, like military or whatever, you can go to the checkpoint. You can go to Brandenburg. Those are like, you know, two examples of, you know, place that you can get guaranteed military loot. Yeah, roads are probably your best bet if you're playing 16x to find survivors, just because the car crash encounter or the barricaded, not barricaded, but like roadblock has a chance to spawn survivor Zeds, and you know, you don't have to fight through 10,000 oids to, you know, manage to see them. The 16x, that is just the maximum population value that you have in the game. You set all population metrics, population peak, population start, population multi to 4, and that will give you a 16x game. Now, why is it not 64? Because population peak and population start are, you know, effectively two things that, you know, whatever your start thing is what you start with, and whatever your peak thing is what you end with. But if you set both of them to 4, then you will always be at the, you know, peak population. Yeah, I know there's like a private militia. So there's like bandit mid, bandit early, and bandit late, and then there's also a militia Zed that has like survivor loot. But I don't think there's like a major difference in like their spawn requirements. You can still find militia Zeds like in event-based things. Sliming my homies out for a Dr. Pepper, bro. Bro, you're like Patrick Star when he eats the chocolate bar or whatever. Day one. It's on. Badass weapon. I think the aesthetics behind the fire axe are pretty awesome if you have it cleaned. When it's dirty, it's not great, but use a fire axe for a bit. Fun weapon. Does use a lot of stamina though.
Hey.
Thought he had oh wait, half respirator. Hold on. Nah. The dusk mask. As soon as I get a half respirator though, I can learn the gas mask recipe. That would be really nice. Yeah, hand axe is I mean I wish the hand axe were the meta pick for axe, but I mean again, broken record, these weapons should weigh 1.5, but I think the progression in weapons would be a lot better if the stone scythe and flint saw didn't weigh 1. But yeah, the hand axe being 1.5 feels pretty nice. Hand axe notably also, you just need one pierced chunk to make. So, you know, not difficult to get a lot of them.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Yeah, I almost never make the simple forge because the, it's just an anvil requirement. If the simple forge maybe took, I don't know. It's just hard to justify making it, Like the jump from Prim Forge to Advanced Forge versus the jump from Prim Forge to Simple Forge is, there's not a huge difference. Just one crafting thing. Yeah, in all my time in Build 42, I have not made the Simple Forge a single time. I've made the Advanced Forge several times. Maybe I could try making it and see if I can take it apart, because maybe then it would be worth doing. I mean, I guess like in, say, a multiplayer late game environment when most of the animals are dead, but there's still deer, so you can still get a bellows that way. Simple Forge can make saw and axe. Yeah, there's all sorts of things that are, not limited to the Simple Forge, but that's just the only difference is the bellows between them. And then getting a bellows, not the hardest thing. Wow, there's a lot of metal on this little stack right here. 2, 3. I had something. Broken stick. Have I one-shot zombies because I'm level 7. Axe. I am a strong guy. I am 4 months into this run or whatever. Got starting to get my skills pretty far up. Those are the stats. Now, if you had started watching the stream, 5 IRL days ago, I started with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 in, most of my skills. I did have bonuses, but I took a lot more hits. But, I wasn't running towards the Zeds like I was then. I was running away from them. How many hours do I have in this game? I have a lot. I have like 3,000. In this save in particular, I have been playing unemployed levels of hours. I took a week off of work. But I have to go back in on Wednesday. But for now, we can play Oids all the time. And I can have no life. Except I'm going to the gym and like hanging out with friends occasionally. Loving strength and fitness. I'm playing Iron Man 2. It's fitness especially is just all about grinding. There's no tip to fitness. Strength, however, there's a few things. So there is a dumbbell and a barbell, of course. You might think, wow, I can get those and have faster strength gains. Not true. Doing the push-ups is still the best way. So yeah, you're going to want to get your max regularity and just spam these things, squats or push-ups, depending on which one you are trying to push. Now for strength, there is an XP bonus you can get depending on your amount of protein you have. So if you're able to manipulate it, if you're in between the 50 to 30 range for that, you will get a 50% increase. The only way for you to know is if you are playing with some XP showing thing like this RuneExp thing that I have, or if you sit here and massage the strength bar, because, this is an intended gameplay mechanic. So, but you can do this in vanilla if you want and just see when your strength is going up by 9. Your strength is going up by 6, you're either above or below the protein modifier, and if your strength is going up by 4.2, you're below it. But you want to get to that 9 range. 3K just entered mid-game. So true. Do you have more than 100 hours in the save? No. I have like, I don't know, probably like 40. Build 42 better than build 41 in my opinion. Okay, well, so 40 hours and there's an asterisk next to that. I fast forward a lot. So like in one time speed, I've probably played like 120 hours, but you know, I fast forward a lot in the save. And that's just part of, you know, being experienced in the game, was knowing when you can fast forward and when you can't. I enjoyed build 42. There was like, you know, a 50-hour period of, you know, because I was a build 41 player before that, of course. But then my transition to build 42 was a bit rough. I didn't like it initially, but they fixed a lot of the problems. You know, the launch for build 42 was kind of meh, you know, but some of those problems have been fixed. I still think if you are a brand new build 42 player, having played build 41, there might be some, you know, things that you need to get over, such as the muscle strain and all that, but there are ways around it. High fitness makes it easier to train strength. True. I always try to get fitness up before strength because fitness typically lags behind. So like I haven't really been doing push-ups at all, and my fitness is just barely going ahead. This is much more difficult to level up than strength. Stone dumbbells. Yeah, I do wish that, you know, because there is a bench that exists, there is a treadmill that exists. They don't have any functionality. You know, and the dumbbells and barbells do exist in the game, but they just are not better than the push-ups because the push-up animation is so much quicker. So eat a shit ton of fish to an extent. So because you can get too much protein. So the 50 to 300 range, you can overshoot that by over 700. You can get, like my character, for example, I am, you know, almost exclusively using fish to gain weight. So I am like kind of going to be stuck in that overdoing it protein range for you know, for the foreseeable future. And that's kind of my also reason for not grinding strength right now, is because I can't do it if I do it, I'm doing it suboptimally. Definitely takes a bit, but I'd rather that continue than 5-year-long dev hell of this version. Yeah, I mean, you know, having played build 42, I can't really ever see myself going back to build 41. There are just so many new features that have been added in this, as well as, you know, the most recent addition of the new map. I probably will never go back and play build 41 unless it is like some, I don't know, niche video to showcase like how busted the spear was or something like that. You look like you have a Rolex. No, of course not. Do you have any researchable clothing? No. I feel like they need a pass or two before it went stable due to pushing out the new map too. Yeah, I mean, I'll give them, obviously, until they allow, you know, functionality to ladders and all that. I think like if your complaints are directly related to like, you know, the pools that you can fall into, you know, of course that's not intended, and they probably mean for you to be able to get out of that, but that will eventually get fixed for sure. I mean, even before they had the map updates, like the original build 42 map had like several attics that were unreachable without building stairs that had, you know, ladder access that if the ladders were functional, you could get up to them. I mean, the ladders are just, I guess, a work in progress right now. Yeah, I can't speak to the trees. It was mentioned in yesterday's stream that some people are having issues seeing furniture when a tree is like blocking it with its leaves. But I haven't went to a 2-story building that was near a tree yet. Eventually, I will probably encounter that, but I just haven't seen it yet because I am stuck in the fields with 1 million oids. Bro, why would he even turn around right where he did? He just saw me. Maybe he's eagle-eyed or pinpoint hearing, but foresight. Beer can. Maybe I try to go up here and see if there's like a farm. Could be a scarecrow. Okay, never mind. I'm not going up here. I was like, maybe the farm up here is gonna have a scarecrow I can just look at real quick, but there's just like 200 of them spread out evenly in the cornfield. Yeah, I'm queasy. I've been, sitting on top of the bodies all day. I've been trying to like manage my corpse sickness by, resting to the left and the right of the road, but it still, catches up to you a lot more than it used to. Even with Resilient, even with the face mask. It's just a lot more of a problem than it used to be. Have I read World War Z? I've not. I remember reading like one of the books or whatever that was like based on like way back in like grade school. The like zombie survival guide or something like that. I read all of that book at some point. I don't know if it was based on it, but I think some of like the lore. I guess those zombies in that book were just they didn't like run. Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't read a whole lot of books at all recently. Kind of a smooth brain in that department. Name 10 books, bro. I'll admit I'm a dumbass, bro. I'm stupid, man. Any way to create a light source? You can make... I have a fire pit I could turn on, but in terms of like electrical light sources, you're kind of restricted to just, you know, finding existing ones in the world. You know, there are, however, you know, with electrical skill, you can make a flashlight, you can make a lantern and stuff, but you can't place them down. And I need the recipe for them as well, so there's, you know, just some issues getting around that. And to you know, go into this a little bit more, I am illiterate, so a lot of those recipes are things that I'll just never be able to do. Like a torch or something. Yeah, I mean, I could have the, you mean torch like flashlight? How do you have so insane attack speed? You can check the description and there's the answer to your question. I'm pretty sure that there was a lamp you could make with an electrical that ran on batteries. Yeah, we're looking at, I mean, you might have sent that after one, but yeah, you can't place this one. Oh wait, no, you're talking about, so if you find a lamp in the world and you're electrical 5, you can convert it to make to be used with batteries. But you can't like make your own lamp. Flashlight pillar, yeah, I guess, you know, technically there is that, but this is like, this being the only built light source that isn't a campfire is kind of grief, I feel like. You know, this is the pinnacle of, you know, carpentry. A post with a flashlight taped to it. Awesome. I do wish there was a bit more added. $2,500 calorie fish. Eat the whole thing. Calories don't even go up. Watermelon's rotten. No, bro. These were high calorie, man. Oh well. I wasn't paying attention. I should have eaten these. Damn. I could have cut them up for seeds too, is the thing. Yeah, I wish there was a, like, you can already make the lantern. You should be able to hang the lantern from the roof or something. But unfortunately you cannot. Yeah, I wish that would change. Have some extra light sources. You know, whatever we got to add to the game to make the electrical still worth grinding. You know, they added like one, you know, useful across the board thing being that you could learn to do the generator at 3, but like some of these new craftable recipes, these I've never seen anyone use this. I've only ever seen people use the flashlights. You know, of course, if I'm restricting myself like I am in this run, you know, I will have to make this, but I don't have the recipe for it. But yeah, if this were able to be hung from the roof or, you know, in some way placed into the world, keep the power on, maybe an auto learn pipe bomb, you know, this at level 6, people would be, you know, a lot more inclined to get electrical up, but there is very little reason to grind this skill outside of the generator. All right, I am going to attempt to get my calories back up because I am losing this battle. Short blunt, I mean, short blunt is perfectly usable. Short blunt, you know, the short bat, you can get a million of those super easy. I've used the short bat a ton. Well, unfortunately, we have a super foggy day the second I start fishing. Personally, I do enjoy long blunt, but, you know, I think super late game, the difference between short blunt and long blunt isn't, you know, all that different. Of course, long blunt has more range. It has a range bonus at 7, but their damage output isn't all that different. You forge the nails I use? I did. But to get to the part of the game where you're forging nails is you have to forage nails. To forge nails, you need to forage with an A. Nails, you need 4 of them. And that's because you need the pottery wheel. But until you can do that, you are going to be putting all of your stuff on the floor. Because the best, you know, storage container that you can make is the bookshelf. The bookshelf is not great. This is like, even if you're organized, only 26. Fairly crazy with short weapons, long weapons start seeming obsolete. I mean, it's just either or, you know, like like I said, the only major difference between short blunt and long blunt is, you know, the range. But yeah, like damage output, the mace, you know, that you can make for short blunt, probably not all that different than the baseball bat in terms of, you know, crit rate, damage output. You can also, you know, for both of those, make the stone mace. Stone mace is a great pick for either of those. You know, I guess, you know, we'll just do sacks until this fog goes away. Rip sack. Yeah, pottery wheel is the breaking point. Once you get the pottery wheel, you can make the crucible, and then you can melt stuff down and have infinite nails. Because you can fish up broken fishing nets, and with level 6 fishing, you auto learn the recipe to break those down into wire, and with that, you can make nails. But you still need to find some metal initially to, you know, get the tools and all that set up. But I mean, in your quest to find 4 nails, you will easily find, you know, more than enough metal to smelt down. I'm still sitting on a bunch of steel that I can't use, but because I think with the primitive furnace, you can only smelt down iron. Yeah, I mean, I've been, you know, for the long time not using this specific flint saw. The flint saw is, without a doubt, my pick for the best weapon in the game. But I don't always go with what's the meta. You know, in the past, you've probably seen me just using the baseball bat or, you know, literally any other weapon. But I don't know. This, run in particular, I've had just, multiple people ask me what I think the best weapon is, what I think this is, whatever, and it is the flint saw. But do I think that the other weapons like the baseball bat and all that are just that unusable? No. Do I think the hatchet is unusable? No. Do I think the stone mace, both short and long blunt, is unusable? No. I think they're quite good. I just know that the flint saw is better in almost all categories. And that also the stone scythe has the same stats as the flint saw. They're outliers. All right. Fog's gone. I gotta do some fishing catch up. That's a giant paddlefish. Yeah, okay. So here. All right, look at this, guys. So, you ever wonder what you got to do for weight gain? 17,000 calories. 17 naked cowboys. 18 naked cowboys. Yeah, that's what. Oh my god. So oh my god. All right, we're gonna go ahead. So the thing about these giant fish though is look at my inventory space. So this thing weighs 44.4. It's at 72. This is like one of the few ways that you can overload your character. And the second I drop it, I won't be able to pick it back up anymore. And so you might think, oh, just put it in the stove to cook it. You can't do that because it's, too big. But if we, do some inventory manipulation here. Hold on, we're going to put these guys in the stove. And somehow I'm going to have to slice this up. Let's put it on the floor, though, and see what he looks like. Oh, my goodness. I need to get a knife to cut it up with. Have that in my inventory, right? Then I go slice fillet. And if we slice the fillet of this thing, which weighs 44, wherever, we'll look at it one last time before we cut it up. 44.2. So now that it's been sliced, the fillets weigh way less, but we didn't lose any calories by doing that. So now you can actually cook it. Before, it was like you would slice these up, and the only way that you could cook it is if you made it into soup and kind of fit it in there, but it looks like despite even slicing it up, I'm still going to need to cook these two things in two parts. Now, does that mean you should should you cut up every fillet you always get? You should not do that, because if you keep a fish whole like this, it does actually take longer to rot. So these fish are freshly caught and will last for like 3 days. But the fillets will only last for 2 days. What's up, Frog? What's up, Kaylin? All right, big fish. I mean, the reason butchering is hilarious is mainly just because the, you know, pork chops, mutton, and steaks that you get from pigs, cows, and sheep is so undervalued in its calories. We looked at it yesterday, and, you know, at most, some of those cuts that you're going to get are 200 calories each, whereas, you know, half of the fish that I just caught is more than 2 times the caloric value of 2 entire adult pigs. I still have the pork chops over there just rotting, which, by the way, they don't lose any calories when they go rotten. It's just the hunger that goes down. But we can go and look at the pork chops and compare it to these 2 fish fillets. All right, so we got, you know, 8,800 calorie fish fillet versus 200 calorie pork chop. 120 calorie, 101, 112. These are all done on the, you know, even less on the butcher and cook. I didn't just butcher them straight up. Just use a butcher and cook, bro. It doesn't matter. They are just equally bad. On an adventure, but also a fuck ton of stones. Don't shy away from the farm. Louisville is crematation headstone. Was there just like a big stockpile of rocks or something around? I typically just find the large stones, and it's been working out for me. I do need a bit more for my right ball here, though. It's not quite done, but the main thing I need to finish over there is just getting the floor down so I can actually build. I butchered a rabbit, gave me 10 pieces of 5K. Yeah, the rabbits are the way to go. So rabbits or fish, if you're not doing either of those options, all the other meat sucks. It is horrible. You can eat chicken after chicken after chicken and not gain weight. You can eat, you know, it doesn't matter whichever you choose. You have to go with fish. You have to go with rabbits. Those are your only options. Of course, cows, you do have like a slight option of going down, what's it? Butter works, but getting a cow to have butter requires it to be pregnant. It requires, you know, you to also just have a cow instead of, you know, just be next to water. Yeah. But if you're going to butcher the cow, the meat you get from it is not good. Whereas, you know, I'm eating just little bits of this fish fillet I caught. I'll have no problems gaining weight. $2,000 salad. No butter, no olive oil, no nothing. Instant weight gain. Butter will not make you sick, but if you eat butter on its own, you will be sad. But, I mean, if I eat fish fillets and stuff on my own, I'll also get sad. So, like, I can make the ultimate depression salad of just a bunch of fish fillets jammed together, but there's no reason to. Adding those nettles added 2 total calories. Let's 2 calories from nettles. Add rose hips. How much is it going to go up by? Like 50. These are just nothing. It does add calories, but it's never really worth it. Like, I'll put grape leaves in. I got 20 more calories. So basically all the calories you're eating are coming from the fish fillet, and that's it. Boogie 2988 salad. I gotta get the Mountain Dew and Doritos or whatever his like old fat ass videos are. Except that guy's like a gastric bypass now, and like some other like, I don't know. He went down like the mental illness influencer route to content, I guess. Daily report journal mod adds region background on my character. That is actually a TwisTonFire better something. I don't know. I think I didn't put that one in the description because I didn't have it when I made the description, but basically just makes it so there's like no scroll wheel. Like, you know, typically in build 42, if I have this open, there's like I wouldn't be able to have it all open. I'll have to change the description real quick to include that. Let me get to the end of the day and I'll add that there. Yeah, I'll give me a second. I have that one. It's just a relatively new addition to what I've had. Yes, the main thing is just because, you know, I get asked very frequently, what are your skills, where are you, like whatever, and I can have them all open without a giant scroll wheel. It gets rid of the space in between the skills. But even then, I typically only have like those 3 open just because, you know, I don't think most people are like, I wonder what foraging level he is in his foraging and crafting playthrough. He might be foraging 3, guys. I think he just got to level 3. Yeah, here we'll add it. What's up, Zonin? What is my glass making, bro? Bro, I wonder if he's done glass making. That might be why he's in Fallas Lake. That's probably why he can swing fast too. TwisTonFire, better character info. That is what I have. And let me get to the frickin' thing here. Settings, edit. Press enter. Yeah, let me scroll my entire screen down. That's what I want. Oh, and I guess I have no panic sound, but that's just... I'm not going to put that one in because I don't know if everyone wants to play with no panic sound. I just get tired of hearing the heartbeat all the time. Kind of annoying. Teen Beyond 10 mod where you can hit 15? I've not. Yeah, CDDA, no matter how experienced you are, sometimes you just can't make it out. Like, you'll, you know, be on fire. Also, why is my screen completely bright? Okay, well, nice. Oh, my game crashed. But yeah, sometimes CDDA, you just can't make it out. It's kind of like Kenshi Tor Solo, where just being able to get to the town is 90% of the challenge of the game. But once you're in the town, you can kind of reliably play, aka once you get to the farmhouse, you can start playing Zomboid. Have I tried Top of the World challenge? I did like a multiplayer-esque variant of that, where, you know, we were up on top of the off top of the world. But yeah, I've tried you know, a version of that prior to it being a game option. Yeah, CDDA, well, I mean, you just need to get out of the early section of it. Once you, of course, you know, can tend to all your stuff, you're essentially just playing Winter or Zomboid. Not the worst. But it is a bit more difficult getting your weight started if you spawn in the winter. Like, for example, I did a cryogenic winter playthrough, and my character went all the way from 95 weight to like 45 or something. But that was also because I was trying to get rabbits to work, and it is just they're not exactly the quickest thing to get off the ground, but once you do get them off the ground, they do work fine. No, any mod that makes winter more difficult but not super hard. You can do that exclusively from the sandbox settings. Just make it so that the global temperature is at the coldest value. Do very cold. And if not, you could try cryogenic winter, like one of the easier ones that makes it so winter is -60 or something. And I show my UI settings. I mean, like they're like pretty default. Yeah, I haven't changed really anything here. Like, I guess if you're asking about like the melee target outline, that is like I have that on, so it does a red outline, but everything else is regular. I don't have this like farthest zoom on because I feel like it's a little too much. And then keybinds is all regular. I just recommend you change the manual floor attack and sprint to be on separate keys. The left shift and sprint, you can run into issues if you are next to a fence when you're doing this, and you will vault over the fence. You really don't want that to happen, so I have my manual floor attack on left alt and my sprint on left control. This is all like pretty regular. I have blood decals off because they cause lag in multiplayer sometimes. Yeah, I actually did play some Civ pretty recently. I played a Korea playthrough. Just on the world map, and went for a domination victory. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I haven't played. All right, is my save just cooked now? Is that what I'm learning? I guess I did just like pause my game as soon as I got in. I don't know. Sometimes I probably need to build more crates, especially now that I'm level 7, and just put not every item, but like most of the things on the floor into crates. The game does not like... Here, we'll go and change... What is it? Display... We're gonna do... 3D items, wherever it is. Yeah, 3D display items, turning that off can make things a bit more stable. Especially if you're playing, you know, late game with a million items on the floor. It is less cool, but, you know, when I have big chunk of seaweed, big chunk of bones, big chunk of all this crap. All right. So I'm going to take my limited nails and build some crates so I can stop crashing. No, I'm chilling. The only thing that like tilts me in the game is the animals destroying my stuff, which, like, you know, obviously yesterday I was kind of getting a little upset about that, but because sometimes I feel like they get stressed and then they just go ballistic, and it's like, okay, well, goodbye, like everything else. And as somebody that I definitely build a lot more than, you know, some other players, that just means the animals have more stuff to smash. Need to find a garbage cannon. I already went and deleted most, if not all, the things that I was going to delete, but all these are a problem too. Oh, what did I not grab the stone axe? I guess not. No, it's here. Primates had so much rotten bugs on the floor, you had to do what you just did. Yeah, I mean, it's more of like a not like a intended punishment, but like if you're a super disorganized player and you have stuff like that. But I guess, you know, most of my stuff is like in a pile. It's just I don't have nails to make the crates with, man, so I can't put it all away. We can do probably a crate out here for all the fishing stuff. I mean, I probably should just put the crate. There we go. Then we'll do a crate for the seeds. We'll do a crate for our metal blacksmith stuff. Well, okay, I'm out of nails now. Alright, we'll just make nails from chunk. It doesn't hurt. You know, I suppose I can just do the crate here, and then that is a crafting surface. Right. Any particular reason you swing at the trees instead of using the chop command? So if you use the chop command, you don't get maintenance. Whereas if you just swing at them manually, you do get maintenance, but you have to press like the fast forward key after you swing every time to do it quick. So you just get more maintenance if you do it that way. I feel about garbage cans letting you instant delete everything. The game is hyper realistic. Then there's a black hole garbage can. I mean, has to be some, you know, level of that stuff happening just for the player's sake, you know. Otherwise, you get stuck with, oh, I have, you know, 100 rotten pieces of fish that I have no use for at all. I guess I'll make more compost. Oh, I gotta saw it up first. Hold on. You can use a box top as a craft surface, you can. So like right now, if I, you know, for example, do like axe, I don't have a surface out here, but if I build the crate, it should be fine. Now we didn't have a surface, but then if I type axe again, now the surface requirement is met. The crates are very good for that. Plus, you know, if you're organized, you have 78 stuff to work with. Very good. Alright, I could do one more crate. Let's just do crate out here for these knives, I guess. Put all the knives in the crate. That is 54 less items that I have to load. Take all the bones. That is a bunch less items. Knife that up with the rest of them. Yeah, organized. I don't think organized is like critical to have, but after you start getting used to playing with organized, it's very hard to not play with organized. Especially like if you are early game, you know, 0 strength, 0 fit. It's a lot more stuff you can carry. Oh, I'm not looking forward to emptying 35 tin cans of water, but I'm going to have to here. What are the biggest issues with farming? My friend wants to farm on MP server, but I say it needs to fix farming. It's more so that, like, so you're playing multiplayer, right? which means you can't fast forward. So time is always going to go really slowly. Also, you're playing multiplayer, which probably means you're not going to sleep, which time is going to pass more slowly. Also, you're playing multiplayer, and unless everyone is based up at the same spot, somebody will inevitably stay up all night and progress the game by months into the future, and your crops will probably rot, unless you're playing with the crops don't rot mod. So I don't think that you necessarily need to fix farming as much as, you know, playing with 5 times growth speed as well as seasons off is going to be the only way that you really see your crops, you know, mature, especially in a multiplayer setting. Nutritionist is a must. I mean, only have nutritionists on right now so that I can, you know, talk about the calories and stuff. Like, once you just understand that the only, you know, method of gaining weight, if you're, you know, you don't have a box of cereal that you can eat, is fish, butter, and rabbits. You don't necessarily need nutritionists, but it is nice to, like, you know, have it as a talking point if you're, you know, constantly being asked what you need to do to gain weight is. Yeah, you can turn garbage can deletion off in the sandbox settings, but I would leave it on. It's kind of it's not realistic, but there are times where, you know, for example, you don't need 69 seaweed. Wow, you don't need 52 plastic bottle. I don't need, you know, I guess in my context, I can't make these pants, so I would just delete them, but yeah, I don't know the calorie count of stuff, like, off the top of my head, but, you know, like, I know peanut butter is like 2,000, you know, cereals are like 2 or so. So you just know certain foods are calorie dense and some aren't. Let's see, I can put this stuff up. I think it's all just gonna go in here. At least whatever I can fit. Nice. That is a lot less items. Put all the clay in here. Very good. Is that full now? It is not. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good in terms of getting most of this stuff set up. I do have all these pork chops. I might just get rid of these. You know, I feel like at this point we all kind of understand that some things are high calories and some aren't. But yeah, this is what my weapon wheel looks like in 2D. It's kind of pitiful. That down. I am going to, while I have 2D sprites, just get all this stuff because it's easier to see where it is. I don't have to, like, scope out where some twigs are just buried under the grass here. And some of the stuff is just charcoal. That down, put that in my bag. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the 2D sprites, but I think the move to 3D is just, you know, it looks so much better. I don't think anyone's arguing that, but it does save a lot of performance not having to load them. Maybe if only some of the sprites could be selectively 2D. Like, I wouldn't mind twigs and splinters. I mean, I wouldn't mind splinters just being taken out of the game altogether. They're completely useless to me. But, I mean, I guess there has to be some useless items. What's up, man? I am preventing my game from crashing by picking up items because it's been a problem. I don't know. We've had a couple of crashes this stream, not gonna lie. But 2 of them related to animals. This one more so just closing and reopening my game when I have a bunch of items all over the place. Sort of my fault, but you know, it's been hard for me to make nails for crates. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I have played this game a lot. Of course, right now we're not, you know, in a crazy gameplay segment. We're just tidying things up because I have neglected to do so for a while here. Picking up sticks the game. But I can make this stuff into charcoal, and then I can actually get some use out of it. That up, rest for a little bit. I think I heard a rabbit. Is there magic in this game? No, it is a rather grounded experience. There's no fantasy elements. Alright, we're going to make a bunch of charcoal. Okay, I need to stop fast forwarding, please. There we go. You know, I did just, you know, finish putting a bunch of items on the floor to turn them into other items that I am in turn putting on the floor. I suppose I can make another crate in here for that. Yeah, I mean, I guess there is some fantasy in that there are zombies in the game. But would I say that's magic? I probably wouldn't, but yeah, who knows? Maybe there's a wizard in the woods and he's causing the Nox virus. That's the source. I'm not a dev, I'm not a beta tester. That very well could be what is happening. Should be eating my 2,000 calorie fish, but I'm just entranced by cleaning my world up right now. Eat all. I'm gonna do... Wait. Where's my fish fillet? What happened to it? Oh, it's on the floor. Use salad, salad, salad. I must have gotten rid of my water bottle when I put all this stuff in the crate, but... I'm going to turn all this into charcoal, and then I just have more items to deal with. I guess I could do blacksmithing to get rid of some of this stuff. Feels kind of silly that I'm just going to be pounding through charcoal, a valuable resource, to have less items, but... simply have too much of it. You get a lot of wood from cutting trees down. I got most everything. It's so much easier to see that stuff when you have the 3D models off. Big dung. Why do I have this here? Alright, that is good. I'm gonna go to bed after I fill my water up, but I don't have my water bottle anymore because I put it in here probably. Well, I can just take a new one. I can take these fish guts too, and I put them in here. Great time for Nightmare. Let me put my tools up. I don't need this one with me anymore. Stone hammer, saw. Don't have any more nails. Are you gonna make, if you ever find a full tarp and some rolls of duct tape, probably the, I mean, I don't know if you're just like asking to hear the answer you want to hear, but I mean, there is a, like a salt vest that you can make with that. That'll probably would be what I end up doing, but yeah, there is a chest rig that you can make with the tarp, but in my experience, the tarp is pretty rare to find from foraging, so I guess, you know, if I find a tarp just in a container somewhere, I'll allow myself to use it. Like I said, I've not been super strict on my craft everything. It's more so just if what I can make is, you know, my own thing, because otherwise I would have to research stuff that I can't get unless I take it off of Zed. Yeah, I can do a leather fanny pack as a thing, but I've never really been a huge fan of the fanny pack because these things are so small. Their encumbrance reduction is pretty high, but it's not really worth having unless, you know, you're like very early game and you don't have any other bag. Alright, we're about to make so much charcoal. Yeah, I like the chest rig so long as I don't have a angled flashlight, but I don't think anyone is denying the viability of that item. Being able to use two-handed stuff and a flashlight at the same time, invaluable. Alright, most of that charcoal freed up. Let's see about melting some of this stuff down. We'll do the broken tongs. And that is it for that stuff. Then I have a lot of small things I would like to smelt down. That's good. Those are all useful to me. Why would I melt down a chunk into a chunk? Paring knife, do a bunch of these. Masonry trowel. Alright, I have 42 chunks, so I think it's time I expand the base a bit. In terms of leveling up blacksmith, there's not a whole lot else I can do here, right? Might just make nails. I could push to get the advanced forge. I have leather tanned, and I have that leather over there that is drying out. Which, by the way, I should check on. It is fully dry. You know, I guess we can work towards getting this bellows and all that set up. I have leather there. I have leather over here somewhere, I think. Or, no, it's on the floor right there. I can see it. So I have 2 medium leather, meaning I can do both the furnace and the forge. But I need to make a bellows twice. Okay. I made a suit of armor. I have. And I have the entire video essentially of me going from start to finish of the run on my channel. But yeah, it looks cool. There's a lot of combat devos you kind of run into. I think having like the arm, like forearm armor and elbow pads and stuff is worth having. The neck guard, of course, as well as some chest armor. But when it comes down to, it's like you just get kind of slow wearing it all. It does look cool though. With turning gold, silver sheets to coins, yeah, there's all sorts of recipes like that, and for just grinding back and forth on the blacksmithing where you can be neutral. The problem I've found is more so just the other recipes like tailoring where you're stuck at level 1. Blacksmith though, you can saw chunks. Let's see, required items. There is a saw. Let's see, chunk. Iron. Okay, output. Piece. Maybe you can't do this anymore. Oh, it's because I'm in tailoring. Yeah, cut down piece. So Why does aluminum scrap get sawn into steel piece? What? Oh well. These pieces you can turn into buckles, and the buckles are a pretty high amount of experience, so they're worth doing. Mixed medium light armor. Yeah, I typically just armor the U-shape section at the top here. That is where you're primarily gonna get kind of hit. All right, we're gonna do. So I need to make the anvil mold. This. And I might need to do the better furnace first, right? Here, let's look at the furnace, because I can get the big furnace first. Yeah. Let's just get the bellows going, I guess. Which, large bellows with an L. I need planks, I need nails, I need small handles. That I can all do. I might even still have the nails in my bag. I don't actually, I lied. Alright, medium handle. Then I need nails, which I have none. So items am I running on this playthrough? You can go back to the start of this stream. Not this stream in particular, but Eating Bugs in the Woods. It was the first stream that I played. I have showed everything on stream, including the mods, including the settings, including the traits I picked on there. If you are interested in any major rundown to stuff, it's all there. But the major setting that I'm playing with is I'm playing with 16 times the oids. If you're curious about anything beyond that, they are all listed there. There are like 1,000 settings in this game. But yeah, 16 times the oids, the most oids that you can play with. I need a crafting surface to do this. Bellows, do it. All right, where am I gonna put the furnace? I think I'll put the furnace out here. Oh, they made the bellows a lot. This thing used to weigh 40. Clay, cement, trowel. Tailoring is so cool, but so incredibly annoying to prepare for. I think it's, well, what I'm, you know, what you're witnessing with me right now is just me being illiterate and also not having a bonus. So it hurts pretty bad to, you know, have no bonus tailoring going on. Medium leather crude. Did I just not use the stuff out there? All right. What? Also, where's the bellows at? There's allegedly a bellows in this somewhere. But I think I can melt steel down. Cast blacksmith anvil. That is what I want. All right. I guess I'll do one more bellows. Bellows that I want to do the forge in here, or maybe over here inside this section. Oh, let me just drop this on the floor real quick. Drop that. Drop a bunch of planks. I probably don't need them. I know the forge I also need what's it like? We need a wooden bucket to go with that. It's not the easiest thing to do. Wait, I do need those. We're gonna take the nails back. We're gonna take the hammer back. We're gonna take the saw, and then all these logs I'm gonna take over here. I want to build the advanced furnace in that section. We need a lot more nails to do that. My ears blow. Wait, let me make sure we're going across the same amount. Yeah, I need to do just one more. I want to have lopsided balls. No, sir. FLO. Yeah, I need to go up 2 more. Right? Alright. Alright, just in time for my hammer to break. No biggie. So I want to put the forge here. I might smash this down and turn it into a door, though. Because I'll be in and out of there when I'm doing blacksmithing stuff. Yeah, you could be Mr. Yellow and just have yellow pants, yellow shirt, yellow backpack, yellow. My whole life yellow. Radius are burpees, mid, shite, deadass, do squats, and push-ups. Yeah, I think burpees are... I mean, if you just want to like throw in a set of anything at the end of the day to... you know, start exercising, burpees aren't the worst, but if you're spamming them, you hit agony. And if you hit agony, then you need like to manage your pain in some way to continue exercising. Whereas like if you just spam squats all day, you never hit agony. If you spam push-ups all day, you'll hit agony too, but push-ups you like have to be doing exclusively push-ups the whole day. Like you can probably only do, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours even at max regularity of burpees and still hit agony. We're gonna do a whole box of nails. And no, I didn't turn the volume down. On my bad. Alcohol maxing, I can hit those burpee yells out. You can, it's just, you have to, you know, if you want to, you know, metagame the alcohol, you gotta, let me find my bottle. So I have a full bottle of whiskey that I poured 1% of it into a different bottle, and then you can just drink that bottle with 10 milliliters or whatever, and drink like just a, you know, one frame of that. Now I essentially, by sipping that at all, have sipped alcohol, and you can minimize your pain that way. But like, you have to in turn have alcohol, and that's just like another step of doing it that I try to avoid. I try to have like as little steps as possible, and you know, the steps to doing squats is just spamming squats over and over again. You just get up, squat, sit down, wait for stamina to go away, you know, just get through the rhythm of fast forwarding that. Super easy. But if you are sitting on top of a lot of alcohol, you can do what I just showed you, and that does get you through it. Yeah, but I wouldn't just sip straight from the bottle, because if you do that, then you'll be using a lot more alcohol. I gotta smash these boulders up. I get that I look a little aimless right now, but I need to smash the boulders up so I can make a hammer, so then I can build the roof to my furnace. Alright, we got... Throw all these down, grab one of them. Actually, we're gonna get two because we've got two hammers. No, don't sit down, bro. And I could be wrong, but I think alcohol and pain pills are near identical in their pain reduction. I don't think there's a huge difference between them. Alright, stone hammer, saw. I have like no planks to work with. Here, using the dumbbell. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with using the dumbbell, but the push-ups are just better. Yeah, the animation on the push-ups is quicker than the dumbbell one, and overall, like from a time perspective, you get more experience to your investment from push-ups. I do wish that they increased the XP you get from the dumbbell or the barbell, or maybe they add in some barbell exercises that aren't just curls. That would be awesome. Barbell bench press day one. Maybe one day. I can flex my 65-pound bench press PR. Guys, we're loading up the bar with 2 10s. Everyone from Gymshark, get your phones out and record me, please, bro. I'm about to max out. The strongest broccoli-haired guy in the gym. Not gonna be a small castle in the woods either. Bro, how dare you call my dick castle small? With its misformed balls. What am I even looking for here? I'm the rope? Yeah. I need the rope, but I don't know what I did with it. I know I moved it because the tool shelf is getting huge and I can take these crates apart now and get bigger ones. Is it on the floor? No, wait, I put it outside because I was wrangling all the animals. Yeah, there it is. But it's by the time I get all this going, it's going to be too dark for me to tie the rope up, unfortunately. Can't use the exercise bench, you cannot. I think you can rest on it, but that's like, I don't know. That's about it. I don't know, I quite like how the characters look and the art style and all that. 2.5D kind of works out pretty well. Alright, we need to eat these fish fillets that are going bad. Bam. Eat all. I don't know if I'll be able to eat. Oh yeah, we're not gonna finish these. Well. Nutrition rework lets us save recipes? What do you mean? How's that fit into the nutrition rework? I just want them to give a use to carbs and lipids or whatever outside of weight gain. Because there needs to be some fitness multi or whatever, like there is a strength one. Fitness just takes so much longer for that reason. Get more logs. We're gonna unstack you, turn you into a 4-stack, then 4-stack that one. Primary, go here. Do it again, 2-stack. Go back up here. Oh, you mean like food stuff. Yeah, but that's like the food. The nutrition rework I want to see is them give carbs and fats a use, as well as, you know, making the meat that isn't fish and rabbits actually useful. You show where you are on the map. You spawn in Fallas Lake and go to the left. That is where I am. I am tucked right in between the 2 rivers over there. Of course, when you get here, there's going to be no castle. It's a build your own castle adventure. And when you get here, you're definitely going to want to have some type of crafting surface that you can do. A little tough to get them. Yeah, it's very defensible over here, just in between the forks. The Zeds can only come from one way. And, you know, even if they do come from that one way, there's like... These cells I'm in are 0 population cells. So there's not really anything out here. But of course, you know, we are close enough to Fallas Lake that, you know, I can walk there in, you know, less than a few hours. Like, that's just the town, and that's where I am. But if you don't want to do a whole building adventure, there are the cabins north of here. There are 5 of them, so you can very easily, you know, have a more wilderness playthrough like this in a pre-built house, if you so desire. I just like building my own stuff and starting from nothing. Yeah, migration is on, but like I said, the target population for these cells is 0. So they will come over from like meta events. They will come over from, you know, if I just pull them over here, but they won't naturally ever try to redistribute to these cells. Because of where they are. Put up some guardrails. I am a bit concerned about that. Yeah, I will admit, but right now I'm just focused on getting these floors built. Like, this is something with the perspective. The only part of what you see here is upstairs, but it meshes in with the downstairs. The exact same, you know, texture. Be a little confusing looking at that. So if you're building flooring, make sure you only ever do the walk to kind of stuff to, you know, walk to your tiles. Be very careful. Especially, so falling from a 1-story, even if you aren't extremely overloaded, does a lot of damage. You risk breaking your leg. Is your character okay? If I sit here overburdened, my health will go down, yes. But it will only go down to halfway. The same is true for a character that has 2 scratches on their feet, which is, you know, essentially how my run started, where I have no shoes and my feet are just, like, permanently scratched until I can make them. What the heck fats would do? I think just fat should have an amplified effect on weight gain, which, you know, to an extent they already do. But yeah, overburden doesn't matter, but being overburdened and falling does matter. Yeah, and being overburdened and falling, you know, you have a chance to either straight up die or break your leg. And Silly Heli meta events essentially got room planned for the finished article. What do you mean finished article? Some jank with sleeping while overburdened and killing the characters. Yeah, I haven't done any of that. I mean, in general, this is an okay moodle to have, so long as you're at your house. But if you're out and about and you're overburdened, you really don't want to be even like the first tier. I guess the first tier is okay, but... overburdened, you know, at home, we're chilling. If I'm outside, terrible. plan for the castles. Yeah, this room I'm currently doing, I'm gonna have it be the advanced forge room, since it's just adjacent to where the furnace is. So we got like primitive crafting here, as well as leather drying. Then I'm gonna have furnace. Then this will be like at some point once I've killed a lot more here, have a bridge over entryway, and then this will be like my, I guess later on, bedroom area, and that's like just the starting room. Fallas Castle. Yeah, man, we're fitting right in with the PP Lake. We're being very mature. Oh my god, grow up, bro. Why do boys just draw dicks on everything? Alright, I'm gonna work towards getting the walls down there kind of built up, and then I'll finish doing the roof. Only way to tell that one plank is a floor is a slight different shading. Yeah, there's like a tiny different. I still would, not, when you're doing that, really just only use walk 2 and try to walk in straight lines. Don't walk at diagonals. And I already used walk 2 a bunch, but like there especially, you don't want to, break your, so like if you make a mistake, your run is either completely gone or you're doing nothing for the next 10 days while you wait for your leg to heal. Not a whole lot of fun outcomes from that. That really it for, oh, I only had one instance of clay cement. There's more down here, I think. Well, that one's only one usage. Zombie migration actually moves zombies across the cells by itself. I heard a lot of mixed stuff. Just exit the game and cancel fall damage. Are you talking about like a Minecraft technique right now? I mean, it could work in PC. I don't know. I've never tried to cancel fall damage like that. The falling more than one floor, it doesn't insta kill you, but one floor you can break your leg. One floor you can die. One floor, if you're overburdened, will for sure, you don't do that. Don't fall when you're overburdened. Yeah, I mean, either way, you just don't fall. Don't do it. First aid tweezers time. Yeah, I mean, please don't jinx me. I don't want to do the first aid grind again. That wasn't fun. I did not enjoy taking glass out of my feet over and over again for 4 days straight to make my leg heal faster. I'm gonna try to turn the 3D objects on. I put away a bunch of them. Obviously this isn't great. 186 charcoal. This isn't great. I forged so much comfrey when I broke my leg. Yeah, when I broke my leg though, it was the middle of winter, and it's almost the middle of winter. Maybe I should get comfrey before that happens. I was playing cryogenic winter, and it essentially I was never gonna forge comfrey, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I think that like the XP cutoff for watching TV, how it's at 3, could be applied to, some of the crafts. Like sterilizing a bandage gives XP until you hit level 3, or... Oh, hello? Bro. Alright. Yeah, today just isn't the Zomboid day, it seems. It's okay. Slight concerning seeing the skull next to my save like that, but... That crash? Yes. I was foraging, I found a flint flake, and I crashed. Right after I turned 3D models on. Alright, well, at least I'm back where I was. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing different today, but it is... Well, first, the animals, I think, caused that. And, the other one, I don't know. Because... I'll try playing with 3D models on, and... I did clean this up, like, pretty substantially, though. How goes it? What's going on, bro? Yeah, we've crashed a lot. Oh, let me get actual scythe gaming. Whoa, he's gonna use the stone scythe as a tool? No way. Bro, this is just not worth it, as it straight up is just a weapon. A very balanced weapon. I would have thought this thing would have cleared a 2x2 of brass at least. Like the big one does a 3x3. Yeah, this is just straight up better to do by hand than it is to use the Stone scythe. How long have you been playing this save? I'm 4 months in. Where can I find an animal trailer? I've found them pretty frequently at farms, as well as just roadside events. You can find it connected to different cars. You can also move animals around by just tying some rope to them. Yeah. Wherever you might find animals, you might also find the trailer. But it has to be where a car is parked. Oh, am I out of grass? No, I'm not. Cement. There we go. Near Rosewood. I'm not sure. The whole map was revamped very recently. And I am not in Rosewood right now, and I have not played in Rosewood. Hey Bradford, can you burn the leaf overlays? I have not tried. You can't use them as campfire fuel if that's what you're asking. But I haven't tried like lighting them on fire. Window. Stone window, where is it? Oh, I don't even have enough bricks. That's what's going on. All right. Yeah, you can't burn them. Yeah, you can drop them on the floor. It still is like just a completely useless thing that, I don't know. Like if you want to build in this biome, you just have to pick up so many of them. Like I just got rid of all that grass over here, but now there's just these like little piles I have to go over and pick up, and I can't use them for anything. But I mean, I don't think that dry leaves on the ground, you know, necessarily need. This isn't game over that I can't do anything with every item in the game. Has the heli come by yet? I don't have the heli on. I'm 4 months in. I might put it on to sometimes much later in the run, but I don't know. My experience, the heli just kind of slows the game down. Because it's just going to be more of I run out into the woods or away from all my problems. Even more than I already have. How can I walk on water? I can't walk on water. This is my attempt to walk on water right now. You're witnessing 4K. This is just like the corner of a tile. No, the leaves cannot be used as fuel. Make it a ween base? What do you mean, bro? What are you trying to say about my base? Yeah, I mean, I think the Helion can be fun. It's just, especially in 16x, like the strategy is either like you are either a roided out combat fiend and can actually just handle whatever comes at you, which, you know, I'm kind of approaching that. Or B, you just run away into the woods, even farther into the woods than I am right now, and you know, only have cells loaded that don't have Zeds in them, and you're kind of just waiting like every 2 weeks for that to happen. So you'll have like days where it's like, oh, now I'm just in the woods waiting for this day to happen so that I can go back to doing what I was doing before. Here's a question. Is there a good way to get rid of plastic chairs if I don't have a sledgehammer? You can just put them in a trash can and throw them away if you have a ton of them and you don't want them. You just put them in the trash can and hit delete. They're small enough to go in there. Pigs hate dead leaves. They get stressed when they see them. No, pigs get stressed when their pen is too small. Get it right. Can you thermally disintegrate them to produce energy? No, you can't take apart the leaves. I'll go and pick them up to show you. We'll grab one leaf. I'll hit destroy for fuel. Barbecue, baseball bat, broken branch, ID card, notch plank, pencil, rag, tree branch. No leaf. No leaf. Just, it's without abuse. Yeah, you can also drop all your plastic chairs on the floor by just right-clicking and doing drop instead of placing it. But if you really just don't want them, you can just delete them in the trash can. Can you compost them? I haven't tried. I'll make a base like this, and if I could, I would be hungry and dead by the same time I reach it. Yeah, there's a lot of prep that has went into, you know, getting me to where I am right now. I mean, I started with nothing, and I didn't even have shoes. So, I mean, if you're just getting started with the game, you're new to it, I would recommend, you know, just trying to maybe go to like McCoy's logging. There's a bunch of nails and building materials up there, as well as empty space. You know, they have axes for cutting trees down. So you can go to McCoy's and kind of experiment with like a lot of the building techniques and stuff up there. But in this save in particular, I have been doing pure wilderness and allowing myself to not take clothing or anything from Zeds. Yeah, I think, well, the leaves are like a new thing, right? Because they weren't in the they weren't in the game during Unstable, or maybe they were. I don't know. I just feel like I'm running into them a lot more, but I haven't really played in Fallas Lake before. Epic Castle gameplay. Yeah, we're you know, making the Fallas for Fallas Lake with nothing. Every time something went wrong, I would definitely recommend for you trying out McCoy's. McCoy's just has like a lot of building materials. The population isn't terribly high, and you also have a gas station that's pretty close to you. You do wish to go into the town to replenish. Oh, that won't fit. We can just put you in the bag, I guess. All right, I have nails. Oh wait, I don't think I need to build anything else up here. I think I just have, yeah, that's the outline of the balls. Okay, you know, I've been concerned for far too long about running up here and not having a I'm gonna build a fence up here before I fall off because it's gonna happen, and I'm gonna be very sad. Looks, the guy, it's not a tiny face cam. It's average sized. Get it through your thick skull. I feel so much safer. Alright, I'm gonna do 1 round sack, get some XP, and then I'm gonna head out. We've been playing Minecraft for too long. Not the size of the castle, how deep the moat is. I don't know, my moat might be pretty deep. That's so deep the oids can't walk through it. Why is bro so small in the corner? I'm not small. It's an average size face cam, guys. Stop talking about it. All right, we're gonna make the depression salad. So that's depression salad 1, and then there's another bowl over here somewhere. Or actually, I put it away when I had the 3 items off, and I don't think I remember what I did with it. Bro, it's not okay. It's like slightly above average, you know, like I'm not gonna sit here and talk about how big my face cam is, but it's definitely not small. All right, awesome. Now we have firefighter axe without a crappy handle. Water bottle, we're gonna fill up. Dude, please just learn a language IRL. Stop. Damn. It's over for me. I'm such a fat chud. I will never learn a language. How do you fish? Can you learn? Because I never did fishing. It's a matter of just throwing the bobber on top of where bubbles are and reeling it in. Where's my base? To the left of March Ridge. Have I done any playthroughs with Big Bad Beaver? I've not. The only like major YouTuber that you guys might know that I've played with is Ricksta Tricks. I've played in some of his multiplayer events. But yeah, for fishing, you just get a bobber, get some bait. Or not a bobber, but a fishing rod.
Hey.
Put the bait on the fishing rod, throw it on top of the bubbles. And you gotta reel them in. Do I not do vehicles? I do not. Vehicles are dangerous, bro. And the fastest method of me getting around is my own 2 feet. Vehicles are loud, they take gas. So let's explain the gas situation. So the gas stations on 16x oids have 1 million oids at the around them. I would have to kill 1 million oids to get to the gas station. Once I get to the gas station, the power is going to be off. So I need to put a generator down, and then to power the generator, I need to put gas into it. So then I need to find a car that has fuel in it and take the gas out of the car and put it into the generator. And now that there's a generator down, that I also don't even have a generator. So I need to, you know, before all that, find the generator and put it down at the gas station after I kill 1 million oids and find gas in a car and put it into the generator. And then it's down at the gas station. Then I need to turn the generator on. But to turn the generator on, I need to be electrical 3. And to get electrical 3, I need to disassemble 1,050 watches. And I've done none of that. But after I do all that, then I can turn the generator on. And then I can get gas, and then I can put it into a car, which also I don't have a car or a key to one. But after, then I can put the gas into the car with the generator that I don't have into the car that I don't have to turn the car on and drive around in the car. And then after doing all that, I'm Sunday driver. So that's the car. Is that a boomerang? It's a stone scythe. What weapon mod do I use? This is all vanilla. The mods I have are all listed in the description of the video. None of them add gameplay elements or items to the game. It is strictly pretty vanilla. Bro will say this while working out for 10 months, pretty much. You're a stone scythe. No, you're a stone scythe. Yeah, I can probably edit this into a longer video. Are you killing so easy? Because I am level 7. I am not an early game character. And this weapon in particular is very balanced. Metal like mod would be useful. True, true. Can you include that monologue? Trust me, it's not going to be the last time I explain the car or generator situation. In fact, it's the 3rd time this stream. How does build 42 feel? I enjoy it quite a bit. Can you smelt tin cans as metal? You cannot. Yeah, crashing a car, not great for long-term survival. How many hours I got? I have 3,000. I have well, like a lot. What is the big goal I'm trying to achieve? I'm trying to get an advanced forge up, fix my castle cock, make it nice and wonderful over there, you know, level up my stats. But yeah, advanced forge is something. I also want to get to clothing that insulates me better. Right now, my torso is not as insulated as it could be. There's some sheepskin clothing, but I'm waiting for the sheep to reproduce. So actually what I'm doing is also trying to get into Fallas Lake. There's all just a whole lot of things I'm progressing towards. We're solidly into the mid game. You run it by me one more time. I was blind, so I couldn't hear. There's like a generator, and it's so big, and I'm trying to fit it into my inventory, but it's way too big. That's what's happening. How would you start blacksmithing? I have already done it. We are solidly into blacksmithing, guys. But to get to blacksmithing, you need to forge 4 nails to make a pottery wheel. Once you do that, you can make a crucible. And then you can melt stuff down and start making things out of metal. Oh, we got a gun. I have a gun and I am unhinged. Need to start a pottery wheel. Yeah, pottery wheel. So you need nails to do it though, which is like the one grief thing that you got to get around. Once you have nails though, you can make nails and, you know, make all sorts of other metal things. But the pottery wheel requiring nails, it's a big L in the game's, you know, progression. That face cam is 6 inches, by the way. It's above average, I'm telling you. I don't have a micro face cam. An above average face cam. Why is nails hard for you? Because you have to forge them to forge them. AKA, you have to forage with this menu. Find them as loot in the wilderness to forge them. F-O-R-G-E with no A. So it takes a long time to find nails. They're not easy to get. When can't you find them in PUI? I mean, if I allowed myself to, yes. You can also just take apart furniture and all that. But if you're playing pure wilderness, it's not the worst. Why use gun? Did your stone scythe run out of gas? No, I am just using the gun for fun. Need to forge for a trapping magazine so you can start trapping, or am I wrong? Oh, that would be awesome if I could read it. But I can't. 420? Yeah, we're 420. Yeah, I haven't allowed myself. So like, you know, if you're wondering, oh man, how easy is it to get shoes? I can just spawn in with them. I didn't spawn in with them. Okay, well, if you're naked, you can just get them off of Zed. I didn't allow myself to get them off of Zed. I had to make my own shoes. I had to make my own shirt. I had to make my own pants, my own underwear, my own sock. You don't have to do that. That is entirely optional. You can spawn in with shoes if you want. I just felt like it would be a fun challenge. I mean, if I really wanted, I could spawn in with no zombies on the map and a million loot. Or make the zombies super weak. Or I could be super mega I hate myself mode and play with sprinters with 2 broken legs. But I just feel like some of the crafting stuff you're never really incentivized into doing unless you're, you know, making it so that you, the player, you know, have some outlines like that. Now, of course, I haven't been, you know, as strict as I possibly could be with the challenge. I did allow myself to get a digital watch. There are certain things like that that you just cannot craft. Like a Daisy bandit. I look like the original Daisy mod bandit guy, where you have negative karma or whatever. 16x wilderness run like this are so rewarding once you get progress rolling. Really, like the biggest thing I think that felt great in this run was getting shoes. Like once you have shoes, you could actually walk around and not be hopeless and max tensed and, you know, half health the entire time. Can't craft a sundial. Yeah, my mobile sundial on my wrist. So what you technically can do to know the time is you can look at the foraging menu and look at where the sun is. Like it's about to set because it's like 5 p.m. in the winter. That's like the only real way that you can tell what time it is with no watch. Or am I wearing a full helmet or head wrap? Any tips for inventory management? Try to keep as little stuff outside of your bag as possible. If you can't hold it in your bag, you really should have a reason to have it. Like, if we look at my main inventory right now, I have weapon that I literally just picked up, weapon on my back, food, and water. That's all I have in my main inventory. Everything else is like an equipped clothing item. In my bag, I have weapon I picked up today, backup weapon, handy knife for crafting. These things are useless, but you know, they weigh 0.15. The pencil to write stuff on the map, caffeine pills in case I get tired, and you know, spare footwear in case I break my shoes again, which I learned the hard way was bad. But yeah, you just want to only have like extremely useful things that you're actually going to use in your bag, you know, potentially, and then the rest of it is either like weapons and food in your main inventory. We'll use Alice suspenders. You can craft a chest rig with tarp if I ever find tarp. But yeah, there's no Alice belt that I can make. But I mean, there's also technically no angled flashlight I can make, so... How do you spring so fast? Check the description for the answer to your question. Looks like that one TikTok where the dad has that piece of wood so he can holding on to. What? Oh, you mean the... Yeah, I know what you're talking about, where he just has like some 2x4 nailed together or whatever. Yeah, I need this broken chair leg, bro. Yeah, I think the chest rig would be... I don't know, it'd be weird to kind of like balance the stuff between... you know, the Alice actually having use versus the chest rig, but there's a trade-off between both of them. Chest rig does look cooler though. Still great for capacity and less total movement. My current objective, I'm killing oids to get metal. No duffel bag. I'm not allowed to take stuff from oids. I have to make it myself. Oids have metal. They potentially have stuff like this hunting knife stabbed into them that I can melt down. Brand new gamer has asked the question. Sir, another question has hit the building. Night froze, we lost, we did. As a knife bro, I was saddened by the changes they did to combat in Build 42. A longstone knife definitely is usable, but it is far from the heights that it could be. I mean, the knives I'm melting down into something. Another example of the problem that you're describing is getting rags. So if I don't allow myself to rip Zed clothing up for rags, how do I get rags? Well, fun fact, you can, and I did in this playthrough. you take a fishing rod and you fish over bubbles and you don't put bait on your rod, and you can catch trash. And one of the 6 things you can catch as trash is a rag. So if I, for example, wanted to level up tailoring, I would have to sit there and fish with no bait for days and days to get 1/6 of the trash that is rags that I can turn to thread, which also takes a long time. So I don't know, for the sake of things, I've allowed myself to take things off Zeds that either A, like these caffeine pills, I can't make, or B, you know, would just take an obscene amount of time to, you know, acquire large amounts of things of. I mean, early game is just how you start. I mean, it's a single player game after all, so it's only really as difficult as you want to make it. And as I've stated multiple times, you can just choose to spawn in with shoes. You can just choose to get shoes off of oids. But if you allow yourself to do that, there's little if any reason to ever make foot wraps. There's little if any reason to ever make twine footwear or a burlap shirt. They're just entirely optional from the game's progression. It's a frog. Just gotta make 400 rags, then you get a fabric roll. Yeah, let me just, you know, fish up. So, you know, 400 times 6. 2,400 instances of fishing with no bait attached to the rod to get 1 fabric roll. My favorite run style challenge, 16 times the oids. You're watching it right now. Yeah, foot wraps are cool. I just wish they had a little bit more durability or something. But I mean, I understand why they are, you know, as fragile as they are. They're literally made out of like paper. 1.25 hours of dishes? Are you like working at a kitchen or something? How do you have that much? Uh-oh. Look at that. My giant fish fillet went wrong. Over. Alright, you're going right there. That is the new bait. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. I don't got a dishwasher or anything like that. That is a privilege I don't have. I usually wash all my plates and stuff, but I wait for the, you know, the stack of utensils and all that to do them all in one go. Alright, we're about to be depressed. Someone's got to eat all this fish. I'm going to slice this one up into fillets just to... Well, that's what I would do if I had a light. I do have a big flashlight somewhere. I thought I did, but... Or maybe I got that in my tutorial video. I don't know, you play so many runs that you just kind of lose track of what run you're on and what you have. Nah, man, I get it. Trust me. It's like... I mainly just... I do all like the bowls and plates and stuff just because if you don't do them, they pile up in the sink, but the utensils don't really take up all that much space, and I feel like they take more time to wash than, you know, like a plate you can just be done washing in like 30 seconds. Yeah, it's a kind of a bit of an intro to starting a run like this. Small walleye, just eat. Stale cooked. I'm very sad. Alright, we'll put you out here, and hopefully in the morning I can slice this up. Wait, it's cooked though, so... There's been an issue in the past where cooked fillets couldn't be used as bait, despite them saying they could. I guess we'll see if that is still the case. Rose hips rot now? Yes. There's no, like, forageable thing. So, like, nettles used to not rot. Thistle used to not rot. Yeah, nothing is rot-free anymore, unfortunately. And then, most notably, lemongrass now rots, so there's no more corpse sickness get out of jail free card that you have in your backpack at a moment's notice, which I, really wish that that thing could be dried out. That would be super nice. But that is one of the things that you can't dry out. Explaining the depression salad, I took the stale fillet and put it into the salad, which made it fresh. So now it's fresh for longer. So these fillets that were just rotten, this cooked one is actually what is in this bowl. But by putting it into the bowl, I turned it fresh again, and now it lasted for longer. What I do for happiness, put stuff in a bowl, one ingredient at a time. Or you can pet animals. So you just make a salad with one thing in it. Or you make a salad with multiple different things in it. For pet animals. Like today I can just go over and say hi to all the pigs and sheep and stuff who also don't have food, by the way. I should fix that, but... What? No, don't pick up. Whoops. That. I'm just sad. It's just your function keys. I have the base keybinds. Don't have anything changed from there. Because this salad is gonna make me very sad because it's not one ingredient at a time, but I can turn around and make it one ingredient at a time. I'm gonna do sacks while wait for my hunger to go down, then I can eat this one by one to make myself happy. Would it be that way? Probably not. Is that the way it is? Yes. Man with a million questions. Maybe. Yes, it is a teddy bear on my bed. If you put too many of the same things together, it makes you sad, yeah. So, I mean, realistically, I could go and I put some stuff away here that I can put in the salad that is still edible, but it's about to be rotten, so I threw it out. Yeah, we're eating out of the trash can, and no biggie. We'll make another depression salad because this stuff is going stale. I will not be able to eat it all. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having some more discomfort. I really wish there were more, you know, things like an advanced bed that you can make, or, you know, a bench press or a pull-up bar. I feel like there's a missed opportunity in some like usable items that aren't crafting stations. It's the you do your function keys to speed and see open Slayer games. You can also just click in the top right. Alright, I'm going to get to tailoring 5. I'm going to attempt to do that. That gunshot is going to pull oids to my shoreline and scare the pigs. Awesome. I wouldn't say I'm speedrunning as much as I am just, you know, not sitting around through animations and stuff if I don't have to. I've got to be pretty close to fitness 7. Yeah, I am. How much exercise till you're like Arnold? Yeah, I put a poll out long time ago asking what people think a 10 strength character can bench press. And the vast majority of people said 500 pounds. So probably a while, but let me get some food for these guys. Their breakpoints to hit strength fit in 42, I swear 7 and 9. I think just 5 and 5 is where you can. I mean, I was having an okay time with 4-4 too, but you really just don't want to be like out, especially doing standing combat with, you know, the sub 5 strength and fit. But I mean, I'm like, you know, 6-6 right now, and I've had near 0 issue fighting. Of course, like, higher level, better. But this higher level, you know, super required, not really. I think the thing that matters most is just having a high weapon skill. Weight going up, tailoring going up, fitness going up, everything going up. Oh, so I can tie some things in the dark. I rope belt, awesome. I guess I could probably tie my shoes in the dark. That's a reasonable thing to do. Let's look for, oh my god, I just lost my train of thought what I would even be going out here to find. Well, I really just want to do sack. I'm very close to, I can get 5 this day, and then I can do the sheepskin. Your setting zombies will go to your base sometime. Probably not. This area is rather far from the town. I would have to set the cells to have uniform population, which in the end game would, you know, slow things down even more, because there are meta events and stuff, and there is migration, but this area is pretty naturally defensible. It is completely surrounded by water. I saw that you don't follow your priority levels. Do you know that you gain XP? You do. I'm very aware of that, but I'm also very aware that, you know, what I'm eating to gain weight is primarily protein. So like if I went into debug mode right now, my protein would be 900 to 1,000, right? But the things that I'm eating to gain weight are essentially all protein. Like my carbohydrates are negative, just as low as they can be. My fat is as negative as it can be. And then if we look at like the things that I can eat that aren't protein, they're always like low calorie. The only way that I can realistically be in that 50 to 300 range is if I starve myself and lose weight, or, you know, get some other calorie source, which requires me to either loot a town, which in 16x they're full of oids, or I get a cow. So cows, you can get butter. Butter is essentially only fat. So I could gain weight doing that and get my protein to go down. But, you know, I don't have cows, and I have looked all over and I can't find them. And, you know, wherever else they are in the world, there are 16 times the oids. So it'll take forever to get to it. But eventually, I would love to have cows. I would love to have butter. I would love to get my protein in the 50 to 300 range to have a 50% XP bonus. But until then, I can't. Sheep for milk, I could do that, but sheep produce not a whole lot of milk. Like cows, reliably, you can get, you know, an entire stick of butter from every day. Sheep don't do that, and they produce milk at a much lower rate. I would still need to, you know, get my calories from fish, essentially. And trust me, the protein bonus is not happening until I get cows, essentially. And that is my reason for just grinding strength or fitness. Fitness is a bit more important to have at a higher level, in my opinion. As well as fitness just takes longer to do anyway. So by the time I have cows, maybe my fitness will be high enough that I won't really have to grind it all as much. And strength gets, as I said earlier, you get it a lot quicker. Oh, I don't have the large boulder on me. I could have had that. It's on the shoreline, though. I'll get it back eventually. Just go home. Might dry out home free. In case I do break my leg, man. Like, I really don't want to have to go through that whole thing without the poultice. All mammals have milk. Yeah, let me just get the rat milk real quick. BRB milking my rat. Nice, nice. Free that one. You mowing my lawn, I feel like you'd have more grass growing or something. What do you mean? Oh, you mean just how there's no grass around here? It's, once grass is grown one time, it doesn't grow again. So if you go around somewhere and pull all the grass up, some stuff might grow later on, but it was on a tile that already wouldn't have had anything. So as the world progresses, some bushes and stuff will, you know, grow around here, or like some small trees. But if you cut it down one time, it won't come back. Fish fillet has gone bad. Yeah, I can pet the animals to stop being depressed. No, it doesn't. I mean, their stuff will grow in, but after it grows one time, it doesn't grow again. So pretty much all that we're going to see here is like this grass and stuff grows in occasionally, but it's not really going to progress all that much. Okay, so I did get to, what, tailoring 5. So now I can do the coat. No, the jacket. I always get it mixed up. Jacket, that one I can do. But I need sheepskin. So I've got to wait for these guys to have offspring, and then I can kill the ram. Yeah, I made it. I also made it so that the Zeds don't get attracted to them or whatever. Because I was having some stability issues with the Zeds trying to attack them, and there's just some problems surrounding that. We'll just drop all this stuff and I'll pick it up on the way home. I really just want to get something to eat, but could eat that. That would make me sad. Yeah, I made it a little faster than that for that reason. Just to, you know, see if I can't get to doing some stuff with the leather and all that a little quicker. And also, like, I want to, in the same vein of things, kind of get some settings going for, like, the multiplayer server that aren't, you know, super grief. That was, like, my thought process behind, increasing the grow speed to because I mean I don't know, I'm gonna assume you have some experience with build 42's plants at this point, but they take a long time to grow and the seasons do not help. They'll sit there watering them all day, trying to get anything to work. I just find a wedding dress, bro. I will never be cold now. Does this actually insulate me better? It's horrible for insulation. Finally something to eat. I guess it doesn't help that I'm looking for stones, but yeah, I'm not saying I think the dress should be, you know, very insulating or whatever, but I don't even, you know, I'm not gonna wear the dress even if it was. Kind of like my, well, yeah, because I can't craft it. It'd be one, breaking the rules, and two, it ruins my aesthetic. Hey, it's just what I was using to level up the axe, like low, early game, so they're all over the place. I'm gonna pick them up later. Put them in the circle. Subscribe. Any tips to leveling running? Don't use a car. I just run everywhere. Also, you can, like you just saw there, walk to run while you fast forward. But yeah, you'll get a lot of running experience if you just run everywhere. Some people out there will say running is bad. It uses your stamina. You need your stamina to fight. But I think the more important thing to learn is just to manage your stamina rather than not run. Because the higher your running skill, the less stamina you use, the faster you get, you know. I would just try to avoid having moderate exertion at all times. Learn to rest when you need to. If I get moderate exerted, I just stop fighting or run away. That is my cue to dip out. Best advice for running up running? I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no other way to do it other than just run more. But it does help that I just don't use a car at all. Just become the car, bro. Security guard's a fun start now. Haven't tried it. So there is a bit of a weirdness for running experience. So running by default, you get 1 experience point. And then if you have a bonus to it, you might think, oh, I'm going to get 4 times as much. But it's just simply not that way. I think you just get an additional 30%, so you get like 1.3, or like what you would for fast learner for every time you get an experience point. Like having runner as a perk is pretty overrated. It doesn't have an XP nerf. Running, if you have a bonus, if you want to think about it, does have a nerf. But running is actually one of the few skills in this game that, like, if you don't have a bonus to, you can level up pretty easily. Like, the difference between leveling up nimble with no bonus and running with no bonus is staggering. Doing nimble with no bonus is horrible. But doing running with no bonus, you get 1 point. If you have no bonus to nimble, you get like 0.3 or some ridiculously low value. But essentially, like, having a bonus to nimble levels it out with running. And the only reason my running is like outpacing my nimble is because I just, like I said, don't use a car at all and run everywhere. What's up, Tessa? Axe got a pretty good one-shot noise. I do like the crowbar one-shot. Yeah, I think crowbar still might be one of my favorites. But build 41, I like the hunting knife more than anything. Any animal shenanigans? They have been chilling out, to be honest with you. I have not had to, what's the word? Punish them? I don't know. They've been behaving. You know, I guess I am a next level tailor, so I should keep an eye out if there are new recipes for me to learn. What's the crowbar sound? Well, I unfortunately do not have one to showcase to you, but it just, you know, it sounds metallic, I guess. I don't know. You want me to describe the crowbar one-shot sound to you? And I have to start using these other weapons because they're just taking up space in my inventory, and this fire axe is too. Butchering? No, I meant discipline. That's what I was gonna say. Discipline the animals. You know, they've been doing all right. Yeah, well, I needed my coat, so somebody had to die. Two leather jacket Zeds, it's over for me. What am I attempting to do? I'm killing Zeds so I can get into Fallas Lake. 1 million oids in Fallas Lake stopping me from doing that. And outside of that, we're working towards getting an advanced forge. Waiting for our animals to grow up so I can get some better clothing that insulates me more. Finish the castle I'm living in. This run, I started with no loot at all, and I'm not allowed to take stuff off Zeds. I've had to make my own shoes, I've had to make my own pants, shirt, all that. Difficult the game without looting the bodies. A lot of it is more front loaded. So like initially not having shoes is the biggest deal. Your feet are just kind of scratched the entire first like 20 days of the run until you have them. And that of course requires me to kind of be out in the woods a lot more. Like at this point in the run, I'm fully clothed, you know, I'm in the winter. I still even have stuff that I guess insulates me well enough. You know, there's definitely some more better stuff out there. But I'm kind of at this point playing regular Zomboid, but where I can't, you know, just be as fashionable. I can't just rip up stuff or, you know, take stuff from all the oids that I see. Did we get the advanced forge? Not yet. I have the furnace though. Yeah, but starting off, like the first month or so, I'm just hopeless the entire time. The forge is underway. I have 2 bellows. I have the one of them turned into the furnace, of course, but the other one I'm waiting to get the anvil set up. That is definitely one of those things that, like, you know, if I were entirely focused on doing it right now, then I probably would have it done. Easy still. No, I'm not using vehicles, because to use vehicles, here, I'll do it. We're doing the thing. To use vehicles, I need to have a vehicle. To have a vehicle, I need to find a vehicle. To find a vehicle, I need to have, you know, the keys and all that set up. Then, to turn the vehicle on, I need to have gas. To have gas, I need to have a gas station. To kill the oids at the gas station, there's 3,000 oids or more at the gas station to clear them out. So after I clear out the gas station, then I need to get a generator, which I also don't have. I need to find a generator, put the generator down at the gas station. But then I need to connect the generator, right? So then I need to get to level 3 electrical, which takes me, I need to take apart 3,000 watches to do. So after I take apart 3,000 watchers and get the generator and clear at the gas station and find the car, then I need to get gas from a car that I need to siphon, which I also need to find a funnel and rubber hose to do to siphon gas to put into the generator that I don't have at the gas station that isn't clear with 3,000 oids stopping me, that I need to take apart 1,500 watches. That's the actual number. To turn the generator on, and then I can get gas out of the gas station and put it into the car, and then I can drive a car. And after I do all of that, I am Sunday driver. I mean, even if I am burglar, that just saves me one step. And then I still need to go to the gas station, kill 3,000 oids, find a generator, put the generator down, take apart 1,500 watches, learn to turn the generator on. Then I take the thing out and take the gas from the funnel, from the rubber hose. Those are also things I don't have. And then I can turn the generator on and use a car and be Sunday driver. Welcome to my TED Talk. You're good. I mean, I think a lot of people will watch me play and at some point ask that question. You're not alone. If it sounds rehearsed, that's because it is. But yeah, I typically play entirely without a car. Who needs a car when you have feet? Exactly. Find a can of beans that have some beans. If I had a can opener. To eat beans, you need to find beans. To find beans, you need to open the beans with a can opener. We want to find a car full of gas and just start the car. Me, when the oids are in my game are multiplied by 16x and there's a million of them. But yeah, get a Fallas Lake houses have a stupid amount of electrical stuff for there. Don't need 2K watches or just 2K oids. I mean, with the rate I'm, killing them, it ends up being just the watches are better to get this. Is there a way to get tailoring one without rags? No, I mean, you can probably sack with, thread and burlap, but I don't remember if burlap needs a level requirement because you can make burlap on a loom. But a loom, what does a loom take? You're gonna want to do. I guess you can do that with. Then you need a saw. There's probably some other limitation on here. You can get napping. You can sort of do it, but I would still do the briefs. Or not the briefs. What did I do? Bandana with twine. And I mean, it depends on if you're allowing yourself to do Zeds, then you can do it. And if you're not, then you have to do the sack with burlap. Are there 16x players that use a car? Seems so dangerous. I think I'm like the only one that doesn't use a car. Most everyone else like does generator, car, all that, whatever. I'm just, I'm so different, bro. You can also rip up a sack that you found. So like if you're foraging out in the woods, you can find sacks. Sometimes you can find burlap too, and then you only really need one piece of burlap to do that whole cycle. It's just gonna be more annoying. Yeah, I'm definitely not the only 16x person. There's, a number of people that play the rat race, which is a 16x preset. There are others that play some variation of 16x. That's a steel bar, I think. Yeah, notably though, the rat race does make cars a lot louder, and that is kind of by design. If you take the muffler off a car and you like redline the engine with their 1,000 fall distance, you can pull Zeds from super far away. Alright, we want that knife that is mine. And then the steel bar. I think it's a steel bar. I don't actually know what it is. It is a scrap metal sword. It is not that. That is even better than what I thought. Scrap metal short sword. Where are you? Very late into the apocalypse. I guess you can start finding these stabbed and Zeds. Pretty good. Yeah, you can also forge just pieces of burlap too. That's something you can find. I don't think the loom has a level requirement to make burlap on it. I guess Carpentry 3 is going to be kind of tough for if you're playing as a 0-0 character. That will maybe be kind of tough to do. So you're going to be stuck on finding a piece of burlap or a sack to cut up. Any big upgrades are you working towards? I got the furnace, the advanced furnace or whatever, and I have the bellows for the advanced forge. And right now I'm just kind of cutting my way into Fallas Lake. Also expanded the castle a little bit. Yeah, I would just keep trash foraging until you find a piece of burlap, because you only need one piece of burlap to level up tailoring. But even without like tailoring one, you can still you can make hand wraps, head wrap. The garbage bag poncho is level 1, I think. Poncho, yeah, you can't do that, but at least you can have some insulation head wrap. All the wrap stuff you can make, and it's pretty fairly insulating. But we are nauseous, and it is sort of late into the day. I think I'm just gonna grab some stuff and dip out. I am not messing around with corpse sickness, bro. It is very bad, and I do not have lemongrass to save me. How do I keep myself motivated? I mean, it's just about having goals and some autistic passion to back it up. But, I mean, I don't know. I, in general, like games like this that are a bit more creative driven. So, if you know, we're getting to the part in the run where I already have all the basics like you're talking about, and we're starting to field questions such as, how are you not bored? But I guess, you know, that's where sandbox games kind of divide for a lot of people. Do you, for example, play Minecraft, get your farm, get your iron, whatever set, and you can feed yourself reliably, and you have armor, and now you're bored with it, then, you know, sandbox games are just not going to be for you. There's, you know, especially in this game, no definite ending. Minecraft, at least you can go and beat the Ender Dragon and all that stuff. But, yeah, CS2, Rocket League, yeah, any, like, Dota 2, whatever, are games that have, you know, your attention span for 30 minutes to an hour. And there's a definite outcome. So I guess it's just a different, like, whatever you want to do in your free time kind of deal. Yeah, you can get iron armor and feed yourself, like, super quick, but I don't know. I've played Minecraft with other people where it's like, now what do I do, bro? And we've been playing for like an hour. It's like, okay. Yeah, Vintage Story, at least, you know, in Zomboid, if you don't have, like, grief settings, you can be fully set up at, you know, some gas station with multiple vehicles and a bunch of weapons. If you're just, like, playing Apocalypse, that's, like, a first 3 days thing, right? And then you're essentially just set up. There's not really a whole lot else to do beyond that. But it's kind of a, you know, just pick your own adventure kind of thing. Like, maybe this run is the run that you go to, say, the checkpoint. You go into Louisville. You go all the way to the top of a tower somewhere. maybe this is the run where you go to the military base. You go all the way to the bottom of it. You fight your way through all the Zeds. You know, it's very much a just challenge yourself in your own way. Like this run in particular, like a great example. I start with no loot and I don't allow myself to take Zed loot at all. So like in your case, maybe your goal could be to just have a fully clothed character, you know, that you don't allow yourself to spawn in with clothes or take clothes from Zeds. This place, OP or something you always build here? I do not. This is the first time I've ever built here. I'm in Fallas Lake, in between two rivers. I've never been here, but I mean, it is similar to other places that I built. I mean, more or less, if you're going to do a wilderness run, why would you not base where water is? Because water is how you're going to feed yourself, and water is how you're going to, you know, get water to drink. Yeah, I mean, you're probably thinking about the cabin in the woods. When I came here initially, there was no cabin. There was no anything here. I built it all. But yeah, if you're playing a wilderness run, you kind of have to be where water is. Because water is how you fish. Water is how you obviously, you know, drink water so you don't die of thirst. Oh yeah, bro, you think you're a real wilderness survival guy? Let's see how long you survive without water. Yeah, right, buddy. But yeah, this is the first time I've been here. Yeah, Rosewood Fire Station, if it wasn't like, you know, the most busted NPC place to base up, it has been made tenfold better now because it just has a pond right next to it. So it is got a lot going for it in that department. Do I really not have any cooked potatoes? Alright, stale, uncooked. We're just gonna... Wild stale, uncooked. Eat the bugs for water, of course, of course. Yeah, I haven't personally seen the changes to Rosewood. I've only seen the Rosewood Fire Station because somebody posted a picture of it with the pond or whatever. But a lot of the new map does look good. Of course, for me and my fat chud life that I'm living, I just ran out into the woods. So... But I like the new trees. The new trees are nice. You don't have to, you know, constantly get stuck by them when you're running through them, and also they drop more stuff and they look nicer. Yeah, they add a new tree. Okay, well, what I don't like is that they got rid of my rocks that I can craft on top of. They took that away from me. How dare they? I don't know. Everyone else is so excited exploring the new riverside and whatever. Oh, this is so awesome. And I just am looking at the trees. Do raccoons breed similar to rabbits? I am not sure. The times I've had raccoons, I have just Caught them in traps and then like killed them almost instantly. I guess that sounds bad, but that's just what happened. They made flint mineral. I think that could also just be a birch forest thing. I think the birch forest just doesn't have the large crafting rocks in them. But the crafting rocks used to be like, I don't know, there was like 20 of them in this peninsula, and now there's just 0. There's at least some flint stuff here, but this biome is technically, stone's extremely rare, so I can understand why they would maybe make it, you know, biome specific, but are you like gonna be adult sometime? You're juvenile. I don't know. Was it baby before? I don't know. He's finding me. What about the piglet? Piglet info. Check it out. Oh, he's just so small I couldn't tell. Juvenile. There's also just a lot more of these big rocks like this that you can't do anything with at all. You can't craft on them. You can't smash them for anything. You can't right click, pick them up. Six calories. I mean, it ain't far from the truth with how low pork is. I just gotta come through here and delete all these twigs somehow. New song? I've not. Flint, I don't have a major issue finding it, but I do have like the higher forge setting on. What is that? Shortbread cookies? Crackers, maybe? Shortbread I was right the first try. Nice. Easy trivia. I can tell what this niche food item is by looking at it. Crackers are square, by the way. They're not that shaped. Iron scrap. Awesome. have anything weird happen with animals? I did. Today, yesterday, day before. Whenever there are a large amount of Zeds and you have the setting such as the Zeds are attracted to animals on, they have like a lot of pathfinding bugs that really stutter the game up. So I disabled that setting in hopes of maybe seeing if that does, you know, improve stability a little bit, but yeah, I turned that setting off. And honestly, having that setting on without having their ability to attack Zeds kind of seems a little weird. But then if you had both of those settings on in conjunction with, you know, playing 16x, you would just not have animals because they would just die. Standing torch. Yeah, make like a lantern that you can place down too. Yeah, I've been messing around with the settings to see if I can't, you know, make the animals a little bit more tolerable. As well as, you know, increasing their growth time a bit. Because I feel like in multiplayer, most people are not going to have animals that reproduce, or not going to have animals that are, you know, really functional at all, unless it's really accelerated. I mean, and to a lesser extent, it's like that in the base game too. Like, how many people are living years and years in PZ? Not a lot. I'd wager the average person at most will live like 2 months. If that. knife good as a U weapon? I don't know. I honestly think the knife already swings fast enough. You don't really need to do it. Also, like, you need to focus a little bit more on your spacing when you're using the knife, so like pressing another key isn't always like the best thing. But you can do it. But yeah, the knife is just not the best weapon to begin with. Bruh, you're always on this thing, like. They're definitely the worst. I'm making art again? Of course. I'm building a castle. Far in the town, I might no further than I have already been. That is just how 16x runs go. You kind of get stuck on the outskirts until you've kind of depleted what all can kind of migrate, and it'll be a while before I'm in Fallas Lake. It'll be a while longer if I keep sidetracking myself by going Minecraft mode and building houses and stuff, but it's all good and fun, isn't it? Oh, look at these sneakers. I do want these, but I'm not allowed to have them. Unfortunate. The Blue Jays. I'm forbidden. Fire poker. Or where's the Rolex? How do I get a Rolex so early on in my other run? Oh, there's just a... This guy's loaded. He's got a baton and a pistol. Dismantle every object in every building. Just you wait until you find out that the only things that you can actually take apart on the server right now are crates. And there's like 4 of them. Grief by taking apart the only containers we have. I mean, I can shoot the whole pistol. It's just farther back. I mean, I'll do you one better and just run around yelling up here.
Hey. Hey.
That guy's what? It's like a welded sword, I think. W for welding, W for weaponry. Yeah, it's the chopper, that thing. Amazing weapon, it really kind of blows. Shoot the pistol, I left it back somewhere there, but I mean, I ran up and yelled like a dummy. I have shot a gun before. You want to see my gun skill? It's insane. I have 5.92. It's pretty good. What mods do I have on? You can check the description for all the mods. The mods I have don't add any items. They don't add gameplay features. They don't do anything related to how the game plays in terms of making it non-vanilla. They just add stats, such as RuneScape experience bar, proximity inventory, and things like that. But all the mods I have are in the description. When am I going to do the generator? I've only had to do that 5 times this stream. That is not exaggerated. That's just the number. It's how many times I've explained the generator situation. I'll make a generator copy pasta that we can generator / car copy pasta that can be posted. Invent my own content. Show map. The car situation. Hey, I'll take the car situation any day over the pig. Make the pen bigger, bro. I think the pig is stressed for the pen bigger. And the whole time he's just smashing my shit. Awful time. Almost made the stream a drunk stream just with that one situation. Here's the chopper. Give me the chopper. And now I can get my level 0 long blade skill up. Awesome. With the worst long blade there is. It's either this or the scrap short sword. You ever play with this man? He's a drill sergeant, RL. What, me? No, I just have the generator discussion. No, not the short sword, the scrap short sword. What are the settings? This is 16x. As for like the settings beyond that, I mean, nothing entirely worth mentioning. I did make the plants grow 5 times faster just because I felt like I never really interacted with them, you know, and I wanted to, you know, just see what some of the new, like, growing watermelon and all that, kind of how it worked out. And I've come to find that watermelon has 1,300 calories in it when you grow it. Yeah, the gist of it, 16x. I have Zed's pinpoints to pour in like all fields. They can be completely random, they can be deaf, they can be superhumans. And the twist of this is that I spawned with no loot. No loot, no shoes, no shirt, no nothing, and I'm not allowed to get loot from Zeds, so I had to like craft my own shoes and all that. So my first like 20 days or whatever, 2 weeks, I just was bleeding profusely from my feet. Bro's role-playing a lighthouse on fast forward? Absolutely. Drill sergeant was spawning the horde night and getting our skills up. Hey, it's got to happen one way or another when you're out in the middle of nowhere. Hey, you guys had baseball bats. It worked out. I mean, the early game is just going to be a struggle regardless because you have strain in your level 0 to 1 combat skill. Yeah, pumpkins are pretty good. What's the frequency of horde nights on the server? Just whenever I feel like. I just spawn stuff in, bro. But I mean, it happened recently because they needed rags for thread, so I just did it. How long do you watermelons take to grow on the standard settings? I don't even, that's the thing. Like I don't even know, but in my experience on the standard settings, like I put the you know, seeds in the ground and just waited eons for anything to happen. Nothing happened, and then my plant died. So I was like, all right, cool. I guess I'll just continue fishing like I always have. But yeah, I think, you know, 5x with seasons off is a bit more arcade, and it's I've been enjoying it. I don't think its foraging has been nerfed at all. Like, the biome you're in is no different than what it was in the last update. And the only biomes that you have a bonus to trash foraging are roads, urban, and trailer park. Everything else, you just have the same frequency of 1 getting trash. Yeah, 5x crops is just so much more enjoyable. And because like the alternative is you just fish or do rabbits for the 1000th time or however many times you've played. hockey stick. Broken field hockey stick. What a bait. Only trap rabbits and such on shore of rivers. I haven't done enough trapping to like speak on that, but I do remember like the deep forest being like the best biome in build 41. But yeah, I haven't done build 42 enough to talk about it, and that's just because I'm like perpetually locked out of starting it. I mean, I put, you know, cabbages in the snare traps on the server, and I got raccoons a couple times, so that's my experience with trapping so far. Can you make raccoon hats? You can. I'll be honest, I was kind of drip mogged on the server by Otter. Otter made a like leather shirt that wasn't patched together like my own right now, and leather pants and a like raccoon hat. He looked very survival-esque. Whereas my guy, I just looked like a terrorist with like a suicide bomber chest rig on me, which also is kind of drip, but like I think he was cooler. Like I pretty much looked like my guy right now, but I had a, you know, yellow chest rig that, you know, did not look like an official chest rig. Yeah, I would not trust my last server guy in real life. I would stay far away from him. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, like, Virgil in general, if I saw Virgil in real life, I would probably stay away from him. There's not really a version of Virgil that I think is friendly, but I remember, like, one of my very early YouTube comments, which was, like, back when I was building the wall around Louisville, was like, oh my god, I wish Virgil was in my community in the zombie apocalypse. And I'm like, no you don't, bro. Virgil's a weirdo, bro. He's... He lives in the woods and doesn't read. I don't know. Struggling to figure out the crafting progress, and what in particular? Yeah, I do 10,000 squats completely naked over top of a bunch of fish that I'm just eating to be fat. I mean, if you want like the rundown on getting like, you know, low cortisol weapons, basically what you do is you get carving online, right? How do you get carving online? To get to carving 1, you carve stakes. Once you're carving 1, you do small handles, and then you turn those small handles into spoons, and you keep doing that until you hit level 2. Once you hit level 2, you stop doing the spoons. You turn whatever spoons you have done previously into forks, and then from level 2 all the way until you're maxing it out, you just do small handles and you turn them into dice, and don't make anything else. You know, the pipe you might make later on might give you more experience, but this is so much faster than the pipe. Dice you can carve in 1 minute. right? Versus the pipe takes 4 times as much time. So you get more experience from this, but it takes 4 times longer to do. So just make 1 million dice. Then once you've made 1 million dice at level 9, you will either auto learn the bat, but if you took Whittler, the short bat, you can learn at level 7. But to auto learn this recipe, you have to be level 9. Once you can do that, you just research the bat or use the bat. This is short bat is great. It's a great weapon. But once you're level 9, you can research it, and then you can carve the regular baseball bat. So, you know, get to level 9 carving, you know, easier said to done, but like if you know what you're doing, you follow what I just said, you can have that done in like, you know, 2 weeks. It is a bit of a grind, you know, especially with no books, but I would recommend taking a carving bonus. You know, wilderness knowledge is invaluable for doing stuff like that. But yeah, the baseball bat and short bat, great durability, you know, they'll last forever. You can beat tons of Zeds up with these things before they shatter. And then also when it comes to them breaking, oh no, what am I going to do when my short bat breaks? Oh man, I just get another tree branch. I get another plank, and you have 1 million short bats. Oh no, what am I going to do when my bat breaks? You just get another large branch. You cut down any tree now, not any tree, but you know, most of the larger ones, and you'll get, you know, 2 to 4 of these. It's a extinction mode. No, it's a 16 times zombie world. So I'm playing with the most zombies that the game has. What's the end goal of this run? I'm trying to get into Fallas Lake. I'm trying to make a advanced forge. I'm trying to build a castle. I'm trying to get my animals to have offspring so that I can make a better shirt that doesn't look like a, you know, crazed homeless guy that is, you know, wearing somebody's skin. Those are goals that I'm doing. And I'm also trying to make $1 million and, you know, buy the state of Florida or something like that, you know. That's my long-term goal. Okay, well, I'm going to make $1 million and after that make even more money and buy Florida with it. Yeah, the whole world is for sale, man. It's just about how much money you got. And clearly right now I've got more money than anyone else. I mean, trust me, the bats are like, if you don't want to like micromanage, get a bunch of other skills up, worry about, you know, how far away something is, you know, oh man, I have to assemble these 6 different things and get this skill to that level. You just get carving to 10, carving to 9, and you're golden. And from there, you know, there's other weapons that you can stem off from. But you can also just play the whole game with the short bats or the baseball bat. Yeah, most of the other weapons, you either want to go down the advanced forge or you want to level up like a consecutive amount of, you know, several skills together to, you know, get them to pop off. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can upgrade the baseball bat further than that, but you could also just have the baseball bat or the short bat. You can, you know, upgrade the short bat as well. With resilient corpse sickness still sucks. Yeah, it is really bad now. Like, I've got resilient, I've got the face mask. I'm still waiting for a half respirator to show up so I can, you know, have a gas mask and put it on periodically in between fighting, but I have not been lucky enough to find one yet. Do the other weapon have low cortisol grind sets? To an extent. I mean, the short blade does have the longstone knife, but the, you know, the longstone knife is, I wouldn't say, because it doesn't have any direct upgrades like the baseball bat and the short bat do, and it also, you have to deal with the close rangeness of it and all that. So I'd say the cortisol levels for the short blade are a little higher, and then axe to an extent. I mean, you need a forge to do it, or you need to, you know, do what I'm doing and, you know, use the best weapon in the game. But to do this one, you have to level up napping to the highest skill. So I think the flint saw is the best weapon in the game if you know, abuse several other mechanics with it. But it does require a lot more setup than, you know, just using the short bats / baseball bat. Spear, I think you can use the fire hardened spears, and those are extremely powerful if you get the spear maxed out, but spear you can't get a bonus to. So it just takes a lot longer to kind of grind that skill versus, you know, long blunt over the course of, you know, a couple thousand kills, which I guess is easier said than done. But, you know, you get, you know, 2,000 kills with a baseball bat, you'll probably already be level 7 versus 2,000 kills with the spear, you'll be like level 4 or something. I don't know. Blunts are the best weapons, no, because loose sharpness is quite a while. They're just like the least, like using the blunt is blunt weapons is like you said, the least maintenance, and it's the least kind of it requires the least setup to get the most use out of them going on a wolf. But yeah, I'm always gonna try to fit in resilient or just not take prone to illness in general. I mean, if you want, you could lower the value of corpse sickness to make it less of an impact, but at that point, you know, if you're, you know, wagering what skills you're picking based on the world settings, you could just give yourself, you know, free trait points instead and not do that. But that's just my opinion on things. Oh, we got another hammer in here. Oh, I was talking to you guys so much that I just didn't even sit down to rest. I figure. Rest. But don't throw up. Respirator full negates. I haven't made the crafted one, but like the non-crafted one, yes. Bro. Fitness level up from just fighting. I'll take it. Guy has just everything on him, man. Got shoes I can't use. Crash helmet. Not allowed to. Would be nice though.
Hey.
Now you can make a belt. A belt is just leather strips and a buckle, and you can make a buckle out of an advanced forge. I have a rope belt. Yeah, I got a rope belt too, bro. I got one slot to work with. I mean, oftentimes, I think one slot is really all you need. And if you have a belt with just full slots, more often than not, that just like clogs up your hotbar where, you know, if you are running full belt plus double holster, you know, you really want to reach your index finger all the way over to 6 to get like whatever item you have over there. Or, you know, are you even using it? But axes last this long? Yeah, if you get your maintenance up, it's also just a combination of maintenance and high level on the axe skill that make the weapons last longer. Yeah, but as you level it up, it's like one of the, you know, weaknesses of the flint axe, low durability, gets negated. One of the weaknesses of the axe, low range, also gets negated. It kind of pops off. Okay, I see a hammer. Was the best performance to price weapons now? I mean, overall, like once you're max skills, once you're, you know, mid-level skills, the flint scythe / stone saw are the best weapons in the game. Like a little early to mid game, it's probably the baseball bats because you can just get those from branches and large branches, and it's from carving. And I don't know, typically carving is just the first skill that I try to level up, and that's because, you know, all you really need to carve is stuff that you can find in the woods. Of course, napping you can also do, but napping takes a little bit longer to level up. Once you do, you know, as you're seeing right now, it's, in my opinion, probably the best weapon in the game, and you don't even need like a forge or anything like that to do it. And most of the forge weapons are kind of totally optional if you are just, you know, metagaming. Opposite around. Early game baseball bat, late game flint saw. But I mean, you can technically get the flint saw earlier, but it is kind of easy to dismiss the weapon until you're, you know, level 7 axe. So once you hit 7, you get a range bonus. Also at 7, you know, your durability you're getting out of them is going to be a lot more. So like I said earlier, the higher your weapon skill is, the more durable they are, which that is the one core negative, or 2 core negatives of the flint saw, is that it's low, you know, oh, I guess 3 maybe, you know, let's talk about it. So the reason flint saw is as powerful as it is, it weighs 1. It doesn't use a lot of stamina. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but that could be mitigated by having a higher level. What else does it not do? It has low durability, can be mitigated by having a high level. But, you know, I could just go on and, you know, tell you pros and cons of that stuff all day. But, I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to get into, I guess. I'm the greatest blacksmither ever to be. Yeah, there's definitely usable weapons down that skill tree. Like, the hatchet is great. The maces are great. Are they the absolute best in the game if you know what you're doing? No, they're not. Same could be said about, you know, spears, for example. Spears don't have a lot of durability. Their range is actually pretty good, but it gets made even better by being at level 7. Their damage gets made even better by, like, you know, leveling up. And at a high weapon skill, your spears will last forever. They will kill in 1 hit. And you can make them out of twigs. Standard playthrough. I mean, in this run, used the baseball bat until, you know, everyone just kept asking me to use the saw. So now we're doing that. But baseball bat early is pretty good. Get a lot of mileage. Baseball bat or short bat, you know, you get a lot of mileage out of early game weapon despite having low maintenance. And really just early game is a matter of getting any weapon at all that you can grind maintenance on. You know, you want to avoid using tree branches. You want to avoid using rocks or whatever. How much they nerf spears since 41? They're not like as crazy overpowered at level 0 like they used to. I wouldn't say they're, you know, at the same height that they were, but, you know, once you're maxed out, you do have a range bonus. You will kill in 1 hit. You can make them out of essentially just tree branches. I will say that the, you know, blacksmith tipped spears aren't really terribly worth doing. They're all right, I guess, but it's still more valuable to just make more of the, you know, base level fire hardened spears than it is to spend more time making the, you know, more expensive one. They don't last all that much longer. Axeman applied to flint saws. I couldn't tell you. I do not know. I do not play Lumberjack, but Lumberjack is one of the best perks in the game. Lumberjack, Construction Worker, Carpenter, they all give you maintenance, they all give you a weapon skill. Burger Flipper also does that, but the weapon skill it gives you is Short Blade, which is not as terribly useful as the other ones. As well as Burger Flipper doesn't give you, like, you know, other useful skills like carpentry, masonry, carving. Yeah, short blades used to be very, very good in build 41. I think they are not really worth using anymore. I used them a ton in my first playthrough, and I don't think I will honestly use them again until they either get lowered in I mean, not really either if they get anything else. They need to lower the weight of the short blades. Yeah, that too, about the spear handles, because like you have to worry about head condition versus, you know, stuff like that. That's like another annoying thing that the saw has going for it. You don't have to worry about, oh man, my axe head condition's going down. Oh man, my axe isn't getting as sharp. It just doesn't have either of those things. It just has one condition. You use it until it breaks. Yeah, short blades got nerfed pretty hard. Like most of it. So hunting knife used to weigh 0.5, and you could essentially fight forever with it. And you could also just find hunting knives everywhere. They were stuck into Zeds far more frequently. Now, I don't think they should have been, you know, being able to be found as much as they were, but they essentially got doubled in terms of their, you know, stamina usage. Can't be that bad. They're definitely, no, so don't get me wrong, they're usable. It's just when compared to everything else, they're, you know, it just isn't it. And when, especially compared to, you know, a weapon that at one point was a short blade, you know, long ago, build 41, the cleaver was a short blade. Long ago, the scythe was a short blade. So there's a weapon that got turned into an axe that was a short blade. But now it benefits from all of the skills that the axe has, while also maintaining the low weight status that the short blade knives have. And gets this, that weapon is the flint saw. And get this, there's another weapon, the stone scythe, that is exactly the same stats. Yeah, like, believe me, the first entire, like, you know, 1,000 to 10,000 whatever kill I got run, I played as Burger Flipper. That run ended. My favorite weapon, like, on the character sheet, at least, was, you know, long stone blade. I used them a ton. They're definitely usable. You can get a lot out of them. But, you know, I think in terms of all the other weapons, weapon types or whatever, short blades, the least down there. How do you make the flint saw get to level 3 napping? That's another thing too. Crafting requirements, level 3. It's like earlier than any other thing. I mean, I'll use the fire hardened spear eventually as well, but that weapon is also... I just really wish that, you know, the crafting tech tree were like, oh, I have an advanced forge, now I can have weapons that last a long time and one shot. It's but it's kind of entirely optional. And at least in the case of the axe, it's almost a downgrade because the hatchet weighs 1.5 and the saw weighs 1, so the hatchet uses more stamina, but does basically the same thing. Yeah, Vintage Story to an effect had like the same problem where, you know, the flint spears, you know, funny it's the spears again, but you could throw the flint spears and they did a ton of damage to mobs. So like what you end up doing is just having your entire inventory full of a bunch of spears and you just chuck them. So you just have like 20 spears. I mean, you know, basically the same deal what we're having here. Rather than, you know, making an iron sword or something. But that is an entirely different game, but it is a game that somewhat fixed that by just, you know, not having upgrades to the spear, but I don't think PZ should have that same design philosophy. What, in Vintage Story? Yeah. I mean, if you make the iron arrows, they at least stick around for a while, but, you know, it was like, you could just make another flint spear even if you lost yours, or if it broke. With, like, 0 investment. Yeah, I like Blackguard. Blackguard is pretty fun. Yeah, if you do, I think I did plate mal, or whatever the one you make with the, just the iron plate. I did that, and then I did a chain helmet and chain leggings. Like, I didn't do scale, and I didn't do the full plate armor. It was whatever the, you know, just only plate and only leather one was. But I still had, like, 99% run speed. It's pretty alright. Brigand? Yeah, I think it was steel brigand armor. Yeah, and that was also there's like so little time invested into making brigand because you can just do the plates. Not that, like, you know, once you can mechanize plates, it was hard to get chainmail anyway, but
I think I also just did brigand armor mainly because I felt like if I did full chain, my guy kind of looked like he was just wearing pajamas. So I was like, I'll just do the brigand. Well, I am getting reliably up to this little pathway here. But from what I remember, I went up this road into the cornfield and was just blown away by there being 500 oids in the cornfield. So it'll probably be a while before I'm, you know, probably into town. Fire axe. Yep, if you look in the description, there is a short tutorial that will teach you how to do that. It is a very short thing. Probably not intended gameplay feature. Don't know why they haven't fixed it. But it's been a thing all the way since build 41. It was automatically applied to the spear back then. It's another reason that weapon was very good. Yeah, there's no timing to it at all. Build 41, the timing was a lot more specific. But this one, you just press E at any moment. You can even just, there's no like penalty for, spamming it as well. What are our working tours? I am going into Fallas Lake. I'm making my way in. There are 1 million oids over there. There's some traps in there I could also get that would allow me to start doing trapping. Would be awesome. I could get a raccoon. I could get a raccoon hat. Although I don't think the raccoon hat would insulate me more than the head wrap does. This is like the furthest up I've reliably been, but oh god, it's still so far away. What is this? The black building right there. I don't know what that is. Anything not worth? Not if you're metagaming, though. It is not. The flint saw is just better. It's just better. Yeah, I mean the hacksaw. So there's stuff that is obviously worth doing for like. Just because this weapon is better doesn't mean the other ones are totally unusable. So, like, you know, there is the hatchet. The hatchet is pretty good. There is the club hammer, which you can use to make the stone mace. You can use the stone mace on long and short bunt. Great weapon. So, you know, there's other things that are good. It's just this one. It's just better. I mean, you don't have to build any crafting resources or crafting stations for it. What's the blacksmith grind set? I mean, if you just it's a matter of, you know, getting masonry up to 2 or whatever level you need to make the anvil. You can make the primitive one. You can start churning out nails like ASAP if you are blacksmith off the rip, but yeah, I would make the primitive one and try to work towards getting, you know, tongs, a smithing hammer, as well as a heading tool. You know, metalworking punch, that's another thing. So just make like all of your tools that you need for blacksmithing, and then, I mean, realistically, you know, you can start doing that within your first week if you really wanted to. But why do that when you can just use the flint saw and one-shot Zeds? With a toothpick. Yeah, if you're completely new to build 42, it'll probably take you a bit longer. There is, of course, if you play Apocalypse mode, there is a the McCoy's Estate. You can get to there, and there is an advanced forge right off the rip. So the whole process of tanning leather for bellows and, you know, making and casting an anvil, you don't have to do. So if you just want to, you know, get into blacksmithing ASAP, that is there for you. There are probably other advanced forges on the map, but that is at least, you know, the most well-known one. smithing weapon more, you I mean, they'll have more durability, but not like a considerable amount than, you know, the saw or whatever I'm using. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but like, so like the, you know, hatchet of course will have more durability, but your durability is, you know, primarily driven by your weapon skill as well as your maintenance. So like early game, the hatchet might be, you know, a much better weapon because it's going to last around for a lot longer, but late game, not so much. Masonry easier. Last time I tried to see if stone mace is better to go for or normal mace. I mean, I think the stone mace and the normal mace are pretty comparable. The normal mace probably is a little bit more durability, but you're gonna have to get a club hammer and a masonry chisel one way or another. So like, and the club hammer is an advanced forge craft, but I mean, you can find those pretty commonly. They're not the worst thing to find. Yeah, the mason chisel though is a primitive level craft, so it's not the worst. The club hammer is the real problem. Yeah, until then, like, you get the stone mace, you can just use the, you know, baseball bat or short bat. They're not bad, they just don't do, like, you know, the same damage that the stone mace will. The stone mace, like, if you're a high enough level, will reliably one-shot. I guess the baseball bat will too, but, you know, you have to be a much higher level to achieve that. How new scrap weapons are for welding, they're really not worth it, bro. I wish the scrap weapon, like these welded ones, were alright, but they're like the worst damaging weapons in their tier, and also like stuff like the cleaver, I think this weighs 2. It could have changed, but the last time I saw it, it did weigh 2, and it was very bad. I mean, like, the largest sword, like this scrap metal sword, isn't horrible, but like your resource investment is huge to do this. You also have to be level 8. Yeah, you at least the only like caveat, like the only thing that this thing has going for it is you don't need a forge to do it. You just need a welding mask. So, but like outside of that, these are kind of meh. Scrap stuff breaks real fast. I can't really speak to the durability, but its durability is definitely going to be worse than the forge stuff. Yeah, the cleaver was like meme tier. This was probably the least balanced weapon, I think, in my opinion. But you know, it's an axe after all, so it's not like there's you know, better options for you in that class of weaponry. Yeah, or just make it so that like you can assemble your own somehow with screws, or I don't know. Yeah, there's an entire like bandsaw that exists just to cut, you know, chunks into smaller chunks. It's just a saw that doesn't use durability, I guess. But I think a whole like machining, you know, additive to the game might be asking for a bit much. Yeah, I mean, weapon wheel entirely optional. Serves no purpose outside of just, I guess, shows the how many things I've beat my way through to get. Yeah, I mean, engineer could definitely use a little bit more love for sure. I mean, they already got like carpentry or whatever. They added in like some other skills that it didn't have before. But I don't think engineer should be like some like crazy pick. But definitely maybe like a, like you're describing late game. Oh, this guy can actually make stuff that is like, you know, well thought out and super powerful kind of deal. Maybe give, you know, this is really wishful thinking, but, you know, some like firearms or whatever, but that's like probably never going to happen, and also a bit unrealistic in terms of like crafting your own stuff. You know, kind of like a Fallout 3 level fantasy. I also have the whole like clay pipe thing, so like maybe there will be plumbing, I guess. Pipe segment, like what is pipe segment even used for? Nothing. So I imagine they'll have like some plumbing or irrigation maybe that engineer or farmer can do. Yeah, let me just make a giant crack pipe. Wait, I have stale cooked. Why can I not just make these into salad? I'm trying to feed myself. Potato salad. Potato in the bowl. Yum. I didn't see the interview. Of the interview I saw with the dev, I think I saw like a short of Big Bag Beaver getting eaten by him, and that's like the gist of what I got from it. So I know he probably went into like some more stuff, but I don't know. I'm like, I already do enough stuff on YouTube that I don't exactly sit down and watch all of it. There was I do keep up with the dev blogs though. I did read that, and if they, I mean, admittedly I haven't looked through the whole like changelog if there is one for build 41, but or build 42. Also, to an extent, I just don't want to spoil myself on the new map, but maybe I'm crazy. Why are you guys here? Yeah, before this I was just playing, like, just Skyrim, just regular old Skyrim. Just coming home from work, drinking 6-pack of beer, and playing Star. That's all I was doing. Just some real, like, smooth brain experience kind of shit. We're chilling out this week. Playing some oids. And I was watching my friend play some permadeath, like Skyrim runs or whatever, but he's like a giga noob and has not played it since, you know, 2011. No, I was just playing vanilla. I have like 2 mods total. One of them is like whatever you need to have it to do anything, and then the other one is the UI element one that just makes it so, you know, you don't have inventory management from 2011. Sky UI or whatever it's called. You know, it actually makes the game somewhat usable on PC. Skyrim VR. I've heard good things about it. I don't have a VR headset though. Addicted to wait? Like, what is it? A Skyrim mod or something? Yeah, the only game that I've like played a considerable mod is in is New Vegas or whatever, for Bethesda at least. I did like a run with that one with the cars or whatever. I found like a Mediafire link for standalone cars that didn't require me to have that whole ass I don't know, that was shitty like Alaska mod that like really flopped. But the cars were cool. Oh, for PC? Gotcha, gotcha. Like in terms of like what I want to see for the weight, I want, you know, a carb bonus for fitness. So that's less aids to do and actually has some gaming. I want, you know, some foods that have carbs in them to actually, you know, be bumped up a lot in that. And then I also think it would be cool if, you know, the weight you were at were a bit more dynamic. So if you were like underweight, you had an additional like increased amount of fitness you were getting, or if you were overweight, you had an increased amount of strength, or made it easier to gain strength when you were overweight, or made it easier to gain fitness when you were underweight. So it was just a little bit more than just, oh yeah, I'm in between 75 and 85 and that's it. I'd love to have puny and unfit, but exercise is horrible in MP. Yeah, if your server owner has not increased the rate of exercise gain, then they're really overlooking some things. Yeah, I don't think protein bonus needs, I mean, they could bump up the like proper range to be, you know, 0 to 600 or like just be a little bit more, but I think you should be, you know, at least penalized for maxing out to 1,000 like I have all the time. Hello Radford. Game, but how do you just 2-tap the zombies? I am very far into this run. I am level 7 axe. I'm, you know, level 6 strength. So if you were to, for example, go back in the stream, I would be taking a lot more hits when I was lower skill level. You know, if you watched me when I was level 2 axe or level 5 strength, combination of those things just makes it so, you know, it takes more hits to kill. But I'm 2-tapping because I'm high level. Basically, you achieved all this in the same stream. I've not. This is like the 5th or so stream in this run. Yeah, my first stream, I think I got 9 total kills, and I basically got shoes. That's what I did, because this run I started with no clothes, and you know, I had to make my own shoes. Yeah, what was achieved the first run? I made shoes, I made the pottery wheel, I built my house. And I guess we built up on it from there. Yeah, you could also make it so that, you know, the barbell and dumbbell are actually useful. But I don't know, knowing the PZ devs, they're probably just going to make the push-ups worse and change nothing else. What's the benefit? There's zero benefit. It's just, you know, purely to, you know, challenge myself in a different way. Yeah, most of the stuff that I have done, you can just spawn in with, or, you know, find off a Zed. Like, is there a reason to make twine footwear when you can spawn in with clothes or kill one zombie and get shoes? No. There's only a reason to do that stuff if you are just, you know, challenging yourself for some reason. My survivor isn't getting tired at all. I'm just managing my own endurance by sitting down rather than, you know, fighting with exhaustion where I have a negative 50% damage modifier. The name of the game, man. You continue fighting while you're exhausted, you get more exhausted. You continue fighting while you're exhausted, you do less and less damage. Or you can run away and sit down and continue doing the same damage. Same deal with being drowsy. You know, if you manage your sleep well, you won't be, you know, minus 50% damage every time. For example, I woke up today at like 8 o'clock. I ran over here. I'm going to get tired at around, you know, 19 on the clock. 13 hours from now. But 13 hours from now, I will not be here and I will not be fighting. I will be back at my base, ready to go to bed. It's a sim game after all. 42 heat up also makes you tired faster. If you're, I mean, there's like small niche things like pain increases your rate of fatigue. It doesn't increase your rate of like stamina drain. It just, you know, makes you, your, you know, sleep level. You need to sleep more often if you're in pain, or you need to sleep more often if you're exhausted all the time. But that's not new to build 42. So basically, if you want to like sleep max and you're just going to be tired all the time, make sure you walk around with complete exertion. You know, red lungs moodle, make yourself in agony. That'll make you tired faster. And don't ever rest. Just keep swinging your weapon and doing no damage, and you'll be as tired as you can be. Yep, you do get more body heat as you run around. So like if you stand completely still, I'll probably get chilly when I do that. But since I'm like running around and, you know, moving and swinging my arms, I'm generating body heat. Your hunger level also plays a role into that. If you're starving, you know, you'll generate less body heat. If you're completely full, you'll generate a normal amount. How do you sit on the ground without opening the menu? I've opened the menu every time, but there is a keybind you can do. I just am, you know, used to right-clicking and sit on the ground because I've been playing the game for a while. Yeah, if I were a smart guy, or if I just wanted to change my habits, I probably would be using the keybind, but I'm not a smart guy, and I'm not changing my habits. I'm just, Also, it's not, like, horrible for you to be running around and having this menu open, and you just click on it as soon as You want to sit down. It's just you can't fight while you're doing that. Oh, you're already dead. Okay. Alright, I've never been to this road before. Where does it go? Oh my god, I'm in the town. Maybe. Maybe I'm in. I mean, I saw a picket fence. That qualifies as being in the town, right? Like, I saw a fence in the town, pretty much. Yeah, that's we're counting this as town because that house is there, and I'm way beyond it. I'm in the town. They nerf spears. They're just not as powerful at level 0. They're about as strong as they. But yeah, they're nerfed compared to build 41. If that's what you're comparing them to. They're no longer chatted out at level 0. Have to level it up to 10 before you can one-shot consistently. So basically where you click doesn't matter, like when you walk to a tile. Didn't know that. I mean, I'm WASDing, right? So like I'm just like setting up the sit down, but you really don't have to do what I'm doing right now. You can just keybind that. It's just, you know, old tech of before you didn't have a keybind. And I'm just used to playing that way because it was like that for so long. Hey, if I really wanted to be in that town, I probably could have been in the town in the first month, but, you know, I kind of took a little bit of an offshoot and built a castle first. And also spawned completely naked. So, there was, you know, there was some hurdles I intentionally put in front of myself. There's a rat. Oh shit, a rat. You mean the Dick Castle? Hey. TP Castle. wait there is a keybind to accelerate the time. Yeah, if you use your function keys or click up on the top right, you can fast forward the time. How come you not have a backpack yet? Because I have to make my own backpack. I can't just pick it up. I could just pick it up, but I'm not allowing myself to. I'm making my own backpack. And to make my own backpack, let's look at backpack. Backpack. I have to sew it. So I have to sew it with, you know, medium leather. Well, I can't even do, yeah, I can't do medium leather. So I could have a backpack right now if I really wanted to. But I'm getting by with the satchel, and my satchel isn't even full. Masonry chisel, that is kind of nice for me, but I mean I could already make one, so it's not huge. I would like a club hammer though. That would be really cool. Self nerf challenge. I mean that's more or less any single player game. Any, you know, how much do you want to challenge yourself? Do you want to play on baby mode? Or do you want to play on baby mode but you die in one bullet? And all the enemies take 1,000,000 bullets to die. What do you got, bro? Clearly nothing cool. He is the... Oh no, I clicked that. I didn't want that on. Alright, we're chilling. The weapon you're using is fast. I've never seen zombies die this quick. I know, right? That's what I've been saying. What are you doing farming XP? I'm killing my way into Fallas Lake on 16x oids. There's 1,000,000 oids in the town, and I have not been in the town yet since the day I spawned in. The day I spawned in, I was completely naked with no clothes, so I ran out into the woods where there aren't 1,000,000 oids, and then I made myself shoes so that I could enjoy the comforts of things like not having glass in my feet. Then after I made shoes, I made clothing. Oh my goodness. Then I made a shelter. Wow. And now I am fighting my way back into the town with my newly improved clothed body that isn't 0-0 fitness anymore and strength. Alright, not nauseous yet. We'll keep sticking around. As soon as I hit nauseous, I'm out. I am not dying to corpse sickness. What's 16x? 16x is the amount of oids I'm playing with. I'm playing with 16 times the normal Zeds. It's the most zombies you can have in the whole game. there are 16 times the oids. If you take the population value and put 4 in all the categories, you get the most oids. That's why this town has 1 million oids in it. Regular game, it probably has like, I don't know, 500. This one, 1 million oids. Sew his own shoes and clothes. And then I skipped the part where like I get attacked by my ram and I don't know, and just I separate a pig's family. I break up a marriage between a pig and another pig and their daughter pig. How dare he? Lost my 6 months 16x run to corpse sickness. Yeah, if you're not, you know, used to the new changes to corpse sickness, it's super easy to die to it. I died to it when I was fishing one time. But and it also, like, in that same update that they changed corpse sickness, they made it so lemongrass goes rotten. So it's like the one thing that you can use to like save your run if you do actually get to that max level queasiness, no longer a permanent thing. You have to just farm it. Why would you even do that? Because yeah, I have free will. You can even find a place to sleep if you build your own in the woods where there aren't oids. But yeah, if you try to stay in the towns, especially if you're playing 0-0 fitness and strength, especially if you're playing, you know, with the additive bonus of I'm naked and I have to make my own stuff, you'll probably die. Yeah, if you stay in the town, you pretty much have to either A, you know, use some fire, campfire, Molotov, something to deal with thousands of oids. B, spawn in with a high level fitness and strength that you can actually deal with 1,000 oids. C, play with some type of mod that or whatever that adds in weapons that you're able to deal with thousands of oids, or you know, and that's kind of the list of what you do. But if you're 0-0, you're not allowed to have shoes, shirt, pants. There's not really any other option than running into the woods. Because 0-0, no clothes. Essentially, your first fight is going to be, you know, looking around outside so you can get a tree branch, so you can, I don't know, maybe kill the Zeds that are climbing into your window that you're inside. And on the path to getting a tree branch, you scratch your feet, and then you get your one tree branch, and 10 oids follow you into your house on the way doing that. You might kill one of them as they hop through the window. And all of a sudden, now there's 9 oids in the house, and you can't deal with them because your feet are scratched and you're 0-0. Alright, I'm going to get out of here before I get nauseous. There's a checkbox down in the bottom middle of the screen when you're setting zombie population. You click that, and you set 4 in all fields to get 16x. Run away and stay alive. I mean, we can start a run real quick and stay in the town with 0-0 and no clothes and see how long that lasts. It's not long. Let me get this boulder, actually. I want that boulder. Yeah, sprinters would be even more of the gameplay I'm doing where you have to be in the woods. Like there's literally no shot you stay in the town, and you know, progressing is going to be so much slower. And it's going to require you to just build log fences everywhere. And if you don't have log fences everywhere, then you pretty much can only take one sprinter at a time. Hey, what's up, Captain? 16x sprinters isn't necessarily impossible. It's just progressing takes a lot longer to do. Yeah, like if you want to survive more than, you know, 30 seconds, you have to immediately run into the woods like I did, and, you know, then just live in the woods for the rest of all time. Oh, that's where my freaking fish ended up. It was in here. Yeah, like even just getting out of the town on, you know, 16x sprinters is a bit up to RNG. Especially, primarily if you're playing 0-0. If you're playing high fitness and, you know, you can sprint for a long time, you know, you can just outrun them. But if you're 0-0, you can't, you know, reliably outrun sprinters. Also, no door. Door requires me to make a door knob and hinges and stuff, and I can't do that on Primitive Forge. What am I going to do in terms of backpacks? I mean, I can make one right now with, you know, some leather, but that would require me... Well, actually, I can't make one right now because I want to use the... I already made the bellows with it. But, I mean, I could kill some of the pigs and make more leather that way, but I'm not going to do that until they have offspring. And also, I'm, you know, doing okay with just the satchel. So these say they can be used as a lure, but I'm not sure if they fixed it so that I can. Yeah, you still... So if your cooked fillet goes rotten, it's actually useless. It says you can use it for fishing lure, but you can't. And it's been like that all of Build 42. No, you can get out of the town if you're high fitness. You can, like, there's some 16x sprinters streamers, like Bonds is somebody that does 16x sprinters. You can get out on 0-0. It's just far more difficult, and then progressing in like, you would not get this far on 16x sprinters. The, like, end game of that is, like, getting to McCoy Estate or something, you know, that is relatively low population, but has, like, crafting stations pre-built and is far away from most everything else. Alright, I did one fish and I'm done. No, you can take multiple sprinters at the same time. It's just a matter of having a fence that you can work with. You got a fence fight. But if you're just trying to fight them standing up, then no, you'll probably die. One day, please. One day. Thank you. I mean, McCoy Estates is basically there for people that don't want to, you know, go down the whole tech tree of making blacksmithing stuff or whatever, and just have some crafting stations and all that built up to use day one, as well as, you know, on-site fishing, low zombie pop. How long it took me to build house from nothing? To get like just the log house around me, I got that done in like the first stream, but this is like still ongoing. It's not quite done. What you can get from a fishing net, you can get like the crustaceans, lobster, whatever kind of things, crawdads. I haven't really been using them. I've just been doing the regular fish because, I mean, like, as you saw, like, once you get to a high enough fishing level, I have, you know, 2 fillets that have near 4,000 calories in them. That's, you know, kind of hard to beat. I can just make salad, 1,000 calories. Another salad. Another 1,000 calories. Now I'm leveled out. Can we now feed broken wood into the fire? Yeah, you've been able to do that for all of build 42. The only things that you can't put in the fire, I've noticed, is here there are leaf piles that you have to pick up using this. Like, so you pick up leaves. You can't burn those when you might have to. You know, I think you reasonably could. Yeah, at least you can. So from what I understand, if you fish further away, the fish are bigger. So if you build like a pier or something out to those bubbles, they're probably larger than what you can catch near the shore. Broken wood weapons, you can put them in. So like, for example, I had, you know, a bunch of tongs that are, you know, primitive tongs made out of sticks, and when they broke, I could just put them into the campfire. What you couldn't do before is, if you broke like a knife or something, you couldn't smelt it down if it was broken. But they changed it so that, you know, the furnace doesn't read that broken tag anymore. Can we fish in domestic pools? From what I understand, yeah, but I haven't done it myself. You definitely could in build 41, and I've heard people talk about doing it in build 42. Should it be that way? I don't know. Probably not, but think they need bubbles. I think, well, you can probably chum it and make bubbles that way. Bro, how much fish do I got to eat to gain weight? I'm 3,000 calories deep. I got lotion on my shit. I got need fat too to gain weight. I'm gaining weight on just raw protein, dog. We got a fish fillet that has, you know, let's look at the bigger one that we haven't cut up. 4,000 calories total. We got 24 fat, 24 carbohydrates, and 850 grams of protein, and you can gain weight on that. That is how the game works right now. And the, you know, how carbs, fats, and proteins work together does not work how it should, you know. So carbohydrates have 4 calories in them, proteins have 4, and fats have 8. And, you know, if we do the math here, 2.72 times 4 is like, I don't know, 9 or so. If you add these things up, they don't go to 13.13. Like, I've had some more egregious examples of that not being true, but Zomboid calories, basically, if you're not eating fish, rabbit, or butter, you're going to lose weight. it would be nice to be able to dry fish or make jerky. It would have, but I mean, as it stands, we can't. The only things you can dry are like seemingly useless things, like you know, I guess the most useful thing that I've dried out is the pain reliever one, this black sage or common mallow. Those are like kind of seemingly the only ones I think are worth doing, because this one relieves pain relief if you just chug a bunch of it, and this one, if you chug 10 of these back to back, will cure a cold. But outside of that, there's not a whole lot of use out of the drying racks. Feeding mostly on fish back since build 41. Trust me. So if the same way, however you were feeding yourself in build 41 is how it works in build 42. And anything that was added in build 42 is not worth doing. So we can do the whole nutrition talk again. So you might think, oh, hey, we have pigs now, right? The pigs, you could kill it and get a lot of meat. So right here, we have all the meat from the pig, and it might say rotten, but you know, when it goes rotten, it actually still keeps the calories in it. So entire pork chop, 200 calories. Six pork cut rotten, right? And these are all 100, like, you know, below 200 calories. Pork chop, you know, barely over 100 in most cases. Average pork chop, 112, 69, 73, 75, 66. Like these are laughable compared to, you know, the fish versus, and then, you know, the rabbit's kind of the same way, where you get a lot of calories from them. How far have I pushed out from the base? I'm, you know, rapidly getting into the town, and now we're fielding questions since we're getting close to the town of, hey, can you stay in the town? And you know, I'm about to show. Oh, hey, thanks, Paladin. What's up, man? But yeah, we're you know, getting the questions of why'd you run outside the town? Because there's 1 million oids in it. What's going on, man? Back to your raid and me makes me think that I've probably been awake for quite a while, considering your AU, but raise the leanest animals on Earth, but the fattest rabbits. The rabbits still are just only protein, though. They're roided out. All right, we're going to go back into the town. After, of course, I get some more weapons here. Oh, I don't have any more flakes. Let's make flakes real quick. We're going to flashbang people with the flake making noise. And get that in the bag. Here we go. We're going to head on out. From what I see, you got a couple hours more to play tonight. Well, we'll be sticking around. I mean, I right now have personally taken a week off of work to just play this game, you know. And it's been my life for the last couple of days, essentially. Like, I go to the gym, and then I just get on oids, you know, and I've seen my friends for about, like, 3 hours, I guess, over the course of the last 4 days. We've been grinding. Any new food preservation? There is the drying racks for various sage and all that, but mostly those things are low calories. If you're trying to preserve food, it's kind of the same way as build 41. You either put it in a fridge or a freezer, or you put it in a jar. 32, and I was sick for 3.5 days. Of course, you were sick. Hey guys, I'm sick at work. Oh man. And then you have that like smiling friends thing where your boss sees you online on Steam and get reported. Valley Army Surplus store. I actually went to the Army Surplus store at the start of the stream. there were enough to make my game have a noticeable stutter even upon leaving the cell and unloading them. So, you know, we saw the little black stick figures. They start to show up. Had an ear infection on my B-Day. I mean, if that's a real thing, I feel bad for you. But if you're, you know, just using that as your excuse to not go to work, then I completely understand that also. No, there's no pemmican, unfortunately. Yeah, they could really add in some lard or something. Lard would be nice to have. This is as far as we have made it up. There was this house. I'm gonna look at the house. They have some kind of farm with blooming lavender. That is what that is. I'm very surprised that there's even any of it left, but I'm sure by the time I've even got up to it, most of that will be trampled. The fire axe. Could have used sick days? Damn. Unfortunate. The stone saw is a very fair and balanced weapon. You can make it at level 3 napping. Is the kill count out? I am like, you know, 5,831. Not the highest, but, you know, I've been doing some side projects here and there. Muscle strain is not a problem when you are a high level of weapon skill. It impacts you less as you level up. What we got? Bolt cutters. Oh, it's too big for me to even pick up. All right. Got us the satchel. Expert flint saw? Not sure. I don't play expert. If you do want to go down the wonderful path that is the flint saw, lumberjack is a fantastic pick for that. Do we get any lavender? Bro, where's the respirator? I keep finding these guys with the coveralls who are clearly some kind of exterminator, but they never have the respirator. Exhausted. Let's get out of here. What do I think about the runner trait? Not great. Runner trait essentially gives you, you know, a 30% XP bonus. And it costs 4 points. You already get like 1 XP every time you get a skill up without the runner trait. And, you know, so long as you're running around everywhere, it's not a problem of leveling it up. Where's my running? Yeah, like I'm already at level 5. Yeah, fast learner. I don't think regular learner is bad. Fast learner is expensive, but you know, 30% on all your skills is kind of hard to beat up. I do take it. But yeah, pacifist is pretty easy to fit into most builds. Runner is a big waste of points. It's not difficult to level up running without it. It's just a matter of doing it. And especially if you're like me and you don't use a car really ever, you get a lot of running XP. I did not rest very long. Let's just rest for a bit longer. Do I ever play with content mods? I just play with info mods. I have played with like cryogenic winter. I did a save with that. You know, that was like 5 months ago. But I'll usually just like have like 1 or 2 mods, you know, to change it up. But right now we're just kind of playing vanilla. Yeah, runner not worth. Pacifist decreases your, you know, rate of XP gain on melee weapons and stuff. But let's push this one down. So I got, you know, 2.92 experience from that. And if I don't take Fast Learner and I don't take Pacifist, I get 3 experience with a skill bonus to, you know, my max damage attacks on, you know, axe. So I'm essentially losing, you know, 0.08 experience by taking Pacifist and Fast Learner at the same time. But I still have, you know, the bonus to all the other skills. So it's, you know, cheaper to do that. And leveling up combat skills really isn't the hardest thing ever. Especially considering, you know, you're playing a zombie game and I'm playing it with like the most amount of Zomboids you can have. So it's not bad. It's a little more annoying for like something like Spear or, you know, that you won't have a bonus to. So you're going to spend forever doing it, but it's not awful. I mean, you're going to more than likely spend forever leveling that skill up anyway if you wanted to level it up because you can't get a bonus for it. Slow metabolism, slower loss weight is the best trait. Yeah, pretty much. It's not only just is it less calories to upkeep yourself with slow metabolism, but you effectively have like a, you know, month-long period where you don't have to feed yourself because you want to lose the weight. Any close calls lately, or you locked in all day? No close calls, and also no animal spaz out, you know, things either. So the animals have been chilling, and we've been chilling too. Yeah, I haven't even been hit by like a fence lunge this run, you know, fingers crossed, but you know, eventually I will. Usually pretty good at dealing with it. So the long term, is it worth going pacifist? Long term pacifist is like one of the freest traits to take. If they did make it so that pacifist did like less damage or something like that, it would be horrible, and it would probably be like a 10-pointer or something. Yeah, slow metabolism, super easy to deal with. 6 and table armor like the chest rig. The chest rig is just a matter of finding the tarp, and finding tarp is not the easiest thing. Like, and I need to have the recipe. I might need to find a chest rig to look at it to figure out how to do it. Oh wait, no, you're asking like to auto learn it? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. But I did it on the multiplayer server, but I also was just like, you know, more or less like cheating stuff in because it was like a end of the 42 not Titan team and we're doing like a send off. This game, 1-hit kill. If you have high strength and high weapon skill, you can 1-hit kill, yes. Oh wait, you mean me 1-hit kill, yes. I have, you know, the default. If I get lacerated, it's a 20% chance that I die. If I get scratched, it's a 7%. And if I get bit, I'm just 100% dead. Graceful, good long-term. Graceful is okay. It's, you know, if you're like me and you sprint over fences often, not sprint, but run, you know, you will never like injure yourself doing that. So it's good for that. You know, it's good for the footstep noise too. And it also is like a, you know, trait that you just can't learn. But I think the biggest thing is that you won't injure yourself sprinting over fences. But I mean, for the most part, so long as you like manage your moodles, you won't ever injure yourself. So like I can sprint over the fence all day, but the second I get exerted, or the second I get overweight, the second I get overburdened, you know, I have a chance to trip. But yeah, graceful is very good in sprinters scenario. Yeah, I would take graceful in sprinters just because of all the, especially the fence stuff, you know. Yeah, graceful is not bad. Of course, I'm not playing sprinters this run, and you know, I was a bit starved for points in this to begin with because I tried to fit resilient into my build. But I mean, a lot of what I took, you know, could be mitigated if I were like actually metagaming and not griefing myself. I could not take illiterate, and then I wouldn't have to take, you know, angler. I wouldn't have to take I don't know what else. I just feel like illiterate is such a self grief, and I'm doing it for the memes at this point, pretty much. Hell, I probably wouldn't even take fast learner if I could read. At that point, fast learner is just, you know, a combat skill bonus, not huge. Yeah, runner. I mean, even in sprinters, it's like it's okay. But like, if you're living long enough to level up running, it's really not that big of a difference. Fast learner pacifist is always worth it. If you can read though, then your like book skills don't really matter as much for the fast learner, and your combat skills, you know, especially if you just, if you all you care about is leveling up one, you know, weapon skill, then you're just gonna ever use the whatever your professional one is. I typically like have a super late game goal for a lot of my playthroughs where I try to max like just gold this whole tile. That's, you know, what I try to get going. So fast runner is a little bit more helpful for that, especially doing, you know, spear and long blade. Long blade especially because I can't read the books either, but that's, you know, again, a self grief. I honestly think that slow learner without illiterate is slow learner I think is easier to deal with than illiterate. Maybe controversial opinion, but slow learner you can, you know, get book skills. And it affects your combat skills, whereas if you're playing 16x, you're gonna get a million combat, you know, points anyway. I am tired. I want this hunting knife, and I am out. Oh, it's a kitchen knife. It's not even a hunting knife. Rip me. It's heavily modded, so vanilla. Okay, yeah. That's a tough thing about Zomboid. It's so easy to mod, so it's kind of difficult to like jump in onto other people's playthroughs sometimes when you don't know like the, you know, 200 plus mods or something that they have. That's like one of the things I did like about the rat race. So Like, personally, I never participated in it, but it was a lot easier to jump around to different people's streams and be like, oh, this person is playing this preset. They're playing with these mods, you know, and, you know, this is their objective. So I did like that about the rat race, in that regard. 400 mod vanilla features. Yeah, it's like the, I don't know, I've just seen people throw around the term vanilla plus, like, pretty loosely. It's like, my vanilla plus run, and it's 200 mods. Not that there's anything wrong with that, you know, but... How plus are we? We're super plus sized, but we're 400 pounds? Rat race, this is not the rat race, but I am playing 16x. I am playing on, you know, objectively easier settings than the rat race. I'm not playing with like 0.1 loot or whatever, or 1,000 follow distance. It's just somewhat similar settings, but it is not the rat race. And once you start playing with OSRS, you know, overlay, you can't really go back. That's one I can't really give up. Proximity inventory also kind of important. Those are like my two, you know, go-to mods. Everything else doesn't matter as much. ShaderZ Vivid, I really wish was just, you know, regular vanilla. I don't know why there's like a blurred preset put over the PZ. The only way that you can get rid of that blurred preset is if you play with like a locked zoom, which again is pretty grief. I mean, what is the rat race? My bad. Rat race is a 16x preset along with, you know, several other elements, and they have a goal of like 1 million kills and maxing out all your skills and setting bases in different towns as well. Even if I play MP single player playthroughs, a lot of people help me. Yeah, I think watching other people play also is a helpful thing. You know, I'm not trying to sell myself here or anything like that, but like if you're a new player, you're not going to figure everything else out by just like raw playing, running in. Like something, I guess tips that I can give new players that took me a while to learn. Also, I'm nauseous. I need to get out of here. Helpful tips for new players. Do not underestimate having a maintenance bonus. Maintenance is how long your weapons last. You know, you want to have a bonus to this skill. That will make your, you know, weapons last a lot longer. So don't skip out on that on the trait character select screen, and also don't skip out on nimble. Nimble is how fast you move around when you right click when you're aiming. Having a bonuses to both of those skills will, you know, make your experience with the game a lot better. You know, more durable weapons, faster movement in combat. Two amazing things. Do not skip out on those. Alright, but I'm going to get out of this corpse hell before I die to corpse sickness, because that is no fun. How long does it take to level up strength and fitness if you only start with 5 to both? I would highly recommend, if you plan on leveling strength and fitness at all, that you do it from 0. Because you're missing out on so many points, and the entire grind of strength and fitness from 0 to 5 could be done in like a month in game. Versus, you know, the grind from 5 to 10 that you're talking about will take upwards to, you know, 2 years to do. So if you plan on playing a run for 2 years, you could have 20 more points if you simply did that 0 to 5 grind. Does the run end? There's no, like, end to the game, if that's what you're asking. I mean, it ends when you die. And, I mean, so long as I don't let myself die to corpse sickness, I don't see it ending anytime soon. Corpse sickness will get you. I have not seen a respirator yet, so I haven't been able to make the, gas mask, which I really would like to have that, but... Yeah, corpse sickness, pretty hard to deal with. How much in a day? I typically, you know, when I run back to the base as I am right now, you know, tend to my character. Of course, you know, I've been eating nothing all day, so my weight's going down. It's more so about chipping away at it, you know, little bits at a time. So, you know, I'll put all the loot away that I got throughout the day in the bins that it needs to go, refill my water, make sure the animals have something to eat. So do that, then I'm gonna, I just have 2 bowls for some reason. And we're getting to the fitness and strength part of this. But I'm going to make some food because my arrow is going down and we don't want to lose weight. It's neutralized and I can't eat anymore. But yeah, basically from this point on, you know, in a couple hours, it's going to be too dark for me to craft. But it's not too dark for me to sit here and do squats. So, you know, we're just going to squat for the rest of the night. And in doing so, this is going to make me drowsy as well, you know. I don't typically want to exercise at the start of the day because this exhaustion boodle does increase your rate of becoming tired. So if you do it at the end of the day, it's much better. Does expert help with the flint saw? I don't know. I don't play expert. I honestly don't use the flint saw all that much, but I am using it this run, so I can't really field questions on it. This is my first time using it. Leather hydration pack. You can make the water bag, though. There is a water bag you can make with leather. So that was like 4 or so sets of squats, but you know, that's enough to get maybe 1,000 fitness experience. So in the grand scheme of things, is that going to, you know, get me to level 8 anytime soon? Not really, but you know, you do that at the end of the day for over the course of months and months, you will gradually level up your fitness. Now earlier on, like fitness and strength, I kind of just went through like days at a time spamming squats and push-ups to get to 5.5, and then after 5.5 I just kind of lay off it a little bit. Now sometimes being a wilderness player, if it is raining outside or something like that, I won't, you know, go out because it's just like a shitty day, and I'll stay inside and do the fitness and strength. But like if we look at the character sheet, you know, I've got 1,700 fitness, 1,300, 1,000, but most of this also is like, you know, keep in mind from killing zombies as well. I don't even know where the fitness is on here. It's 800, so I didn't really do a lot of squats that day. But yeah, if you want to kind of stay on top of, grinding it out, here's another day I did 1,000 but didn't kill anything, so like these days that I'm killing 0 zombies, I still am getting some fitness because at the end of the day I'm doing squats before I go to bed. Yeah, I would, I guess in my scenario, I'm stuck with the satchel, but, I think the water bag is worth having if you have a large backpack. Because then, late game, your water bottle is like one of the few things that you actually have in your regular inventory. And if you just have a water bag or a canteen, it's one less thing you got to carry around unequipped. Hydration pack is really good, especially early game, because you can have it, be your water bottle, plus its encumbrance reduction is really high. It's like 85 or something. It's one of the best early game bags. It's better than the school bag, better than the duffel bag. You don't have a lot of space, but if you know how to manage your space, like I've been getting around with 15 carry weight for the better part of 5 months essentially. Yeah, like you're not gonna fit a generator in that thing, but it's gonna provide you utility plus provide you enough to carry around basically everything you need. Good for high thirst. I personally, man, like high thirst is again a self-reef. Low thirst being just 2 points, it's hard to pass that up. That is a good deal, trust me, because I mean, like I've said before, water is like one of the few things that you're gonna have to always carry around on your player, and having to carry less of that is awesome. Yeah, I unfortunately haven't found a 2-liter water bottle, so like I've been getting away with this 1-liter one, but I have to stay on top of refilling it all the time. Like if you have a 2-liter bottle or you have a hydration pack plus like canteen on Alice Vest, you can go like a day or two without even refilling it, and like it doesn't really hurt. And I've got to eat this. Get the arrow going up. Just keep it going up throughout the day, hopefully. A little bit of frame pack. I could. It's just a matter of me like killing the pigs, and but I've been waiting for them to get offspring before I do any other leather stuff. Like right now, technically, I could have a sheepskin pants and sheepskin jacket, but I have elected to wait for them to have offspring, where I massacre them. I don't know if I want to be out fighting these guys in the fog. I think I'll just, I guess, get some of these sticks and come back. That'll, give me at least some use of coming out here. I want tree branches. Just fine cattle. I wish. I looked around at a lot of the farms. I didn't see any. I haven't seen chickens either. I would like chickens, but you know, if I found a more useful animal than the pigs, I think I would just kill the pigs straight up. But I don't want to, you know, throw the pigs off the cliff when they could be potentially my only like medium leather source for a while. I can get medium leather from the sheeps though, so it's not like the worst thing ever. I have a large hook. Yeah, like today I will probably just do exercise. Because it is a nasty day out. I'll probably squat until the fog goes away. Once the fog goes away, I'll go and look for some rocks and maybe finish up the bottom part of my castle. Be kind of nice. Fog is clearing up. That is awesome. Now I'm gonna go look for stones. Oh, we have a fishing rod. Not that this is, I can already make my own fishing rod, but fishing line and fishing hook, that is kind of cool. Early game, that would be awesome. Where I'm at right now, doesn't matter a whole lot. Yeah, you can maybe get deer. But yeah, multiplayer is a bit of a weird environment for animals unless you're playing like co-op. But I mean, PZMP honestly outside of co-op has always been kind of in a bit of a weird place. Short-sighted is not horrible. You're just more restricted on what you can wear with short-sighted. And especially with like the changes to corpse thickness, you can only have a half respirator with short-sighted. And end of the day, it's only 2 points, so it's not like it's the greatest, you know, perk to always take. Yeah, it's, well, I mean, I think with the addition of like the respirator, it's not exactly only fashion, it's a bit more utility side as well. Yeah, I mean, the masks are also your griefing if you're wearing them because they lower your vision cone. The masks do look kind of funny though. The hide mask or whatever that you can sew, you look like a cannibal when you have that thing on. Like this thing. This thing is really funny. Live for 8 hours, bro. People keep commenting on the 8 hours mark, but then like we look at yesterday's stream, 11.5 hours. Day stream, day before that one, 11.5 hours. Like I've just been grinding the game. Yeah, I can't also stream for as long as I have been, for as long as I am, you know. I've got until Wednesday to kind of play like this. Yeah, but the puny and the effects that you get from starting at 0-0 are totally lost by just leveling up. And in essence, like if you're talking about like the character sheet, having stout and having fit don't impact your character. Having unfit and puny, the only instance that having those affects your character beyond, you know, the fitness and strength, like these stats, having these like be here is only influences your ability to push Zeds over. So like if you have 0 strength and you know in turn also have puny, there's like a niche interaction where you'll push Zeds over less effectively. You can like go on the wiki page and kind of see what I mean by that and just read like the asterisk thing. Yeah, I don't know why the attack cancel thing hasn't been fixed or whatever. It's like, at this point, just, I guess, intended. Kind of silly. Alright, I'm in pain. Oh no, what will I do? I can't go to bed. Let's do another wonderful mechanic of sipping 1 milliliter of whiskey. And then going to bed. Oh, is my water bottle full? It is, okay. Wear head rat, cover face. And we're off. I've been working towards getting a different jacket though, because my insulation value isn't the best on my core, and some of these days it's actually been getting kind of cold. I mean, so long as I'm running around the whole time, it's not like an issue. Oh, it is actively snowing. Long-term save, I mean, depending on your own definition of a long-term save, 5 months, I'm already kind of there, but I do intend to not die, if that's what you're asking. I mean, I still gotta make the advanced forge. I gotta finish my castle. I gotta wait for the offspring to be reproducing. As I mentioned earlier, make my sheepskin jacket. A handful of things. But I mean, you know, if you're asking esoteric, what's the goal of Zomboid? There is no goal. You just live as long as you can. What's the point of life, bro? We all live, we all go to work, we all die. Show map. Oh my god, show map? Show boob. Collect all the plushies. Point of life is... Point of life is to dig a bigger pen for your pigs so they don't get stressed. Yeah, I need to get Jaquez. I do have a Spiffo. It's not a big one, but it is a Spiffo. Sheepskin jacket, any percent? Well, I'm definitely like in last place. Bro, there's one lavender left. Okay, there's a little bit left. These guys smashed every other one. The goal of this run is to harvest this lavender. Awesome. I didn't get any experience from doing that. Isn't that so cool? And now I can eat this 0.1 calorie lavender. So, wow. Well, now that's in my inventory, I have to like do something with it. How good is DIY armor now? It's actually pretty good. I mean, like if you're just asking about maybe like the bone stuff, bone armor isn't bad. It all gives 100% protection. It's just its durability. You can tank like one hit with this stuff. Would I wear the mask? Probably not. I think the masks for armor are never really worth grabbing, but you know, like bone pectoral, this actually saved me in a run one time, or not saved me, but like a Zed hit it, and you know, it could have been a scratch, it could have been a laceration, it could have been something, but yeah, I think leather is worth doing. You of course have to go down like the whole leather tanning route and all that to get to it, but I think leather is one of the easier forearm armors to get. Or maybe it's called leather something, I don't know. But I remember having this Vambrace or whatever. It gives 100% protection, so I do need to learn the recipe somehow, though. I guess I need to, you know, look at another piece before I can do it. Considering I'm level 5 tailoring and I didn't auto-learn it. Yeah, the gloves, though, there is a bone glove that gives 70, 80 protection. This is pretty good. No recipe requirement. Like, I could do this right now if I really wanted to. Well, I would need fingers gloves, which, you know, I would need to sew gloves, which I need to get to tailor 6 to do. And then I would need to cut the fingers off and then do this. So, you know, if I had another tailor level, I could do it. But at this very waking moment, given my, you know, self-imposed challenge, I can't do it. Or what is this house? This house is actually kind of cool. Another intentional player home, it seems. On-site water. Probably some type of furnace inside of here. There's a nice little blue comfy chair in there. Of course, by the time I'm done here, every window will be smashed. So, I mean, make a snowman. That is the point of life, of course. Play it slow, I speed run. You probably would be dead. I could do that, bro. The most amount of kills I've gotten in a single run. I've gotten like allegedly more than this, but you know, I've got 1,500 on YouTube, or you know, 150,000 in stream career or whatever. But I've other runs. My dad worked at Nintendo runs. Yeah, he has done more than me, of course. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good player home. Oh, you're on the back door. Modded maps, modded weapons. I just have default transmission. I haven't been scratched or lacerated at all yet, but maybe one day. Pretty nice looking house. Does it have long johns for me? That's what I want to know. Legit in a town? Depending on your definition of town, yeah. Somewhat. Maybe one day I can find myself some I'm worried with all this broken glass and like my shoes breaking in the past that I'm gonna walk on top of it. Look at my shoe durability. It looks like I'm a crazy guy. Yeah, only crafted bags. That is why I am rocking the burlap satchel this late in the run. Caffeine pills I will take. Oh my god, bro. What the heck was that view angle, man? This stupid bookshelf? Oh, shit. Yeah, man. And bookshelf, solid block. Like going in houses sucks, man. Just don't. Especially with deaf guys, like they just don't react. He had that entire time to come outside and he did not. I guess I could have just sat downstairs and yelled over and over again, but yeah, it wasn't just a corner. It was the fact that, so like a bookshelf looks like it's a half block, you know, or like you'd be able to see through it. You can't see through them. They're kind of like walls, but as if a wall were blocked around like all sides. Also, this is kind of neat. And there's tongs here. That would be crazy. Crowbar, yes. I mean, I guess I can melt it down. I'll allow myself to melt it down. Yeah, but most of this stuff, like, you know, great loot. I don't know if I should be just, like, taking it to take it. It's not kind of in the spirit of the challenge. Can I take these? Those tire stacks. I wonder if I can take the tire stack and rip it. You can rip tire, right? Tire, cut tire. You cannot. It has to be an actual tire, damn. Missed opportunity. I nerf even loot weapons. Yeah, I'm not allowed to just have stuff. I mean, like, you know, of course I can just equip this crowbar. Nothing is stopping me from doing that, but like, end of the day, it's a, you know, game, you can play it however you want. BRB spawning in full military outfit. AA-12 in my hands. Oh, let me get the freaking fitness out of here. It's like sort of in the town. I feel like I'm still on the outskirts. What game's this? No idea, man. Use crowbar for looting windows, true, but I can also make an advanced forge and make my own crowbar. Like, I'll take this to melt it down, but that's as close as I'll get. How good is the best craftable backpack? Yeah, it's 45. I think the worst capacity one is better, though. It's like 80 encumbrance reduction, but I mean, what am I working with? Like 65 encumbrance reduction? Yeah, it's even that large frame pack is going to be better. Craft a gun PZ should allow a player to craft a bow and arrows. At some point they'll add that in. Just not right now. Is there any combat nerf if we hold one bag in other hand? No. There's a combat nerf if you hold a bag in both hands. Where does it go? Where's the train? Show me where it goes. Oh yes, sandbag blockade. Bro, why would they even build this across the road if it doesn't go to anything? Are you like rage baiting or something? No, not Ruiner, you're good. We just have unlimited capacity, Britta's weapons, bragging about kills. Stream maxing? Almost. I mean, I'm stream maxing in that I'm doing 2 different websites for streams. And also, reading both the chats. Hey. Railroad tracks existed before the road. So why would they have paved the road over top? I don't know. It just, the fact that it extends over the road and then goes to nothing. I don't know. This is just like, I don't know. I get you're trying to justify something that is clearly stupid, but let me research your bag, man. Wouldn't that be awesome having a backpack? I already researched the fanny pack, pretty sure. Yeah. Don't question pros' actions. I mean, all right. Hey, I'm just a regular stupid person. Press Q. How dare you? Press Q for no money. Just do it for the love of the game. Wait, this is a... Hold up. They add these back. Metal drum. Got water in it, but I don't think I can get water from it. Yeah. But I see the water in it. I mean, those water barrels existed, you know, in build 41, and at some points in build 42 also. Pre-generated objects, yeah, it's just not functioning. They've re-added the train station to Fallas Lake. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't looked at the map really all that much. That is kind of bizarre how it just ends right right after the road ends. This clearly goes out of town, then turns around or whatever. This is like the most outskirts house that I can really get to, and it's 2 stories. I think that once this area is reliably cleared out, I'll probably end up having an outpost there. I mean, hell, it's got on-site water, so like I could even bring fishing rods there and, you know, have a pretty easy time gaining weight. Bro, what happened to your house? It looks like a shithole. Oh my god. Never mind, this is my house. This house is awesome. I played 160 days, stacked more paper than me. I need to get my grind up. You just gotta fast forward a whole lot. I spend my life on that fast forward button, unless I'm, you know, paused and reading chat. But this old crack house, bro, this is not a crack house, it's a crack home. We got the little kid's chair outside. Random TV stand in the front yard. My strength levels on stream right now, I'm level 6 and my weapon skill's 8. Weapon skill is the one that matters a little bit more in that department. As weapon skill increases your damage, it also increases your crit rate. Whereas strength just increases your damage. Are based at the same as you are. And 9x is pretty fun. I mean, machetes are, you know, solid pick. Depends on what your, you know, Zeds you're playing with. If you're playing with random toughness, machete's better. If you're playing with default, just regular, normal, that is, then short sword is better in that department. Just from a stamina perspective. Machete, like, we'll probably start one-shotting a lot earlier on. I'm just going to use a lot more stamina using it. That kid, maintenance 9, man. Moving up. I am starting to get a bit of a ways away from the front lines, so like, let's look at the map here. I gotta walk quite a while to get across here. Like, I really need to get that house kind of set up. Maybe I'll bring some nails and stuff over and get it a little bit more barricaded so I feel comfortable sleeping in that place. I could steal the couch or something from this house, put it in there. Time to get a car? Absolutely not. So get a car. You need to find a car. To find a car, I'll find a car, get my keys. But then I need to put gas in it. Then I need to have a generator. Then I need to kill 1 million noids at the gas station. I need to kill 1 million noids at the gas station, which I haven't done. Find a generator, which I haven't done. Take apart 1,050 watches, which I haven't done. Put that all together and also find a funnel and a rubber hose to siphon gas from an existing car that has gasoline, which I haven't done. And assemble all of those things. And then I can drive a car. And after all that, I will be Sunday driver. My favorite weapon overall, I like the crowbar, man. Crowbar is my favorite weapon. Do I think it's the best weapon? Not really. But it is my favorite one. How did you get a mattress in my house? I took a bunch of pillows and sewed it up. Now, if you're asking, did I make the pillows? No, I found the pillows, but to make a pillow, you're going to see why I allowed myself to take them. You need 100 feathers, 100 cotton balls, 100 raw wool. So this is a kind of a ridiculous. If you could sub this out for dry grass or something like that, I would probably do it. But I can't. So I decided to just let myself get the pillows from the house and then sew up a mattress. That's how I did the mattress. Yeah, I always do illiterate. Illiterate because I like to party. You know, I'm so concerned about my shoes breaking again. I think I might actually make a needle so I don't potentially scratch my feet and, you know. I'm going to start carrying thread and a needle with me, man. Like, that shoe scratch earlier has me so paranoid. You can forge your own crowbars? Yes, that's why I put that one over there so I can melt it down. Like, I only picked that up because people were asking me on the YouTube side if I should take it, but you know, I'll take stuff out of like there if I'm melting it down for metal, but about where I'll end. Yeah, I'll definitely have the goal of forging all that stuff, but like for me to get blacksmith maxed out, which I've done twice now, illiterate no bonus, requires me to make a lot of buckles, which buckles aren't horrible, but like we can look at the stuff here. Buckle is level 4. That's like the experience tier it gets, but it's only 1 steel piece. So you can imagine all these chunks I have, or you know, stuff that I can get chunks from. Essentially, I can saw these up to 5, so that's, you know, 105 buckles I can make. That's a sizable experience chunk. Crowbar, you can, I think, I don't remember the exact goal, but you can learn to do it as illiterate. Illiterate, no bonus, no inventive. Hey man, we've been here before, we've done it, so I mean, why not cut up belts? What do you mean, like just to get the buckles? It's not so much of me getting the buckle, it's so much of I'm doing the buckle for the experience here, because the buckle only takes you know, I'll show it again. Buckle, it only takes 1 steel piece and it's level 4, and the experience you get is based on the level of the craft. In steel piece, this is like a minuscule amount of metal. Slow and pain, self-described Brita weapon user. Going on armor quest, you need the buckles. Yeah, I mean the buckles essentially. I mean, even if I want to do armor, I'm gonna have to level up my blacksmith pretty far down. Yeah, eventually. I guess I'm chilly now that I washed myself off. Crowbar Castle. Yeah, I might try to finish up the back of this castle this stream. I think I'll get that going. Let's do a bit of exercise. Yeah, man, we gotta, you know, we're in Fallas Lake. Where do you think we're at? We're in PP Lake. We gotta represent. Yeah, I wish there were something you could do with all the buckles at the end, but you can't even melt them down. So, but they are the, you know, I guess you could say reforging some of the, you know, metal neutral crafts is better, but it takes so much charcoal. It's kind of like the, you know, dice situation with carving, where the dice are more time efficient, but, you know, take more wood. But this time it takes metal, so it's a little bit more, you know, of an investment. You melt broken weapons now? I'm not sure. I mean, I wasn't able to do it in .12. And not a lot has changed since .12. Like .12 and most of the updates beyond that were just like fixing, you know, issues with multiplayer more than anything. Make simple torches for night work. I would be more interested in if something was added that, you know, like the only built light feature that we have in vanilla, at least, if I can even not spell cug, I'm trying to spell light. These flashlight pillars. And it's not like, you know, electrical doesn't have lanterns potentially that we could hang from the roof or something like that, but I wish these like place lanterns maybe you could get working with light switch, or I don't know, some stuff I could see there. How does vitamin work now compared to Build 41? There is no vitamin anymore. It's caffeine pills. But caffeine pills and vitamins are effectively the same thing. Caffeine pills just relieve double the fatigue and use double the resources of your vitamins. And we have entire snow when I wake up. Goddamn. You know, for finishing the Dit Castle, I don't think you can find stones when it snows, right? Like, did I just grief myself? Okay, no, I can find stones. It might be lower, right? Well, I'm in the winter now. It's probably gonna be cold. It's only a little below freezing, but we're only finding winter berries. I mean, okay, it is December the 7th, so that's just kind of to expected. The months kind of did fly by, to be honest. Yeah, if I could learn the pipe bomb recipe somehow, I would do it, but I think you need to research a pipe bomb, and you can only really find them in survivor homes, or, you know. I have killed a lot of survivor Zeds, and I've never found a pipe bomb on one. But I have found it in, like, the trunk of a survivor vehicle. No, I like the pipe bomb. I actually kind of like the strategy of, you know, like, strategies like that are, like, miscellaneous, and rather than just, like, face tanking yourself with, like, 1,000 spears in your bag or whatever, I think are more interesting than, you know, the aforementioned the strat that everyone's seen 1,000 times. Found a pipe in a single trash pile. Oh, you forged a pipe bomb. That would be awesome. When will they release build 43 stable? 3.1. So build 43.1 is going to come after build 43.0. That's when they're going to release it. I've forged bullets, magazines, and a laser sight twice, but I've never actually found a straight up gun. I've found all sorts of melee weapons. I've found several machetes. I found a garden fork in this run in particular. Yeah, I think forging a pipe bomb is probably that would be insane. I mean US M548 cargo carrier by Papa Chad mod. 600 capacity, that's quite a bit. Modded vehicles be like. Oh, I did all that and I did not have my backpack equipped. Amazing. Pro player. Well, I foraged for rocks. I found no rocks at all. I think it's safe to say that I'm probably not gonna forge a whole lot of stones while there's snow on the floor like this. But I can at least smash up some of these rocks if I open the right menu, that is. Bro, did I not get I brought the large axe. Goddamn. There it is. That's why I didn't see it. Yeah, trailer park and urban areas are better for trash. To a lesser extent, roads are good for trash, and the rest of the biomes don't have any bonus for trash. It's just urban, trailer park, and road. Urban and trailer park having the highest, that is. But like, even if you're trying to find like bullets and stuff, they're, you know, you find them in groups of like 2. Not great. Very, very rarely you'll find boxes. I always thought I thought it was just road, urban, and trailer, and the rest of them are just not. There's no bonus to it. Oh, my freaking chisel broke before I could do anything. Yeah, I quite like foraging. It's something I definitely didn't really do a whole lot of until I started playing 16x. But you really don't have to forage at all if you're playing like low population. You can just loot everything. Still get milk from sheeps, yeah. I just haven't been milking them, honestly. I mean, I get enough calories from the fish that I haven't really had to go down that, you know, food tree. No, I have no idea about unlimited capacity, bro. Let's see. Town, trailer parks, roads, 15. Oh wait, you mean 35 is road? I thought that like all the forest were one weight and trailer park was essentially 3. Or sorry, roads were 3. I don't know. I just haven't noticed a noticeable difference between all the, you know, like vegetation, farmland, and all that in terms of finding trash. Okay, let's see about milk. Oh wait, these guys very visibly have wool on them, so utter small, and that is like the only. Which one is the mom? I really don't know. Maybe I should be milking them. More than that, I'm gonna go and shear them. Yeah, it's not so much that they're like growing back, it's just that they're like after the trees grow one time, they don't come back. Oh wow, this is damn, maybe we can actually get to some late game tailoring here. Hold on here. That is the one I just sheared. I don't know why I'm trying to do that twice. Oh, he is producing. Oh my god, bro. We got so much. We're rich. I could get some cotton clothes that don't make me uncomfortable. That'd be awesome. Let me eat like 50 berries real quick. Eat all the berries, bro. Just keep eating them. Keep eating these 20-calorie berries. We're gonna gain weight, bro. Just keep doing it. Alright. Enough berries. Put this on. Cover face. Let's see. Before I make this all, what is the best wool thing? Because I can do yarn, right? I can do tailor 10. So high sleeping bag. That's probably not worth. Or tailor 3. I do have knitting needles, but I think if I'm trying to level tailoring, well, the best thing is still probably going to just be the dress or something, despite it being severely nerfed. I could do sock at 2, but this takes the entire ball of yarn. So I basically, with 37, I can make 37 socks. Damn, it might still end up just being the sack is the best. It's kind of sad, but that might just be the reality. I think most of these late game crafts, like this is going to take burlap, and I rip these up. And when you rip up the pants, you get, you don't get burlap back. You get cloth. I mean, the sack is goated if you can read, but if you can't, you're just like stuck doing the level 1 thing the whole time. Beanie for insulation. The head wrap I currently have on is maxed out in terms of what I can get there. I have a beanie somewhere already, but well, no, I made it and then I left it at the table that I was at. But yeah, this head wrap is very good for keeping me warm. I think it's still just going to be the sack, even if I have all these sheep. I mean, it keeps me from having to go out and do twine all the time, I guess, but that's about it. I mean, that is a lot of thread, but it's still just going to be the sack is the best thing I can do. Well, you know, I can do gunny sack now, and instead of using, well, yeah, I can do thread and I can get 0.92 or 0.3 more experience than I used to. Or from the level I need, I have not even started. I got to 5 and I was hoping that I could auto learn something, but I think what I ended up doing the last time I did these is it was kind of similar to what I did here. Just grinded this level 6 out by doing the sacks the whole time. But I didn't look up exactly how I did that, so might have to at the end of the stream. I remember making the long johns before, though. All right, I think I'll try one day. If it snows, I'm gonna look for rocks, or if it doesn't snow, that is. I mean, I'll see if I can find rocks, but I might not be able to. I think I'm just gonna find flint flakes again, and that's it. Yeah, just flakes. All right, well, we'll do a round of tailoring. I really don't want to have to like raw grind all the way to 6, but I think it might have actually been what I did the last time. It'll be only the second time I got to level 6 with no bonus illiterate, but this time I can't do the dress. Like, what did I do to get the cotton wheel last time? Did this? Weave cotton. Maybe we can try that. All my stuff. I can only do one. All right. So I have this. Now let's see my XP. This, by the way, I would have had 4 of these had they not made the requirement as unbelievably high. Ace, you're gonna get the club hammer. I can do the thing. I just can't make the club hammer. I mean, like if I make the advanced forge, I can make a club hammer, but actually that's a lie. I'm only like halfway to doing it. I'm very close though. I need another 3,000, but that's going to require me to find large stones and, you know, to effectively keep building my giant house that I am. But yeah, eventually I'll do those, you know, block maces. But I wanted to see the tailoring with this cotton, if there was something better I could do. But I'm not even seeing like sew dress. Oh, I don't have the scissors. Did my scissors break? That must have been what happened. Tell me I didn't. Oh my god, I might have smelted my scissors down too. Okay, nice. I'm just gonna take all these before that becomes a problem again. You had enough train blacksmith to get the club hammer? Yeah. Oh wait, I answered you. Yeah, got you. But I need the advanced forge to do that. Tailor. Let's see. No pants. Maybe that's the best use, because I don't get a return on this anymore. I really don't want to sit here and pick thread, especially considering I'm not getting a return and like ripping these up. I think it's probably best to just do the pants, I guess. It's one use. Or no, it's 3 uses. 3 times as much. I guess I'll make 1 of that and then compare it to 2 uses. Well, okay, I can at least do pants so I can have, you know, a shirt that isn't scratchy. That is kind of awesome, right? I wasn't paying attention to what like XP that gave me, by the way. 6.5, right? Then if I need bone beads. No, I can get rags from zombies. Like, I can rip them up. So, like, the method of getting infinite fabric, you can't do it anymore. Also, I used a ton of that roll by just making pants. And they just made getting this takes 4 times as much thread as it used to. Now I can do the shirt. So shirt 4.2, so that is not really looking like it's worth it. Dress 2.9. It's the same as the frickin' sack, bro. Yeah, so not only now, so by nerfing this, they've just made it so the sack is the only method of doing this. There's no build up to, oh, I can do the dresses now to kind of get neutral. And that kind of sucks. What's up, American? Yeah, basically, if you want to level up tailoring, you just do sacks and never change. You do the level 0 craft over and over again. Awesome. Bone bead. These are leftover pants. Yeah, I guess patching could be something that I did, but if you're saying it's nerfed, it's probably just not even worth attempting. Is Jawbone Axe good? Jawbone Axe isn't bad. It's alright weapon if you don't have the ability to make a metal one or something like that. Definitely better than the crude axe. And, substantially better than fighting with this stupid stone axe. This one, don't ever attempt to fight with the large stone axe. It's not great. Alright, well, sacks it is. And I would love to not wear out my scissors, Virgil. Considering they are more exclusive than the knife that is there, but... Oh, and nice. We're not using the twine that we could be. I have to every time switch over to doing this. There you go. Get all the materials back. Not when you do the sack. You don't get the twine back, but getting lots of twine isn't the worst thing ever. You get the burlap back, though, and that's like the more grief thing to get a lot of. Wonder if my insulation, it's probably exactly the same using the cotton, the burlap. Yeah, I think it's the same. It just doesn't give me discomfort now. I look more like a crazy person with this cotton though. Not dyed. Yeah, I wish you could set a preference to which crafted item you're using, or I don't know. Virgil just didn't decide to always use the scissors when he can use the stone knife that there are like hundreds of. Like maybe use that one first instead of the, you know, niche crafting recipe thing. But I don't know, what do I know? Virgil is the one playing the game and I'm not. Just because he lives in a dick castle. Hey man, I'm not, you know, his housing is probably better than my own right now. I mean, it's it's larger than my apartment, but stale cooked. We're gonna just eat stale potatoes in a bowl so we don't starve. All right, awesome. No, hold on. We're gonna be smart about this. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the mall out. Because I know there's a large stone somewhere out here, as well as the one like across on the road. There's also large stones out there too that I could be grabbing, but antlers, don't care. This. Okay, where are the large stones? There is one here. You learn so much about the game. Starting to play it, I only kill zombies and run. after day 2 or 3, I don't know what to do or how to progress. I mean, it's all about you know, like, what are you stuck on in general? Are you asking about like making weapons, or like it's a bit open-ended in terms of like what your goals are in PZ? But I mean, what I'm doing right now is a bit more like Minecrafty, where I'm just like building stuff, resting down the craft tree, and I mean, if you're a newer player, maybe go up to McCoy Estate if you're not familiar with that is. It does have like a lot of the crafting stations just like pre-built and available to you. And, you know, once you get more familiar with those, you can attempt to make your own version of that, because you can just build those forges and stuff out anywhere in the world. I got a lot of rocks. Can I carry like more of them and put them in my bag? There we go. I got 7 more. Awesome. Want to get into crafting and stuff. I mean, in general, carving is like the easiest skill to like start, because carving, you just cut down trees and carve stuff up. So go from 0 to 1, you carve stakes. Go from 1 to 2, you carve spoons. Well, you carve small handles, then you carve spoons. And then once you get to level 2, all those spoons you carved, you're going to stop carving them. But you're going to make forks. And from there on, you just keep making dice. Dice are like the most effective craft to do for that, like for just your time and experience. And you keep doing that until you get to baseball bats. Or the short bat is like the first thing. So short bat and baseball bat, you effectively can have infinite of if you just, you know, keep cutting down trees. But yeah, carving is like the first thing that I try to get online. And it's the most accessible perk in terms of making yourself self-sufficient. Hey, good morning, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to like answer the question as best as I can, but it was a very open-ended question. It's like what is the goal kind of thing. But I mean, I think if you're like super new to PZ, I just try to set up a base, try to set up a stronghold, you know, get yourself some food stockpiled. But you know, even after doing that, like understanding what the goal is in the sandbox game is seemingly rather difficult to understand. But yeah, at the end of the day, there's no, you know, overarching goal. There's no end of the game. You know, it's just how long you can survive and how long you can, you know, I guess keep yourself entertained. Alright, I'm actually getting a shit ton of rocks. No, dismantling is not optimal. I mean, I don't know if you're still playing build 41, but build 42, you do not get experience from dismantling. You do get like minimal resources, you know, such as like nails and planks from it, but your time is far better spent, you know, trying to get to blacksmithing and making your own nails, or, you know, cutting down trees and sawing them up for planks. You know, if you're playing something like super restrictive, you know, skyscraper type run or whatever, where you obviously can't get to trees, then dismantling is going to be your only access to wood. But like in the regular game mode, you really don't need to take apart as much furniture as you did in Build 41. Taking that 42.20 increased container capacity, I don't think they have increased it. I mean, I do play with organized now, but it restricts you to magazine exclusive crafting recipes. You can't read magazines either, but being illiterate basically means you need to overlevel all your perks to, or all your, you know, skill requirement crafts 2 levels over to learn them. You have to like auto learn stuff, and if you can't auto learn it, then you just can't learn it. Yeah, if you can take apart crates or even just like rip flooring tiles up, it's pretty good. Flooring tiles is like an underutilized dismantle feature, because a lot of people don't realize that you can, you know, even pick them up sometimes. But like the method of getting resources from the flooring tile gets worse as you get higher in carpentry. So it's especially in build 41, a bit counterintuitive, but in build 42, if you're like a level 0 carpenter, you can get a lot of wood from picking up floor tiles, and you just intentionally keep messing up. But I mean, like, stuff like that's a bit esoteric in terms of, like, you know, teaching a new player how to build. Oh yeah, I don't even read. I mean, I don't think as a new player I should tell people to, you know, not to take illiterate, but I personally don't really like reading books. But I'm an oddball in that department. I just, I wouldn't exactly play illiterate because I told you to. But if you know what you're doing, you can make it work. They give you an experience bonus. So like if I just do something, say like I build a wall and it gives me 3 experience. If I read the book beforehand, depending on like the level that you're already at, it would give you just an additional, you know, multiplier to that 3 experience you got. So they could be pretty worthwhile to, you know, save yourself the grind. But if you play illiterate, you kind of have to go in with the mentality of like, if I don't have a skill bonus to something, I'm not going to max it out. And if I am going to even attempt to get it to like a respectable level, there's going to be a lot of grinding. Like illiterate is basically just like a grind sesh. And that's even if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, like good luck getting to level 3. Like you might get to like, I don't know, level 1 or 2. But it'll be painful, especially as a new player that doesn't know how to like manage fast forwarding or, you know, what crafts give, you know, the most experience. Where'd my rocks even go, bro? Oh, they're right there. Or there are so many large stone in primary forest versus the birch forest I was in. They're just not around. Like 4 times the large stones. Alright, I'm gonna finish the Dick Castle today. Like, at IRL today. And this will probably get me to Masonry 8. I would hope so, but, you know, I don't know for sure. Chisel, get the hammer back. Yeah, bro, we're in Fallas Lake, bro. We gotta fit the crowd around here. What, for the stones, or? Oh, yeah. I just meant like the stones on the floor too. Like there's like, if the right click gardening pick up stones, there's more of them in the primary forest. Like I know the stones here are extremely rare, but all right, get this. We're gonna do so many blocks. I'm gonna do blocks until the sun goes down. 100. All right, very nice. This better be enough to finish the Dick Castle. I don't know. If I need more and I have to go get more rocks, that's maybe a bit ridiculous. All right. I think I do need more at the base of the dick, though. Be like that. And I'm clearly gonna need some nails for this part, it seems. The nails, take the saw. Chisel up. This is just firewood. Oh yeah, I still have logs down here, that's nice. Let me get the cement going. Zombies ever roam up here? Very infrequently. they would have to come from a meta vent, and they can only come from one way. And also, the cells that are surrounding me are very low population. Oh, I'm out of water or building stuff. Oh, I can build this over the water. Wow, okay. I have interior fishing. Oh wait, I'm already out of cement again. And I stopped filling my water up at exactly 50. Gonna have to research heavy bridges. Not playing RimWorld. Not today. Did I use all the grass there? Really? Alright. In RimWorld, you can only put the, what, wood walls on top of it. I can make the stone scythe. It just only cuts up one piece of grass at a time. It was seemingly better to pick it up by hand. So I'm doing it that way. Alright, well, I think I'm actually out of my wood requirement for this. I just have the log walls left. Grab all that. Leave it in there. Then I'm gonna take twine, I guess. Oh my god, walk over there. I can't build that up, or I don't have any materials to do that, that's why. Maybe if I build the floor first. And now I gotta build a roof. All PZ mods should be paid mods plus taxed. Controversial. I like it. Yes, I'm on board. My kill count, like, probably 6,000 something, yeah. Yeah, make them pay. Hey man, I don't know how he was putting the walls over there, but you know, he was doing it. Elbow my ears. He woke up my mom. What the heck? Well, I was trying to jack off and I heard you making nails. Ruin the mood. Oh wait, I have 100 nails. New record. Okay, well, I know there are cooked potatoes here. Why don't you just use the cooked one instead of the not cooked one? Virgil being so smart. We need more capitalism. No, I don't think we need capitalism. Wait, this isn't for capitalism. It's to punish people that use mods. Controversial. Gonna let bushes grow around the castle or keep the lawn. I mean, most of everything I've cut down is not gonna even come back. I mean, there will be some bushes, but no grass will grow here. I've already ripped it all up. All right, we're gonna go get rope, which I've done something with. Didn't hear. Rope. That in the bag. That in the bag. Back to the lab again. Ooh, we don't have a lot of wood to work with. Maybe I can finish the roof. No, stop doing that, Virgil. Oh my god, whatever. He wanted to saw the log there, and he did. Okay, so saw log, unstack, unstack. The rest of this rope can stay. Damn. Well, it's all coming together. Get a little more. Only 9 a.m. Cut some trees down. Put that in the bag. Get the large stone axe. Get my stamina back. Severe pain from cutting trees down. It's over for me. I can't hold anymore. This should be plenty to fix what I want up here. Yeah, bro. Let's turn the lighter on and use our very limited lighter in the middle of the day. Whoops. Yes, DIY armor slows you down. It's done. Not really though. I still need to build like fences and stuff on the top, but amazing. I might even do like a second story to like part of this, but TBD. Yeah, pretty solid. Thick, solid, tight. All right, last order of business. I think I'm gonna try to get some fish. Put all my tools up though. That up, that up. Oh, I didn't put my axe up. Infinite fish fillet. It still isn't being used. Alright, that guy is ginormous. I have already fished more than I will need to because 17,000 calories. Oh no. In what earth am I going to eat this all? Oh yeah, I can't really do anything with this. I get to try 50 tries. Fish down. Then this one I did have to slice up, but this is going to be my food for like the foreseeable future pretty much. Gonna eat a giant bowl of only fish. So the biggest fish, the most calories, 3,000 calories of only fish. And now I'm depressed. And I pet one animal and I'm good. Alright. I'll pick up some of y'all's poop. Yeah, I can solve my starvation diet with one bowl. Which I honestly probably should have done while I was building the castle, considering like I'm going to go out after and not be sitting around the base where I could have been gaining weight the whole time, but it is what it is. Got up a composter? No. I could make one, but I don't, you know, really recognize, like, compost didn't do anything at some point and then it did and now it doesn't, and I don't know. I just have elected to make the grow speed 5 times in seasons off. It seems like it's just, I don't, you know, you put thought into some features and then they just break, or, you know, the next update don't work, or I don't know. Why not fertilize the rotten? What are you asking? Why not fertilize the what rotten? I mean, I've explained why I didn't, and also why the settings I've changed for the way they are, because you know, if I can catch fish that are 7 million calories, why would I grow food? So I made the food 5 times quicker so that I could, you know, experience it somewhat, or have any reason to do it at all. Can you wash your clothes, Virgil? Yeah, it is a way to get rid of the poop, but I'll at some point probably just get a trash can and bring it over here and delete it, honestly. You can use pet poop to make fertilizer if you put it into a composter. But it's also December right now. There's snow on the ground. I won't be planting plants. What am I, like 500 away from maintenance 10? Alright, I finished the Dick Castle. You know, we went into some of the town. I think this is where I'm going to end it for today. Castlecock at Fallas Lake. Now, breaking into, you know, quick rundown what we did the stream. Axe 8, almost maintenance 9. That'll happen next stream for sure. Got fitness 7. So moving up into, you know, becoming the combat fiend, you know, we'll start pumping out some more days of, you know, 300-400 kills, you know, bumping up 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Who is Mr. Beast? I have no clue, man. First time I've heard of him. You can get more worms out of compost. True, true. For me though, like, I think it's just best to catch fish fillets and don't cook them, because the cooked fillets, when they go rotten, you can't use as bait, but like uncooked fillets you can use as a bait if they're fresh or rotten. Yeah, so pretty good progress today. I mean, now I have a fully, hold up, I should make sure that this area below me is counted as an interior. Sometimes they're a little buggy with this stuff, but so it's 1 Celsius and then it's 22 inside. It's still 22. All right, so we're actually good. This whole place is going to be counted as inside. You get some windows or something over here too. Make it start looking nicer, you know, furniture, all that. And I think tomorrow I'll edge towards getting the advanced forge set up. Advanced forge would be awesome here with our furnace that we have. Start actually making some blacksmith weapons. But yeah, pretty good so far this stream. Haven't been touched yet this run, so we're going to try to keep it that way. How many time in-game years would it take to clear one town? I mean, my longest run, I did 3 years. I got 150 whatever thousand kills, and I cleared Ekron completely. I did Echo Creek completely. We did a lot of Irvington. Those were like the early towns. So if you know what you're doing, you can, you know, get stuff done pretty quickly. Of course, you know, I took it a little offshoot and built a giant castle. You know, you don't have to do that. Building a castle does not help you clear a town. So it's not just been my top priority, but we are going to end it here, and I will catch you guys later.